Leo, we played Calypso Casino 4 times in ranked yesterday.
I know, don't tell me about it, man. I can't with Barista anymore.
I'm back. It is just one more week of EML groups, and in this week, so much can change for our teams regarding their position on the leaderboard. So many opportunities, but so many possibilities for failure as well. My name is Anne. I'll be your host for today, and joining me in the studio, we have Alfama and Fresh. Guys, on behalf of the players, are we feeling the stress for this week?
Yeah. I'm feeling the heat right now. I'm feeling the I'm feeling the heat.
It's a little bit hot. It's heating up in EML as well.
It is. I can feel that there is only 6 points to play for, and I think that after the Super Week we've had, everything is very, very tight.
It's crunch time. It's as simple as that. It is crunch time for all of these players. Every team in theory is still within a shot of achieving their goals. But there's a lot of pressure on these games. 3-point victories, overtimes are not going to be enough. It's going to be fantastic.
It is. I am so excited. But before we dive into today's action, you already mentioned it. We had Super Week last week, 3 days of action in total. And it's time we talk about everything that happened on Wednesday by jumping into the panorama, reviewing it in 3 different categories, as we always do. And starting off with the Monster, a player who was in the interview as well, talk about how this kind of underdog role really gave them some fire to perform. And we're seeing it with one specific player on that roster, and that is Grubby.
Yeah, that has to be Grubby, especially after his resurgence. He had such a terrible stage with Fnatic last year in Stage 2 of EML in 2025, when he came back with his roster of DK after an incredible stint with Team Heretics at SI. I think he was really given the opportunity to really shine, and I think he's really found his groove within the team. We saw that on Chalet Jack went completely crazy, whether it is on Solis with a P90 and 50 bullets, or whether it is the worst game in game with the UMP, he was thriving.
And I think, you know, his resurgence, his improvement has been very, you know, a big driving force behind Geeke's resurgence and their improvement. Because, of course, they won every game last week. They've been on a huge run. And actually, you know, when we get to standards, they're the ones that are looking up, really attacking the top of this table, which is, you know, it's great to see given their kickoff performance.
Yeah, we'll get there. But another team that kind of is trying to merge themselves inside the top is part of our moment from last week's Wednesday. We're talking about a specific moment in overtime. Fnatic already a huge comeback managed for themselves. And then in round 14, Wizard with an insane play.
Yeah, exactly. And the reason that this was a big moment was because of that comeback. They were down all the way down, what was it, 5-1 at the half, and they came all the way through to overtime to get it done 8-6. And realistically, also for Wizard, the player himself, he's been having a horrid stage, I think it's fair to say, but the fact that he was the one to come over the line with a big 1v2 to win them the game in the comeback, it feels like that spark that's really ignited Fnatic.
And to do that against Twisted Mind, some of the best gunners we have here in this league, and to do that on like, what, 10 HP with his DMR, that was really good for him. And hopefully that kicks off his confidence a little bit to see more of that performance that we saw from this player earlier in kickoff.
And we already put a lot of pressures on our players regarding failure and making it into the top 6 eventually. But for our must-see, we have picked a banger matchup because we will see G2 and Virtus.pro face off against each other. These two teams unbeaten so far after 7 days of play in group stage. There's a potential for records here.
Absolutely, and one of them will need to lose today and the other will remain undefeated. So whatever happens tomorrow, one team in EML will be able to maybe go undefeated for the entirety of the stage. That would be huge. For G2 and VP, some differences. Of course, G2, they've lost a couple of points. They had 2 overtime wins. For the side of VP, they're completely flawless right now. 21 points within, what, 7 play days?
Yeah.
Insane.
And that's what you want to see, right? You want to see the best teams going head-to-head when they're in the form of their lives as well. So the fact that both of these teams have won 7 games in a row, now they play each other to really crown, not who's the best in EML, because we'll crown that later on, but to crown who's the best in the EML group stage. Cannot wait for that game.
Isn't it crazy? Because it's almost been 5 years since we last had a team go undefeated in a group stage like this. There's a potential that we're seeing that again here 5 years later, which is absolutely incredible. Before we get into our games though, bad news for our wallets. Some esports skins came out, some beautiful esports skins as well. 4 in total. Have a look at all of these. gotta just say, I love this type of video as well. The way they're being announced, it's so cool. But in general, the skins look beautiful. And I'm glad we have skins from all over the world, really, if we exclude APL in this case. But we get 2 skins from the SAL. Speaking of Furia, as the first one, sticking with their usual color scheme, it's a very pretty Valkyrie skin.
Yeah, really pretty one. I think the match of the blue and the pink. Well, I thought about Dark Zero when I saw it, but you're right actually. Furia has had skins before with the blue and the pink. It's kind of glitchy effect.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's always the kind of normal, I suppose, gamer vibe, but it's it's really nice. That's definitely a purchase for me, I will say, Leo.
Kind of futuristic as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. And then we had another team from SAL as well. We had Loud with their Legion skin. It reminds me of the secret one, but it looks really cool.
Legion's got pink hair.
Yeah,
Legion's got pink
and
hair.
it's got like sunglasses to go skiing as well.
It's so complimentary. I absolutely love this skin as well.
But honestly, we have some good news for Loud. On top of having a pretty good skin, they also are doing pretty good in the game. Because if you look at their ranking right now, they went from being the one team that got kicked off, that got kicked out of groups at kickoff, into a team that is right now in a playoff spot without having made any changes. By the way, like they've kept the same team. They're doing pretty well, and they upset Team Liquid. They beat Team Liquid in a BO1.
That's absolutely huge for them, but also Furia as well. We just showed the skin there, 2nd place, and I think realistically this roster being pretty new, in terms of finding their form. They obviously didn't do it too well in Salt Lake City, but they're coming into SAL and they're blowing teams away.
They're undefeated, and I think very similar profile, playstyle, and results as G2 right now with 19 points.
So fun to watch.
Yeah. Doing so well right now. Only 2 overtime wins, and the rest is regulation wins. Doing really good.
I'm glad that we can use these esports skins coming out as a bit of an excuse to dive into the other regions and see how we're doing so far with the other group stages. Speaking of, let's dive into NAL then, right? We have Shopify Rebellion skin on Twitch. Again, we're speaking of this like pink and purple blue color scheme. I'm a big fan personally.
Yeah, I think what's crazy is if you look just at the headgear there, you could think it's Deimos actually, but
yeah, you could.
It's actually really crazy how like you have like this 3D carvings kind of like. That's what I expected from CJX coming in is I guess new features with the skins. And I remember when we were with Fnatic and we were designing the skin for Hibana in 2021, we were quite limited with what we could do with the skin itself. But now like people are able to completely like create a whole new frame, and that's how you get results like this.
They're just getting better and better, aren't they? Which unfortunately we can't say about Shopify Rebellion sitting there in 6th place in the NAL standings. Now, we've both had the opportunity actually to look at them quite closely in NAL this stage. Fortunately, we both made guest appearances, and I think Shopify Rebellion seems to really come undone in NA specific matchups. Think of the Salt Lake City major. They did well. They got all the way to the final in international matchups, but then they come back to the NAL and really, they've not been great.
They're disappointed like crazy. I think you go from a major grand final and now you have the same amount of points of Cloud9 and Fulfer in Esports. I mean, if you look at the scale of that team and the players on them.
Yeah. The one benefit they do have is that this week, and it will be the final week, they do play Outlast and they do play Space Station.
True.
So we still expect them to get playoffs. We still expect them to make the event, but they've not had the best NAL stage so far.
All right, and then we can also have a look at our own region, because luckily we get a skin from EML as well. We have our Falcon skin with the usual branding. We're used to seeing this type of colors from Falcons as well.
Yeah, the green and gold, it works really, really well. The Azami as well with the green ponytail looks absolutely fantastically. I love it.
And for me, so again, like the 3D stuff with the gold, right? Because when you look at it in the game, I have the Ace one, for example, and the 3D carvings. They're like super cool when you look at the lighting in the game. So with Ace, it looked really good. I think here with the Deagle also will be really fun to see in the game.
Yeah, awesome. I love how the skin looks, but checking in on Falcons as well with how they're doing so far. Is it safe to say maybe we're a little bit disappointed, or is that not yet where we find ourselves, given the aren't?
I don't know, like you cannot expect them at this point in the league, right, to already be making playoff.
Yeah.
And it's not them, to be qualified. And it's G2 and VP that have done it. And look, like actually, Geeke only 1 point away, Fnatic only 2 points away. Like they're not as dominant as they used to be.
I'm glad you mentioned you expect them to make playoffs, because actually we went and crunched the numbers and we actually looked at the probabilities of the teams making the playoffs. Of course, there's only 2 games remaining. Now on this graphic, this is the maximum and minimum position that a team can finish. So I'll highlight a few things for you on this graphic because it is quite dense, but the top 2 you can see Virtus.pro and G2. Virtus.pro locked into 1st or 2nd place in the group stage, G2 to locked in a maximum of 1st and a worst possible finish of 3rd. That cascades all the way down. Now there's 2 key fights based on these percentages. Top 4, Geeke and Fnatic are basically fighting out for that 4th place. So quick reminder, 4th place and top 4 puts you 1 win away in the upper bracket from making EWC. Top 6 is playoffs, and you can see then, below Geek and Fnatic, you've got Rebels, Shifters, and Twisted Minds kind of fighting out for that 6th spot.
Now, a few surprises here. Obviously, if you look at the numbers here, Fnatic are doing pretty well when it comes to playoffs qualification, right? 93% chances of making it. However, if you look at the teams below there, Rebels, Shifters, Twisted Minds especially, 2% chances of making top 4, so it's almost they would need a miracle, and it's completely out of their control. But 25% chances of making playoffs, that's really rough for a team that used to be and was the best EML team at the Salt Lake City Major.
And then one just very, very quick caveat. If you've got an Eagle Eye amongst you, you'll have seen Secret at a 0% chance to playoffs, but they could, in theory, make 6th place. For that to happen, it would need 15 different permutations, all to go exactly correct. Their actual percentage chance, because it got rounded down, is 0.01% chance. So theoretically possible, but realistically, we're writing them out of playoffs.
Well, then they gotta definitely start putting in a shift today here in their very first game of the day against Fnatic for our first day here in this week. Now, these two teams actually played against each other last week in a best of 3 in the Belgium Masters. Fnatic beat them 2-0. That was a pretty dominant game as well. It seems like Citizen might have the chance to put the final nail in the coffin for his forward team with Secret here. But for that side of Secret, you already mentioned it, a 0.01% chance of qualifying. We're looking at the core of this roster, at least. You know, 6th Invitational, EWC last year, and we're looking at it here. Glimpse of hopes, victory against Twisted Minds, almost overtime against Virtus.pro. It's not enough yet.
Secret are in a really unique position at this point in time that they've changed out 3 players. It's all gone materially different. We've covered that a lot, but I think realistically they've shown some good signs. I think especially when they changed Flexi onto the shields, you could argue maybe that change came a little bit too late, because as soon as they did it, they got competitive. They started winning games. They got close. You know, they should have beaten, was it Falcons? Whoever they shouldn't beaten. They got very, very close. They've looked pretty good after that change, but it's just fallen short. Now they've basically got no chance. However, Leo, they are in quite a unique position to play matchmaker.
Yeah, and I can see that Noah is as hot as we are today in every sense. Talking about Secret right now, I agree with you. I think they're in a very unique spot in the sense that they're the only team in the world that is already qualified to EWC. Now, as you've seen before, and as Jack said it, 0.01% to make playoff. What does that mean? That means that they would need an incredible miracle, and realistically, it's not going to happen. So what does it mean? They only have 2 matches left to play in this season. Before EWC, that is huge. They can only play 2 BO1s. They wouldn't have played a BO3 at tier 1 level before making EWC, so they absolutely need this official games experience before going to the event. It also means that right now they're in a position to be the reaper of hopes for their opposing teams, where Fnatic, they're hopefully gaining the points to make sure that they make it to the playoffs. Secret, they can prevent them from there. They have nothing to lose right now.
Yeah, let's talk about Fnatic, because after this game, they still have to play against G2 tomorrow, so it doesn't get easier for Fnatic here on, though. Speaking of their results, I mean, we got an OT victory with the comeback of the century as well against Twisted Minds, but then they also lose 2-7 against Rebels, so it seems like Fnatic is just so all over the place.
It's on and off. That's the problem with Fnatic right now. Is we've seen a little bit of a win streak at some point that gained them all of the points to put them in a position to make playoffs. Realistically, though, the results are a little bit inconsistent. However, I do think that Jack, they've not qualified for playoffs ever since the very first stage when they arrived in EML. And one thing that has changed for them is they definitely have a Shields player for them.
Yeah, they've added Smith onto their roster, and I think he's been absolutely fantastic. He's allowed them to play inside of the current meta. Note that any good team inside of today's meta has a dedicated shield player who is very, very good at that role. I think that's exactly what Smith has added, and these are some fantastic stats for when he's not on the shields as well. We saw him go crazy with the boss GA cock.
And on top of that, they added 2 experienced players with a load of fragging power. That's Citizen, that's Deadshot. So if you think about it, they've got a really good shields player, they've got 2 experienced frag-heavy players. So with the 3 of them, now is the best chance for them, Anne, to finally make playoffs.
Yeah.
It is, and we'll have to look at the map as well, because it's just the best of 1 between these two now. Looking at it, we're going to Lair. That is a map that Fnatic actually won last week when they played the Belgian Masters final. Absolutely,
it's a map that Fnatic have not stopped winning, to be fair. They've won it a couple of times in kickoff. They were unbeaten on it inside of kickoff. They've won it against this stage. It is literally one of their favorite maps, and they get to start on the stronger side, Leo.
Yeah, and it's a direct rematch from the last time these two played each other at kickoff as well. And already then, Fnatic had beaten Secret. Obviously, 3 players were different from the side of Secret, but still, it's a map that they absolutely love, like you said, undefeated. So on the side of Secret, it's a question mark, but like I said, they have nothing to lose in this matchup.
All right, well, a big match for both these two teams. Pressure is on, but that's what we like here in the final week of EML groups. We have our casters with us, the Marta and Penguins. All yours. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And, well, we're back on EML. It's about time, Nick. I know that over there, it's been crazy, a heat wave in EU in general, but in EML, things have certainly been heating up. We've seen teams that historically haven't done very well exceeding expectations, and one of those is Fnatic. They're looking orange hot, and they have the community preference over Team Secret.
Crazy.
The runners-up of the Six Invitational this year have been in dire straits, and this is Fnatic's chance to do what they haven't done in the last 2 years in EU.
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, it's so hard to keep track of all the storylines that are happening across all the various regions, but the fact that Secret is now like a bottom of the region team and all the roster changes, if you haven't been tuning in lately, you're thinking, what's going on? Well, they're fighting their way back up, and I think that's why this story right here, Fnatic versus Secret, is actually a very high potential game to be a banger, because it's two organizations that have made significant roster changes who are fighting to get back into good shape. Well, maybe for Fnatic, they're fighting to get into good shape, period, because they've been in the bottom for a while. And they're doing it in Lair, a map that is newer to the game, that is still not, 100% figured out. So I think, generally speaking, super keen for this one.
Yeah, 110%. Like you said, Lair, the newest map, one of the newest
maps.
Let's not forget about Fortress. Let's also not forget about Calypso Casino, which hopefully we'll get to see
any leaks
at some point.
Okay.
I say at some point.
Well, we actually don't know. I hope so for States 2, because I think for the Fortress rework, which is accepted with open arms, it was played instantly by every region, and still now, it wasn't like a one-time thing. Teams still frequently take us to Fortress. So.
Oh yeah, and it really doesn't take long for these pros to figure out the best way to play these maps. You said that Lair is reasonably new, but I feel like we have seen so much of it in the last year that teams have really figured it out, and it's starting to see almost a staleness until teams start to mix things up. Oh my god, I love this. I love this. Team Secret, I don't know if they're calling Fnatic chickens or if they're just having a little bit of fun, but as we load up into it, it's a basement defense for FNC, and like we've been talking about with the team in the studio as well, this is a high-stakes game for both of these teams. Team Secret currently only a single win on the board at the very bottom of the standings. Fnatic on the flip side, on the verge of a potential top 4 finish, which would be even better than just the top 6. You get into the playoffs. Top 4, you're just one game away from EWC. That is where they set their sights.
So the pressure's on. Can Fnatic play under set pressure? And can Secret play a bit more loose right now? Just get that repetition in, getting more and more experience to roster, and play, spoils to their opponent. Pronouncing Reflexy on the Blitz with Noah behind on Dokka B, a very classic duo for roam clearing. But sadly, one could say, with the Dokka B rework, you can't just call with that global ability and hear all the roamers' locations. Now you gotta target a specific defender and really, get the red pings out first, like with Deimos, choose the defender, and then hope in the nearby area. That's gonna slow down their clear a little bit. And it's why they're just taking their time. It's gonna be Blitz clearing one angle, Noah holding the other, and just like second by second, slowly getting close towards that bomb site. It's not gonna be a huge roaming presence, but we got Deadshot up above, maybe looking for a flank.
Grenade out! Team Secret on their own clear. They are the fastest entry team in the league at the moment. Their average entry happens with 1 minute 51 seconds on the clock, which is already elapsed. So this is, funnily enough, a slow round for Secret. I think you could partially attribute that to Fnatic very much playing a shoot drones and fallback strategy. Yes, Deadshot's playing a fairly aggressive angle, but I don't think his intention here is to continue fighting forever. He will actually go upstairs. He might meet a friend, and that's Noah catching him off guard. That's an early kill for Deadshot. Nice little shot through the wall from Wizard. And a second one on the quick ADS. Fnatic looking phenomenal. It could well be a flawless kickoff for the defense for the boys in orange.
Well, it looked like one sole roamer of Deadshot playing to die, become the whole team just fighting together. Wizard with another one.
Wow.
It was with the Yokai intel as well. The yellow ping formation, having a dedicated drone worker on the bomb site, playing that anchor position. If they're rushing the bomb site, DPIC will be there to take a fight. If they're clearing the roam up above, you send those Yokai drones and get the yellow ping formation. It's again playing two sides of defense with both Deadshot and Wizard hitting some gnarly shots.
I love that. Love to see the confidence out of Wizard, the young lad. Noah was one of the hottest properties during the off-season. And for him to get taken down early is always impressive. Yeah, I mean, for Wizard to follow it up with...
How many Deimos trackers in Dokkan because did we see that round? Like 0, right? Like we didn't get to use any of the gadgetry. They were droning everything kind of loosely as they were taking the ground, and then it was like kind of deep into the roam clear when they're by the staircases. They see, oh, there's a Goyo playing by Green Pillar. I guess we gotta go fight that guy. But I don't think they had a red ping early enough to like utilize the gadgetry. So Noah just walks down a hallway hoping for a backstab, but because they had the yellow ping formation, well, he loses that gunfight against a TCSG. So it's very small things going wrong for Secret, but it speaks to the confidence of Fnatic and how they have a 4+1 strat where Deadshot can die immediately or he can get a couple of kills. In either outcome, the rest of Fnatic could still play out their round strategically sound because they still had, you know, the Goya Fire, the Echo Domes, the staircase control, etc. So they're just kind of playing 2 layers to the defense.
Of course, Secret have 3 new players in Stage 1 and already had 2 new players in kickoff. So they've had so many roster changes. Citizen had a brief stint with them as well, so he knows their systems, I'm sure. But for Secret, it's the mastery of moments like that when you're trying to clear roam, that isn't just about being good players, that's about having the chemistry as a team. And they just haven't had a lot of time to get reps in as a full 5 squad, let alone the fact that, of course, Oscar, Flexi, and Drills don't have quite as much experience as the main guys on the roster. In fact, Drills early taken down. Oscar quickly to follow. Smith, so much confidence to peek that open mirror window. It's desperate now from Team Secret as Deadshot peeks on through the smoke and farms 2 more. Team Secret, 2 rounds deep, yet to find a single kill.
Again, it's a 1v5, locked outside the building. It's Noah this time around with a spare grenade. Doesn't even find the kill either. I mean, you can look at these rounds and go, is it Fnatic doing a great job at being disruptive and lashing out and getting those kills? Or is it Secret being sloppy on the attack inside? It's a bit of both, but my god, the sheer confidence and teamwork synergy from Fnatic right now. I mean, they are making these rounds way too simple. You're just taking hits.
Yeah, it doesn't take much here
And it's attack
for
timeout.
Fnatic to win the rounds. They're really just peaking. It's no crazy complicated counter-stratting, no crazy complicated util. Yeah, I mean, credit.
They do it together though.
First round, Deepek, yeah, he enabled the aggression of the roamers with the Yokais. In that second round, like you said, it was well timed. Even just the R6 room peak there from the Warden of Deadshot. Really well timed, knowing that his teammate was trapped in the corner and he could peek out through the smoke. But again, I think the onus is on Secret here to contain that kind of aggression. I'll take their tactical timeout.
I mean, at this point, the only like logical thing to do, right, is you want to slow down the game, in my mind, if you're Secret. That can be with more shield play, or it can be with just holding angles and like expecting these swings to happen. I know even if you're expecting them to go aggressive, you can of course still lose the gunfight, but then it's a matter of having 2 guns on the attack looking in the direction of 1 defender. Because these are individual kills from Fnatic mostly. Like here in the breach, that's a solo swing with a guy in the hallway. Here in the closet, it's again Fnatic forcing the swing here, but they had a blitz. But Flexi was playing scared and peeling backwards and used a smoke against the Warden, which he can see through. So it's Secret having 1 attacker here, 1 attacker there, and they can't help each other. Now, slowing down the game, there's one operator that does it the best of all, and it's gonna be the Munty. And Flex is currently on that operator, but then comes the other issue. This is the tertiary bomb site. This is not really the area where slowing down the game and playing a Munty, step 1, step 2, step 3 is super common. Either you gotta fight top floor and fight for the full map control, and then if you survive that roam clear up top, you do a bit of vert, then you hit the bomb site. A lot of teams choose to not do it because a lot can go wrong. C4s beneath, fighting above, and if the defenders want to, they can just drop down a hatchery chasing nobody, wasting very precious time. So a lot of teams, they do a half clear. They take the minimum amount of map control and just hit the bomb site directly with, you know, the Sense, the Ying, the Glass, the Munty, whatever kind of combination. My point is here, this is probably the roughest bomb site for Munty to exist. But they start off well. Oscar from Secret will get the opening pick.
Crucial. It's not just the opening pick, it's the first kill that Team Secret have found in 3 rounds.
Okay.
Nothing to scoff at. And look, yeah, you're right. There are a couple of different ways to attack this site. I feel like the most modern and effective way to do it in the current meta is you got to hit site while you're executing on the top floor.
Yeah.
We see a lot of teams try that. A lot of teams fail with it, though. But you often don't have enough time to hard clear top and then go for your execute because the defense gets so good at burning time on that top floor and retaking it in the late round. But we'll see. As Secret, they have the opening pick. It's also onto the Solus, one of the most important operators for this site. Now they've burnt that C4. Still another C4 available here from Citizen as Wizard looks to try and get aggro.
This could work.
Feeling confident after his 3 kills so far. Wow, cannot believe he didn't get a kill nor get killed there, but Flexi quickly comes in to take him down. Immense progress. Good kill from Smiz. Flexi gets a little bit baited. 3v4, but the Monty's gone down. This is a desperate attack, though, as Oscar quickly gets aggressive. Deepek's the last one standing. The round is over pretty much as soon as it starts. Team Secret are on the board.
Very beautiful. I mean, that actually comes down to them winning the individual gunfights, right? Oscar starting off with a huge opening pick, taking down the Solus. And you said it yourself, it's a very valuable defender to get rid of. And the reason for it is it changes the win conditions for the defense. They can't just play, you know, for plant information, see where the things are sitting up at and falling back and, you know, playing the layers. Now they gotta play a little bit more desperate. And it's where we see them throwing an early C4 that at most will do a bit of damage to Monty, but never get the kill. And then start swinging bathroom window with a shotgun, which again, you can do it, but usually you're only gonna go for that play if you are feeling a bit desperate. So Fnatic, they want to aggress more and more and more, and Secret finally being ready for it and winning their fights get a beautiful round. But then comes a problem. Now Monty's banned. It's really well ready by Fnatic, so they start off banning Solid Snake and Glass. These are relatively fast-paced operators that both do well at roam clear information, that's the Solid Snake, and of course the mini executes or the side execute in the Glass. So you're both weakening the early stage of the round and the late stage of the round with these two operators. Then you play 3 rounds, you try and figure out what can Secret leverage to make their attacks better. And the one time they win, and the one time they show the Monty, now that's gone. So with this in my mind, Fnatic can keep playing the map, keep roaming, and keep playing aggro in the early stage, because Secret, they've banned Bandikite Mirror. They've banned the things that protect the walls, that protect the bomb site, especially on top floor. So Fnatic, they don't want to bunker down and hide away. They want to keep fighting. And now they're going to keep fighting without the Monty against them, which favors Fnatic.
Drone up and
Yeah, I don't disagree. I feel like there's no question who's won this set of operator bans,
Right.
especially as the tertiary comes on through. But on the flip side, I think there was clearly something just going wrong, something not adding up for Secret in the first 2 rounds. And it's not as simple as the util brought to the table. I think getting 1 round under their belt is just a massive boon. They only lost 1 player in doing so. Now they should be a lot more confident. They got their head screws on right. They know, okay, we can win rounds here, even without the Monty. It's fine in theory. Oh, what?
It's
Did that just disappear into the nether?
Yeah. So I think it's the same. Oh, don't quote me on this. I'm not sure if it works this way anymore. If you put a Goyo canister on a barricade and the defender rips down the barricade, the fire doesn't pop either.
Really?
Because it just gets like removed. And I guess the Kiba works the same for Asami because it just happened in front of our very eyes. So they lose a bit of stall potential. Flexi tanks that C4 to about half his health, but it's going to be Drills, pick up Deadshot, that +1 player. Deadshot will either be the first to die or the first to get a kill with this current Fnatic playstyle. That's intended by design. He has been successful in the past, but in the previous 2 rounds, he has been dying early without getting a kill.
Top 10 player in the league right now, by the way, Deadshot. Ooh, nice aggressive play from Mowgli, but he gets caught by Smith. I like that Mowgli tried to play a bit aggressive, but now one of the most experienced players on Secret is down. Without a kill so far, by the way. Oh, gotta be careful, the swing comes through. Citizen traded. Critical one from Noah, but it's just so chaotic. I don't know what Secret are doing. They're executing all at once, all separately. These 1v1s lost now leave them in a numbers deficit.
And they're not getting to use the correct operators in the right locations, right? Flappy was not taking any of those fights initially, but this play could work out. Oscar with a good backstab. Gets the player, gets the cam, and with smoke being gone, they have a lot more space to work with. Only a few Goyo canisters as well left on the map right now, so this 45-second timer is more or less accurate. They see the BP shine that little cabinet there as well, so they know where the intel is on the bomb side. Now Oscar and Noah has to try and link up somewhere in the middle because they're on two opposite ends of the bomb side.
It's going to come down to playing this perfectly in the next 25 seconds. Good info.
I like this.
Sneaking on through it now, deep into the site. Oh, Oscar, oh, beautiful headshot with the bearing 9. Wizard, he's had a moment already in this game, but he will not get a second. Another round on the board for Team Secret. A big 2v3, and it feels like they're back into this game.
Not the round I thought they'd win, but sometimes you gotta have a hero step up. And Oscar with the backstab, he opened up the possibility of a round win, so well done for him. But going back to how that round started off, you know, Mowgli wide swinging the single wall in Garage when Blackbeard is right next to him, right here. If you look behind Mowgli, Flex is there with Blackbeard. A grenade in pocket, you know, 65% health or so, you can take that fight together. Blackbeard can play the distraction game, you can try and like fake, you know, ADS and flip the shield down and take the fight 2 versus 1. But no, so Mowgli dies solo, then the guy to his right dies solo, then Blackbeard is left alive, and he knows if he doesn't take a fight right now, he'll get flanked and be fighting 1 versus 2 and he'll die for nothing. So now Flex is forced to just take a really bad fight on his own, and he dies as well. So it really comes down to Secret winning off individual prowess rather than teamwork and coordination. And honestly, it's not the end of the world, because right now they're getting 2 attacker rounds, they've tied the score, and if they can just keep doing this and go like 2-3 rounds in attack, which, you know, they've already gotten 2, they go into defense, I think that playstyle can work a lot better for them. So it feels like for me, the worst is kind of over for Secret, and they've actually tied up 2-2.
I love how quickly we backflip right after the operator bans come out, and we're like, oh man, Fnatic have really won these operator bans, and then Secret wins 1 more round, and we're like, never mind, Secret are through the woods, they're out into the open fields again.
I think they are. I still think like operator band selection, prep work, and game plan, I do think Fnatic are still winning and still ahead. But I think Secret just had to get that like 2nd round guaranteed in the pocket and then side switch, and then like that should theoretically be enough. Whether it's actually going to be enough, we'll have to find out. But it sets the tone
to put it crudely,
they can fight.
Secret just crapped their pants in the first 2 rounds. They called their tactical timeout. They said, all right, guys, we just need to get a round under our belt to remember how to play this game. What's a nice way to do that? Let's just stack behind the Montaigne. Okay, guys, it worked. We don't have the Montaigne anymore, but at least we've remembered how to play.
Hey, even the post gotta warm up sometimes. This is how it is. Straight before you work out, warm up before you play Pro League. Just get those the muscle memory going. And we've seen mostly these like very slow and cautious beginning rounds of Secret since that tactical timeout, and I'm a huge fan of that as well. They're just kind of stabilizing it, not taking any huge risks, and also respecting Deadshot and how aggro he's been this entire game. And speaking of Deadshot, he's here again, top of rock stairs, C4 in hand, looking to be the playmaker every single round.
He's going to try and C4 it. It does a little bit of damage onto Oscar. Could very well have been far worse than that. Oh, sorry, no, that wasn't Oscar. Oscar took damage elsewhere from a Thorn Trap. Never mind.
Oh, I thought it was actually as well. The timing was like
I think he did no damage to Mowgli. Yeah, a little bit off. Anyhow, Deadshot is still holding onto the stairs. Man, how do you clear out a Warden like this? Oh, low HP. There you go. Nice nade from Noah. Follows up with a quick peek. And now, Mezzanine control. Sacrifice. Have a look at this position from Wizard. Deep in Mask. He manages to get out safely, just barely, as the keeper barriers will protect him.
Great movement, using the gadgetry and playing around Smith here on the Clash, one of his most played operators so far on the stage, and he gets all this information, but it's a lack of plant denial. It's just the 3 toxic babes, but I guess with 30 seconds left, that's gonna be enough. Secret somehow have to problem solve this position.
Oh, wow. And they're doing that by trying to flip the switch, go elsewhere, but now they're going to deal with Citizen. He's taking down Noah.
1, 2.
Takes down a second, looks for a little bit more. He's going to knife Flexi. Finally a trade from Oscar 1v2. He doesn't have the diffuser. Gonna have to recollect it. Indeed, he does. Can he plant R6 room while Smith and Wizard are in the other bomb side? No. He's going to get close, bring out the shotgun secondary, but the problem is he's going up against 2 foes, and they can peek him from both sides. Beautiful play from Wizard, and a 3rd round for Fnatic.
Very well done. Again, I feel like it all comes down to the opening pick right now when you look at Fnatic's defenses. When they can disrupt the main plan and just kind of weaken them and give them a few problems in their path, they're floating. Things are going great. But when they lose that member early, which again will usually be Deadshot every single time, and you give Secret just a little bit of map control, you know, they can work the hallway, they can get that main breach, it looks so winnable. But then they had that second layer. Is a clash. They didn't have the time, the operators, or the tools to deal with Smiths in this round. So they had to flip it. So they're jumping into a window, into barbed wire, with a thorn trap going off, with the Blackbeard forced to take a solo gunfight, and it's just not pretty. And maybe a little bit of a question mark there to Flexi. I do think you can play a bit more greedy on the Blackbeard. When your teammates jumping in that museum window, as I said, into barbed wire, into a thorn trap, they will guarantee die. Even if Citizen doesn't shoot back, the Gadget will just take you out. Flexi has to just go. You gotta just ADS, because Citizen is the person in a difficult position. Does he fight the Blackbeard? Does he fight the Nomad? You know, he could get shot by Nomad before the thorn trap goes off, but his Gadget would trade him. Flexi instantly ADS and just try and play the trading game, because if you're the Blackbeard last alive, once again, you should be losing that battle the majority of the time.
Yeah, I feel like part of that it's not just game sense and the knowledge that that's the right play, but again, it's team chemistry.
Yeah, it really is.
Knowing, just having a vibe, like just knowing how a teammate plays so well that you don't have to be able to see their outlines. You can be looking another direction. They don't have to be making any comms. You just know the timings and the way that they play and the way that they think. You have full confidence that he's swinging in that window in that specific second and going for a peek. That is just something that I think Team Secret, you know, that might take more time. Longer. Yeah, even though, of course, we have some long-time teammates. Obviously, Oscar and Flexi have played on many teams in the past for quite some time. Noah and Mowgli are now long-term teammates. But it's just something deeper than that when you have such dramatic roster changes twice in the span of about 3 months. It takes a little bit of time.
Yeah, if you don't have that synergy just yet, you know what really helps out? A good old 3, 2, 1 countdown. But when all the chaos happening at the same time, that can be tricky as well. Lion Ping goes out, Deadshot just sprints away, baits the ping, gets the kill, sets the wall back across the map. Same location. Flex is alive, but like before, no one's there to support him. They've all died around the Blitz for what feels like the 6th round in a row.
This really felt like a game which could end up a 3-3 at the end of the first half, but now Fnatic have found their 2 picks and 2 players have fallen back to site. Deepek's actually technically offside, but I think he's going to start making his way down. Indeed, Deadshot also doesn't want to overstay his welcome. He might throw an impact here. Tempted. He tried to get out of the impact just to bait the ADS.
He's so greedy. I love it.
So Deadshot though, isn't it?
Yeah, the 4+1.
Out the impact, but he does bite off a little bit more than he can chew. Good kill from Oscar. Smith almost taken down as well on the vert. This is the concern now. This is how Fnatic fumble it.
I mean, Deadshot had to go big, right? He got the kill, he got Oscar down to 1 HP, Flexi less than half, he spent both his impact grenades and most of his bullets in his magazine. So I say, job well done. There is the injury confirmed because the Blitz was low, and Oscar cannot take this fight comfortably because he's 1 HP, but the verticality from Drills works out. It's still winnable, but it's going to be a tough one for Secret to clutch.
Yeah, low HP on Oscar as well through the Banshee. Opening up a line of sight, interesting. That'll help team up with the player on the vert to isolate those lines of sight. Takes a little bit more damage. Uses the cover of the explosion. The X-Cars to get deep. It finds him a kill. However, Fnatic respond immediately. And they do take the half. It's a 4-2 split for Fnatic.
Oh man, the 3-3 dream is no longer alive, but I said, James, they just need that 2 rounds side swap and they can still do it, but of course they don't have a huge parachute. I'm curious for the desk, what's the vibe check? Is 2 rounds enough for Secret?
That's a good question. We're going to find that out in our second half. But for the sake of Fnatic, with their 4 rounds, in the end, that aggression nearly got the better of them. But it's something we're seeing throughout this whole half, though. Well-paced aggression on defense.
Yeah, you can see that it's clearly their game is trying to show that they have the confidence and the momentum with them. You can see it like round 1, round 2. Like they're absolutely flawless. Not a single kill on the side of Team Secret. And that's on the back of Team Secret falling to the aggression of Fnatic. And it's already calculated in a sense. If you look at most of these kills, it's not only 1v1s, it's two double ups almost all the time. On every single spread out Secret attack, Jack, I see players doubling up with each other.
That was the most impressive thing for me, was the team play from Fnatic. You know, when people were in trouble, like here, right? The player in the closet is
Look
in
at all the
trouble.
players.
What's happening? They're flooding to go and retake that ground. They're not giving up any ground whatsoever. They win those 2 rounds. Yes, Secret do come back with a couple. I think Fnatic maybe got a little bit complacent rounds 3 and 4, but as soon as round 5 comes in, your big game, your big name players, Citizen joining the roster, going up against his old team, massive 3K there to win them the round.
I mean, he's getting pushed by 2 players. He's getting pushed by a Blackbeard. Every one of us, you yesterday in ranked, me yesterday in ranked.
True.
We would fall to that, right? He doesn't. He plays really well. He isolates the gunfight. He's 8-3 right now. And Deadshot is also pulling his weight, although he's a greedy Frenchman.
He did stay too long enough.
He did stay too long over there in filtration. He just felt like it was enough. But I will say this, it's working for these guys. We highlighted them in the pregame, Jack, and they're the main win conditions.
So you're telling me that they, as we highlighted in the pregame, they got up to date on the current meta. They've brought in these 2 big name players in Citizen and Deadshot that are used to qualifying to events, used to making events, and now Fnatic are actually challenging, they're looking good. That's not a quinky-dink, Leo.
No, it's not a quinky-dink. And if we look at all the other side, where are the experienced players that are supposed to be the fraggers? If I look at Mowgli on the side of Secret, he's supposed to be carrying his weight. He doesn't have the excuse of not being surrounded by players that he hasn't played for a long time with. He still should be able to perform. And right now, he's 0-5, I think.
Yeah.
He's got multiple opening deaths. Like, he's struggling a lot.
I think Mowgli is one of those players that he's a very risk taker. He takes a lot of risks. He takes a lot of engagement.
The French herds.
Yeah, exactly. That is a great way of putting it, actually. He's the French herds. And in Old Secret, it maybe got covered up a little bit. It maybe got masked by the fact that the other 4 were operating so well at such a high level. This is a completely new team. So maybe Mowgli needs to change his risk appetite just a little bit, because today he is currently costing the team.
Right, well, breaching is going to be easier for Fnatic with these bans here, but then Deimos and a Capitao ban as well.
Yeah, interesting. I'm assuming that's a complete counter strat, by the way. Deimos is being abused by the vertical play. It's so strong right now on that map, especially to deny the Banitrix. And on the other side, the Capitao probably abused, I think, on bomb site for the execute.
Yeah.
Quite a lot, and same for the basement.
That bomb site, and also this bomb site specifically for the desk position, if you're going to play the Izami, we're not, we are seeing it actually on the side of Mowgli.
And Mira.
Capitao's great to clear off the Izami on the desk.
All right, well, it's just maybe a few more rounds in this second half. Let's see how it turns out.
Thank you very much. I'm curious as well, you know? It's a good day right now, I think, if you're Fnatic. And I think that this broke it down perfectly. The crossfires, flooding, helping each other. But that's so much easier to do on the defensive side. That's why I'm on that copium. I think Secret now will switch it up. They will do that same similar task here in defense, and it's gonna come down to who's gonna be the better attacking team. And we've seen Mowgli struggles. He is the French hurts, as Leo put it, and Jim's now having a bit of a laugh about it. And it's true. He is that sole person who will do stuff and brute force a problem, and when the other 4 members can work well and do their own thing and make that happen successfully, it works well to have a risk taker. When the whole team has gotten a lot more unstable with the roster changes, Mowgli's playstyle is now even riskier than before. Combine that with the fact that he's currently 0-5, and that's how you find a much weaker Secret. But I think going to defense, his playstyle and his stats should change for the better, because now he has less space to work with, and he's going to be better in that small space.
Yeah, and as Jack said during that halftime vibe check, Mowgli is playing one of the most important positions on this bomb site as the Azami, who, yes, he's peaking ops right now, but he will eventually fall back to the stronghold of the desk inside of Mask. And Secret really want to hold on to that position, so much so they've even banned the Capitao, which is primarily good at clearing that position, and also the mezzanine position where we saw Deadshot playing on defense. So Mowgli, he needs to make sure he's not playing a risk-taking role when he's in a power position. Because if you give up your power position just because you overpeak a little bit too much, then you have really thrown around for your team.
That's the difficulty though, right? Because about playing that perfect middle line of, I'm playing the power position, I have to take fights when I'm strong, but I also can't take the fights when I'm strong necessarily, because if I end up dying despite being strong, I'm gonna put my team in a bad position. So I'm looking at stuff like no SC4, the fire from Capitao, the Tashanka, and drills in the smoke. How can they leverage their tools to help Mowgli progress this round? Right now it's about slowing down Smith, because if you slow down the Monty, you slow down the entire attack of Fnatic. Monty has to get up a staircase into the battle, convey the information, the locations of Secret, and then you start planning your execute. So they've been spending a lot of smokes early on, C4's being ripped out for this exact purpose.
This is a good deep play though from the Monty here of Smith, very aggressive. I wonder if there's a way Secret could catch him off guard. I don't think there's any realistic way to land this C4 perfectly unless they're very lucky. Mowgli finally off the donut and onto the baguette for the Frenchman. As Deadshot goes down, nice gas as well. Now Fnatic have to do some thinking.
Yeah, and look at this, as I'm talking about, problem solving, peeling back, playing the layers. Who's now looking at 30 seconds left against the Goyo, the Tashanga, the Smoke, which all babes are now gone. That's the final C4 as well. Now it's down to taking those gunfights together for Secret.
Always got to be careful not to overextend here. Monty coming up nice and close to him, distracting him. He might actually land some damage. He's going to get picked by Wizard. Good play from Fnatic. However, they conjure up some momentum. Secret keeps the bay. No plan is on. Smith has the diffuser, and he's been taken down. Citizen in the 1v2. Secret have weathered the storm.
We're talking just a couple more seconds and that attack could have been taken a lot more calculated. But because they were looking at like the last 10 seconds, they were forced to sprint in the building and not able to take the gunfights with enough time to ensure the highest chance of survival. I will say we saw an incredibly beautiful Monty push, right? Monty's in the hallway, extending, unextending, faking out the melees, and you saw the outlines maybe on the back end. There's an attacker pushing the hallway behind the Monty and an attacker who jumped in the window at more or less perfect timing. So even if Monty dies, even if Monty ends up getting counterplayed, the teammates will get the trade game 1-for-1. And it just, again, means the communication is there. They were synchronized. It wasn't about victory, but it was a great attempt of an attack. And that's with losing Deadshot early.
Yeah. Great example about how to use a shield to assist someone jumping in that window, because we saw almost
we just saw the opposite
situation when Secret were on the attack, when it was the Blackbeard trying to play, and the Blackbeard wasn't aggressive enough, ironically, because the Blackbeard is typically a far more aggressive operator than the Monty. But that's the thing about playing a Monty, right? You don't even have to expose yourself that much to put pressure on, because you know one way that you can put pressure on a defender when you're playing Monty that you can't necessarily do with Blackbeard? Just unshield. Yeah. You don't do anything else, just put your shield away, because then suddenly it's like you're saying, hey, I'm about to ADS. You don't have to ADS. But they think you're gonna, because why else would you unshield?
Yeah, it's all about the potential threat. It really is. Okay, we're gonna jump out. No what? He's pulling a Deadshot right now. He's just playing the 4.1 strat, and he's taking down Solid Snake. Deadshot himself on the entry. Denial. Now Monty's in, force of the ADS. If you lose this gunfight, that could just be the round, so Smith will not full commit. But this cannot be understated. This is a huge loss to suffer for Fnatic. Thankfully, they've gotten a ton of map control. They have the box verticality, they got half reach on the Grim, so they still have all the right tools. But it's another 4v5 with less guns on the board because they also have the Monty.
And look, it's not the end of the world because they still have the other critical util, namely the Buck.
Yeah.
Of course, we saw how powerful Vert was for Team Secret on their own attacks. However, you need not just Vert, but you need something to push those players into your Vert, whether it's the Monty or the Grim or perhaps even the Dockerby.
This is where they're going to lose the round. Filtration staircase. If they can get 1 or 2 kills on their Vert with Monty kind of shoving them back into the line of sight, they can win. If they could stall down on the staircase for the next like 30-40 seconds, they will lose some time against the Goyo, the Echo. Even the impact grenades, having 3 available, they can do a huge amount of damage to a Monty. There's the Echo stun, there's the information, and that might just be the round.
Perfect play from Oscar. Team Secret making the most of this util, chaining it together, the smokes, with the Echo drone, with the shot and the timing. That's the kind of chemistry we've been waiting to see from them. Fnatic, desperate, but they see the aggression from Flexi. Pre-fire, eventually Deepak will take him on down. 55 seconds is enough time, but do they have enough manpower to finish this job?
The issue is planning is out of the question now. They know Echo is also available, so they can deny it. They don't have an IQ to figure it out. I don't think they can even call Oscar on the Echo, so to deny him from using the gadgetry. So, in a perfect world, you get a kill or 2 here if you're Fnatic. But how do you get that kill? I don't know. They have 1 more, maybe 2 Yokas left.
Yeah, they just picked 1. There are 2. There's 1 in lab and 1 in lab support. I just noticed on the overlay from Oscar. He's getting called by the Dockerby. That's perfect. He can't use it. However, Mowgli finds 2 big kills. Citizen 1v3, but he's distracted by the crossfire. And he goes down. He will fall to Noah. Team Secret bringing this back to defenses on the trot.
It's funny how we're seeing the exact same, well, okay, it's actually not the exact same, but a similar thing play out for both of these two teams on side swap. The fights are happening in the same area, and they're both facing the same struggles, and after just 2 rounds, it's another tactical timeout, this time from Fnatic. Maybe they gotta go, guys, the aggression, you know, Deadshot dying early, Noah jumping out windows. We need to slow down our game and resynchronize. It's funny because this is the exact position Secret were in themselves, where it falls apart early and they struggle on time, they struggle against the util and don't have the answers. It's gonna be a close game, James, I'm telling you.
And what's more, add to that, the fact that Mowgli is actually getting kills now. I mean, that's his 2nd and 3rd kill of the game, 3 and 7, but without him, Secret might not have gotten that round. Noah even said it. Good shit, Mowgli.
Yep.
Very apt. The thing is now, we got 1 more round before we get the last operator bans to come through. So Fnatic deciding to take this tactical timeout a little bit early, I think it's the right choice. Better to take it at 4-4 than at 4-5.
I'm in a big agreement with that. The only argument that you can have, right, is do you wait until a 3rd operator ban to call it, because that can change the conversation. But looking at what you've lost,
Get the mini tac timeout during the operator video anyway.
that is true.
We can talk anyway, so it's like,
That is true.
may as well take it now, because next round you also get a very small amount of time, but a short chance to talk to coach.
I was thinking, like, they've already lost the Deimos, they've lost the Capital, they've also lost Deadshot, he's out of here.
Bye.
So I was curious, like, is there any sole operator that if they get banned, that you go, oh my god, we should have had a tech timeout for this conversation? And I don't really think so. If they ban the Monty or any shield, you got all the other 3 shields. If they ban the Glash, you have the Ying, the Grim, because they were hovering Monty and Glass there before we had to go for a quick tech. So I don't think there's any big issues there.
I feel like Team Secret are probably going to ban that Monty. Obviously, we haven't seen this 3rd round play out of Team Secret's defense yet, but Fnatic for the first 2 attacks, they rocked the Monty both times. And yes, especially in that 2nd round, they dealt with the Monty really well with that Echo. But from Fnatic, you're probably considering, like, if you want to keep playing the Monty, you can ban that Echo if you want. I honestly think you probably expect the Monty gets banned.
Yeah.
You don't waste a ban on the Echo for it.
Yeah, so that was going to be my question for you. Because one can argue that Echo's a great Monty counter, but I would argue Echo's an even bigger counter to all the other shields because you're more exposed by default. So now you're just giga exposed, right? Is it worth, if you want to play the shields, to just still get rid of the Echo?
My hot take, is this hot take? I think Echo is more valuable against Monty than he is against Blackbeard and Blitz, because
I agree.
Like you said, Blackbeard and Blitz are already somewhat exposed, so Echo doesn't change it as much, as whereas
Monty is like the only way to do it.
Safe as houses
Yeah.
until that Echo stun comes out. That's like, yeah.
I see it. I see it.
If I'm Team Secret, sorry, if I'm Fnatic here, obviously we're not up to the operator bans yet this round, but I genuinely think you ban the Azami. You just ban something which is not necessarily a win or lose for one specific bomb site, but it's just a little bit good on everything. And it also just makes things faster. You also, like, I see so many pro teams forget to run enough DMRs to deal with his army. Or
forget to run the DMRs, he says. Dude, they're itching for the DMRs.
It happens. You need at least, like, ideally, you need 2 DMRs on your roster if you're playing against a good Azami. Just because we're in a meta where you cannot afford to have any operator that is indisposable. Everyone has to have a contingency. Like, you lose your Hibana DMR, that's fine. We've got Solid Snake. You know, he can take, or we got Dockerby, or whatever it is.
Nook.
Yeah, sure. Or whatever it is. Like, you know, Hard Breach. Oh no, we lost our Thermite. It's okay, Monty has tin can openers. I just think that's so important these days.
On the other side, right? Let's say, so you're attacking now. You got to do your operator ban. We're expecting it, maybe a Monty ban, etc. We don't want to go into the Echo ban because we expect the Monty, so we don't care. That's the current plan. What are you going for? Stuff like your Tashanga, Smoke, or Goyo in this case? Because we saw time was been a problem, but both attacks are low on time, and they're getting stalled out at all the choke points on the map. The Goyo is pre-positioned in prep phase, so you can kind of see it, you can maybe twitch on it, you can always frag grenade it, you control when you get rid of it. With Tashanga and with Smoke, you don't have that same benefit. The only way to make the Smoke and Tashanga use it is if you pressure them enough to the point where they feel the need to use it. But you still have to wait for it regardless because you can't push through it. So
Well, yeah.
that could
I
be a
don't
ban.
disagree with you on that. I mean, the Smoke and the Goyo have both been picked every round. In that first top floor defense for Secret, they tripled down.
Tashanka.
The lineup was Tachanka, Smoke, Goyo, Azami, and Mira. And like most people would say, yeah, well, you ban that Mira. I don't think Mira is the problem here, guys.
Nah, I don't think you
She's
do.
been picked once. And yeah, honestly, I think the Smoke is good, especially because you think about that basement. How often do we see people hold on to, I forget the name of that staircase. You mentioned it before. It's Rocket Stairs, is it? The
So
one where
rocket
we
stairs is
always
like
see-
in the lobby where we go up, right, for top floor attack. And then we have filtration stairs that goes
Filtration stairs. That's filtration stairs, the one where we saw the Monty die to the Yokai.
Yeah.
The filtration stairs is just such a classic, like, you play your Smoke there with
every
you
time.
know, Goyo. Yeah. Ban the Smoke or the Azami. I think those are the two most valuable bans that you could probably go for here. Tachanka is obviously really good, but Tachanka without the Smoke and without the Goyo because you're bringing Goyo counters, I don't think that's nearly as much of a problem. Also, if someone is sitting there on their Tachanka fire, like, you know that they've got their gadget out, you can peek them.
So final thought, right? What if you expect the Monty ban, right? So now you ban the Warden and you play Glass Ying every round. Is that like a thing? Because Citizen, okay, so we're back into the game. Citizen was hovering the glass before we had to go into attack. I'm just thinking there's a world where you play the glass now and the Monty and you force their hand that, oh, it's either or, they're gonna play the other. You can then say, we're gonna ban the Warden and we can play Glass Ying because you ban the Monty. Or they try and ban the glass or the Ying as like oh no, we see what they're doing, and now you got the Monty and you got the glass or the Ying. So 2 of the 3 issues. There is that small bit of mind game you can have in an operator ban phase selection when you're showing what kind of option you would like to play in all 3 first rounds. Whereas some teams, they play only the Monty 3 rounds in a row, they know it's gonna get banned away, and then they bring out that plan B. So we'll see.
I'm a big sucker for a Warden ban. I will never dislike it. Even if it's questionable and it doesn't have an impact, I just love seeing Warden ban. I just hate Warden, man. I just don't like... I've complained about it
It's
before.
the SD12 operators, man. You hate Dokkaebi, you hate the Warden.
I'm a Dokkaebi merchant, so... I actually love Dokkaebi, but no, Warden, not a fan.
Oh, sorry, it's the Thorn you hate.
Thorn, yeah.
When Thorn first got reworked, every day you're like, man, I can't wait for her to get banned some more in Pro League, and then she started getting banned in APL quite a lot. Nope.
Yeah, man, look, guilty as charged. The Smoke and the Goyo, by the way, 100% pick rate. For Secret, they've dropped the Azami since the tech pause, the second time around. But yeah, the Glaz is still very much present. I want to know how that
You know what's going to happen here, right?
used.
We're going to have
die to the vert.
Deadshot's going to try and fish to EMP the... Oh, that's a retake right under the staircase. That's huge. Air jab doesn't go through either, so now they got staircase control. It's going to make the attack difficult. I was going to say, Deadshot wants to EMP the ward, but the Solus remotely overswings into a DMR. Like you said, there's a strong weapon, and he gets shot down. So does Oscar. So does Noah. And just like that, you know, Fnatic from 1 point in here by pillar position, they get all the kills.
Nice shot, though, from Drills.
He needs one more.
Patient to peek this from Citizen, but he needs to make sure not to overextend. Flexi, I thought he might have had a big flank to try and clutch up the round, but not to be. Fnatic erupt. Really hinged on that big 2K with the bearing 9 from Citizen, the Glaz, but a great execute nonetheless. Team Secret blew their load a little bit too early there, Pengu. They went for that big flank. Love the idea, countering the Nomad, going for a play, but Fnatic were ready to contain it. And now the moment of truth. Pengu, what's it going to be? Will we see that Monty ban? Surely.
Monty, Tachanka, Smoke, Goyo, Asami. That's like our big cook up here.
I want to see Smoke. They're going to ban something boring. I can.
Goyo, Thermite ban?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thermite ban's a troll. Just calling it.
Okay.
Thermite ban's a troll secret. I don't know what you're doing, guys.
There is the world where they're expecting a Mira ban, and so if you ban the Kaid, obviously we're talking about wall destruction. The only third operator that can kind of do wall disruption properly is going to be Mira putting the mirror windows outside, and Thermite cannot deal with that, right? So if you're thinking they're gonna ban the mirror, you ban the Thermite response. Now they have to still struggle at the breaches and get like a small hole, etc. But yeah, that's not really what happened. So now the Thermite ban feels like kind of low value, if you ask me, because now Mirror will just stop the Thermite if it was on the board. On The flip side, speaking of Secret going too early on their push, I think they must have recognized, hey, there's a thatch in the ball when Mowgli died. They already knew the Muncie was there, the glass, etc. They thought if we let them get to bombs and execute, they're gonna EMP our solids. We have no clue the plan is going down, and we just lose. So they thought we gotta do a disruptive play and stop them from getting there. And it was win or lose on that push.
Yeah, credit to Fnatic, they're pretty prepared for that kind of active defense. They're happy to say, okay, press pause on our attack and just play defense for a second. Counter all the flanks, take a little bit of map control, and consolidate what we've got. Yeah, I don't mind the Goyo ban. Like we said, Smoking Goyo have been picked every round. But as you mentioned, the Goyo you can counter in the mid-round.
Yeah.
Right? You can bring Twitch or grenades or some other util, but you can't do that with the smoke. You can't counter him in the mid-round unless if you actually kill smoke himself. Can EMP smoke though.
Yeah, technically true. Not for a Thatcher in this round though. But Deepak on the Sophia, an operator that got a very small change which massively increased the pick rate. Went from a 1 speed to a 2-2. So all of a sudden with that, Sophia gets picked a lot more commonly. Got the can opener, hot destruction, the gadget soft breaching. Flexi gets shot down early on the mirror. There's a C4 gone. And of course a huge man advantage here for Fnatic. With still 2 minutes to go. You know, they've done a great job. Tashan gets dead as well. Mowgli on half HP. This is Secret fighting too early and too willingly, I think. Because they're playing for fallback. They're playing for plant denial. They're playing to play in close quarter positions. Yet they're seemingly taking these fights in the wrong area of the map.
Big moment for Fnatic if they can convert the 5v3. They guarantee a point on the board. They'll get into that top 4 with that point. Big kill from Drills though. Wizard goes down. A little bit quieter since the rehost compared to what we saw from him on defense.
He's fishing, James.
Deepak, if he gets info, that double tap would get him a free kill, but I don't think he's going to have... Never mind! He gets it onto Mowgli! So well baited!
They're playing perfectly. They're breaching the wall while he's looking through that mirror window angle and he said, hey, he's there now, he's peeking. And he just double pump from below and it will kill most defending operators if you're in close proximity. Fnatic now have the Blackbeard for push, Sophia stun, 1 more in pocket, plus a Solid Snake scanner for intel. They can easily find the whereabouts of Noah and Drills, and there's no more smokes. The only way to get an easy kill here is going to be a C4 or a nice shot from Noah.
Yeah. Noah's been spotted now. It's a reposition, 3 players to enter
there,
R6 room. Drills needs to come and support. Good angle from Noah, bit of damage. Nitro comes out, does not land. The nade forcing him back. He's still worried about that Blackbeard, but there's also an entrance into side elsewhere. He has a good crossfire from Drills, but he gets peeked by Smith. Good first one from Drills, but not to be. Recomposure from Fnatic, and they have claimed match point.
I feel like this is the battle of Smith versus Flexi on the shields, because the shield operators have been the #1 pressure point for both of these two teams' attacks. And there's a huge difference in how they're using them, right? Flexi is often never ADSing, not taking the fights, and his teammates are not really synchronizing that aggression together. This is the 2nd or 3rd time now where Smith has like peeked for info with the Blackbeard in this round early, and then he goes back around the doorway, says 3, 2, 1, he swings ADS with Citizen, and then Deepak holding the cutoff. It's a huge difference.
That was genius from us, bro. What the fuck? We've never done that before.
That was genius.
That was genius from us. That's such a Ben thing to say. Citizen
I
is...
love that you called it as well, Nick, right before it happened.
It's just good. It's really good. It's the same thing like when Noah has the C4 on the Warden there in the 2v3. The second he throws it and it doesn't find a kill or like an injured, you pretty much go from like, let's say, in very positive terms here, a 50-50 even matchup. It's not really 50-50 because you're down a player, but it's close to, I think, like a 40%. The second that C4 misses and Blackbeard is like more than half HP, you go from like a 50-50 to like a 20-80 against you. Like, it's so cooked. Because the only way to basically kill the Blackbeard without suffering a casualty is the C4. Because if they do it correctly, they will double triple swing and they will trade 1-for-1 worst case. That leaves your 1 defender against them 2 attackers while they still have the Solid Snake gadget or Sophia concussion and whatever else. So, small things make a huge difference. So far, I'm really digging Smith here on the shields in general. I think he's been the most instrumental player on the attacks.
I love to see that as well for Smith, a young up-and-coming
British
player that we haven't seen a lot of in the past. He's made his debut recently into Tier 1, and... Sorry, not British, I was getting him and Wizard confused. He's Ukrainian, I believe. Very excited to see what he can to do with this roster has been that secret ingredient on the shields for FNC. And right now, I think Secret must be regretting the lack of...
No
2D Mars. We also have the Monty brought back again. We thought the Monty might get banned on out. But no, Secret say it's okay. We know we can always play that Echo instead.
The thing is,
Of course, they did a very good job of killing the Monty last time.
Echo works really well once, because now you're like aware of it. Because Echo's pick rate is still relatively low in the current era of Siege, and it did work early on. Now Smith's gonna be very conscious of that. Say, guys, I cannot push the staircase until we call the Echo. So he wants to yellow ping the Yokai drone, so they get the ping onto Echo. Now they can call the Echo, now they can push if that's what they want to do. That's the time that they have. Oscar has to answer every single call, because if he doesn't, he loses access to the Yokai for the rest of the round. So they just gotta time it.
And they can just spam call him. And look, Citizen has 4 calls in pocket. As soon as the Monty starts to execute onto Flexi, that's Citizen's time to just continue spam calling Oscar.
They're just gonna wait. They're gonna burn out the final toxic bait, then call the Echo, then go. It sucks waiting here for 35 seconds straight, but they quite literally have no other choice. Surely not. That's a DMR?
Yep. Great minds.
Oh, man.
I like this from Drills. I think that they've got the read, so here comes the call onto Oscar. He's now answering his phone.
They don't swing
But it
together.
doesn't matter! Flexi still gets away with the kill onto the Montaigne. FN still managed to recompose. Deadshot has to get active. Indeed, he does. Big kill for him. F2 massively active. 2 players on the flank now from Secret. Fnatic dive into the bomb site. Is there an ability now to retake? The hatch is being watched by Deadshot. With this F2, he's already found 2 big kills. And now an opportunity for Fnatic to close up this round. Secret must retake. As Noah, he's the last man standing because Drills has just dropped the hatch straight into the waiting arms. A Deadshot! And the Swiss goes massive with a 4K on the round to frag the hell out for Fnatic.
Fnatic, they're great these dynamic rounds, right? Whenever they get double flanked or Secret try and go for a disruptive play, they flip it. They push deep bomb side. It was a good execute and whatever else. Honestly, Fnatic have impressed me with today's performance.
Phenomenal showing from Fnatic. Another big win over the board. And we'll break that down after this break.
Fucking play good.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the go, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
Fnatic lock in a huge victory with 3 points going their way, and we get to speak to Citizen. Not only to congratulate him, welcome Citizen to the interview, not only to congratulate him with the 3 points, but also with the qualification to playoffs. With this victory, you've now made sure that you're going to be playing playoffs. That must be an amazing feeling after having only just joined Fnatic.
Yeah, very good to make playoffs, obviously, and good to beat my old team to make it there.
I was going to ask you about that, Ben. Obviously, you played on Secret for kickoff, didn't maybe go so well with the results now on Fnatic. How did you feel going up against the old team? Did you have any tips and tricks for the players?
Honestly, we played them in that Belgium Masters thing, and that thing was the easiest thing ever. So we just went in the same mindset, like this is going to be easy, and it was. They just, I don't know, like just kind of a walk in the park, winning gunfights, knowing what they're doing. Like didn't do anything special, can't use shields. Like yeah, just easy game.
Speaking about you, Citizen, and your performance, and also Deadshot, I think in general I've noticed some kind of resurgence from players with a lot of experience that have played on many different rosters, and that arriving with this roster, you two especially have stepped up drastically. It's like it's your best performance on the team for years. Deadshot's probably the same as well since his days with Genji. So what do you think is the reason that you two guys with such experience, so many different rosters you've played with, so many different events, it's the roster right now where you're performing the best?
Honestly, this seems like a little bit different from the ones that I've been in. Like the vibes, it was kind of like strange. I was just coming into a team, I was expecting like, I barely know these guys really, like especially like Deadshot. So coming in and I was thinking like, yeah, I might have to take like a month, to warm myself up, and like we just clicked like instantly. I don't know what it was, but like, everyone just gelled, we were having fun with each other, and yeah, I think that's why we're kind of performing like a little bit better than before.
Sounds awesome. Sounds very, very good. We hear you being very vocal during the games as well. Looking back at this one and maybe the stage overall, making it to playoffs, what are you most proud of with the team?
The mental resilience, really. Like against Rebels, for example, kind of just trolled, and the same with Falcons. Like those games, we just didn't really lose because of like strats or they played better. It was just lost because like we just in our own heads. And now finally we're spinning it around, especially with the Twisted Mind coming back as well. I think that really like gave us a boost, in helping our mental, like not dropping those games.
Yeah, I think that was a great example there for mental resilience. Citizen, thank you so much for your time and good luck with your final game tomorrow against G2.
Yep, thank you. See ya.
Good to hear from Citizen and also about this whole stage in general, his own performance, but the team, the things he's proud of. But again, mental resilience shows how they keep on winning these 3 points and lock themselves in for playoffs.
And I think we heard that in the mental as well, in the comms, that he was the one trying to pull the team together, trying to have the same momentum.
We hear it there.
yeah, and like it's important. It's important to praise your teammates. Like when he did this move, by the way, like it's not only that he's praising his teammates. Like, after he did this, he said like, I just battered them. I'm just so much better. We're just winning every gunfight. I remember also Deadshot said something like this when they said, oh, they're just rushing. Deadshot said, no, they're not rushing. We're just actually ending the round earlier because we're beating them so hard. And it's exactly the kind of like confidence we want, the fun that we want. I think very important here, by the way. They started losing quite a lot when Secret went back and it was 4-4. There was the tag timeout, and into it there was the rehost. They used this time to cool down, and then straight after they win the round. That's very important. I think brings back the whole momentum, and that was such a big momentum shift. As you can see on your screen, 3 rounds in a row after that tag timeout.
I think Ben said he was proud of it, Citizen said he was proud of it as well. But I think realistically that's been the big change from Fnatic. Yes, we can talk about meta changes and player changes, but previous Fnatics of old really would have crumbled in a lot of those scenarios, and they're not crumbling now. They're getting over the line. That clean 3 points victory, it sets them into playoffs. We will see Fnatic next week in the playoffs, chancing their arm, trying to qualify to EWC, but it also puts them in the best possible position that they have to make top 4 as well, which is massive, because again, it gives you a much better chance of making it.
Yeah, it's 2 years since they made it to playoffs, right? You think about 2025, they were dead last in stage 1. So it's an incredible resilience from this team in general that we're seeing. And we're happy to see them in playoffs, of course. There are still a few more spots to be decided in playoffs. And we have 2 potential contenders going up against each other in our next match here of the day. Twisted Minds and GK. Now, I would like to take a look at the leaderboards and our standings for these 2 teams, because prior to the stage, I think we would have assumed that these 2 teams are going to be in their opposite positions in the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, we would have assumed that Twisted Minds, top 4 in the world with the Salt Lake City Major, would be up there, would be established in the top 4 of EML. And then realistically, GK, with how difficult they struggled in kickoff, they didn't look good. They made a lot of roster changes. We didn't anticipate necessarily that they would be doing so hot. And I think the context of Fnatic's victory just there, putting Fnatic onto 14 points, really puts pressure on both GK and Twisted Minds, because GK are chasing that 4th spot. They probably will make playoffs regardless with 12 points, in all honesty. But then Twisted Minds, if they don't win this game, if they put themselves, you know, out of this game, they could put themselves not fully mathematically out, but they could put themselves very much out of contention.
And just highlighting Twisted Minds in those standings here, it's so important for them. But look at the form here. Look at the 4 different losses in a row. Look at 7 points here. Even if they win 3 points against GK today, even if they take 3 points away from GK, they're still 2 points behind them. They're just jumping over Shifters and Rebels for realistically trying to fight for that 6th spot. So for Twisted Minds, it feels like a miracle run. They have to win this in regulation. They have to win Jamor in regulation. They absolutely need this.
Let's talk about Twisted Minds a little bit, because they started the stage so well, you know, just off the back of that great run in Salt Lake City, and then losses. I mean, they had to play with subs as well, right? Good to confirm that today they will be playing with their regular lineup, but it still seems like a bit of a momentum shift for that roster.
I think disruption can be massive to a roster. I think this team deals with disruption well. We've seen various iterations of the same group of 7 or 8 individuals on this kind of roster for years at this point. Ultimately, you know, they threw Mad Skills in there, they threw Key in there, but the guy on your screen, Dov, will be back. This is the full 5, and this is what they wanted. And then going into this, you can see that how it's affected their momentum. You see the Twisted Minds last 4 losses in a row, Leo, and I think that's been big impact, has been the fact that they have been playing with the subs.
And that's the big story for me. You look at DK, 11 out of 12 possible points in the last 4 matches. You look at Twisted Minds, 1 point out of 12 possible. So like the momentum is completely different from one to the other. One started off the right way and then have been crumbling the last 4 play days. GK, they felt alive. Something shifted for this team all the way back to the Heretics game where they won in overtime. After this, they started dominating. Not only beating teams that are struggling or that are in the middle of the table, Shifters and Rebels, but also beating Falcons. That's a team that really is coming to become one of the favorites, not only for playoffs, but maybe even to take that 4th spot that was left by Twisted Minds to go to EWC.
Yeah, I feel like that big victory over Falcons is a good one for GK, right? We talk about a momentum shift for their potential to overtake that other MENA organization inside this matchup. And Groovy, the guy on our screens, was in the interview last week as well, talking about this assigned underdog position actually gave them the fire to really step it up and force their way into playoffs positions.
If I was them, I'd be playing with a chip on my shoulders, I think, you know. The transfers in maybe didn't get the most the most love on social media, you know, especially, and let's be fair, some of the previous players, and when we were the same, we criticised it, Wrexham played really, really well in kickoff. You know, Hungry is a beloved player. Packbull was a beloved player. So to make such drastic roster decisions, and obviously to take heat from the community as well, I think, yes, you'll take that heat, but also you use it as your own motivation. They started the stage off not so well, but I guess they kind of trusted the process. They knew that they could come good. And I think what's important with GK as well, they really play to their strengths. The guy on your screen there, Sarks, but also Yoga as well, both of them really play well off the back of actions from elsewhere. They've now got Grubby playing the shield, being aggressive, you know, in that front line, and then from there, the Magic players on this team can make a huge impact.
And as we see the players on the screen here, I just think of a revenge tour, you know? I think of Ask, who's trying to prove that he was worth to be imported to Brazil. Yoga, who is trying to prove that he was worth it to be imported from NA. I felt what it was like to go in a roster when you've been an import. The pressure of an organization financing your visa, the fact that they're paying for you to fly to a whole different region, the fact that they're making sure that you have a setup in a foreign country. All of this investment that an organization puts on you when you're an import. I personally, I felt that pressure when I played in NA, and I felt that pressure even more when I played in Asia. And I think that players like Yoga, players like Ask, they can feel that pressure as well. And I think they're trying to prove it now. It feels like a revenge tour for that team.
Can I tell you what I am disappointed by so far with DK? Only 2 out of the 5 players have got some shirts going on in the background.
Yeah, but we see a different shirt for Sarks every single week.
Sarks has changed it up. He went for 1 last week, then 2, and now he's at a different shirt this week as well. And it looks like UPOS joined him. So the team are very much bonding.
I don't know what's going on. Like, you guys were talking about the players, but all I could focus on was like, hey, that's yet another shirt in the... Maybe we're in World Cup time. I understand it, right? There's a lot going on in regards to sports in the world.
Sarks need to celebrate something, right? Because he won't celebrate Italy in the World Cup.
Country is not gonna... that one's gonna hit hard in the Italian feelings. But whilst we have so much going on in the world, I think we focus back on this game here, and we focus on the map veto to see where this best of 1 will be going to. Nighthaven Labs, that was the big game that we talked about with GK, the potential momentum shifter with that overtime win.
Yeah, that's the moment where I think everything shifted for this team. The start of this huge 4-win streak. That was against Team Heretics. It was a really bad game. I will say this. It was a bad game because both teams were struggling. Both teams couldn't attack, right?
Yeah, they couldn't attack. It was a bad game, but it was a very supple performance from GK. They managed to find that comeback and show the resilience, and it was the start of their momentum. So the one thing that I'm looking for, it's not their defensive half, which they will be starting on, it's their attacking half. How can they improve on that half specifically?
And for Twisted Minds, it's a map that they actually love. You know, it's one of the biggest preference map. They played it at Salt Lake City. They beat Weibo on it. It was a really close game, 8-7. And they also had a dominating victory 7-2 at kickoff. It's a map that they don't get to play very often. And
P9.
I was about to say, can we start the game? But no, P9 disagrees.
Well,
I think he's done it. He's done it last time as well. Last time I saw this guy, I was like, we're gonna go into the game. He just left his chair and went for a toilet.
How do we always capture it when he leaves?
How many times can this guy get to toilet break as we were about to start the game?
I don't know, maybe some pre-game notes.
Maybe we go.
But hopefully he returns to his chair very soon because the lobby is ready, the game is ready to start. So we'll send it back to our casters.
Thank you very, very much. It's time to get into Nighthaven Labs. Pengu, this is a big one. Of course, both of these teams having a very solid chance of making it to playoffs, but surprisingly, Twisted Minds, who have the favor in terms of the community poll, have actually had a really shocking stage 1. Despite their successes in Salt Lake City, they haven't been able to replicate that so far. While they do have an outside chance of making playoffs, they're currently all the way down in 3rd last place on the standings. They need a full 3-point win here for sure.
They gotta feel a bit desperate in the server. They got that pressure on them. The thing about when a team like Twisted Minds, you know, they go from domestic play here in EML to international grounds is there's a huge ping difference, I imagine. I don't know the exact numbers actually, but there's gonna be some. And that's gonna change the playstyle slightly. I actually thought the Twisted Minds would do better at home because they're used to that environment of having a slightly higher ping than when they went to LAN. But they proved that wrong because they did great internationally and now they've had a little bit of a struggle. Robbie getting called out there in chat saying, don't turn off your camera. We just saw that it's still on, so that's a good sign. The real question is, where's P9? Is the man in his chair or is man still gone? Because like the desk said, every time we see to start the matchup, he has places to be, and it's not at the... Oh, there he is. Okay, he's here.
Love to see that. So I'm looking at the results of these teams so far, and there's something that these two teams have in common. Their last 4 matches. They're on a streak, Pengu. The GK have had 4 wins in a row. Twisted Minds have had 4 losses in a row. Not the kind of streak that you want to be having. Twisted Minds have lost to Virtus Pro, Secret, G2, and Fnatic. And particularly losing to Secret is a bit of a head-scratcher in Secret's current form. GK on the flip side, they beat Heretics, Shifters, and then Falcons, and then Rebels, which is just a huge moment for GK. Big ups. Of course, they were one of the other teams that made really dramatic roster changes. They're currently in a playoffs position in 5th, but they can very much quite easily be overtaken. I mean, even losing this game to Twisted Minds will then go just 2 points below them on the standings. So GK have to be careful, don't rest on their laurels. They need to keep finding points here. Twisted Minds, it's now or never.
Also, mind you, the very first play day, GK should have beaten G2 as well, but you know, a comeback happened. They lost in overtime, I believe, or something like that. So GK could have had, in theory, an even stronger start to the stage than what they did. So far, though, it's going to be GK on the defense, is sitting back, waiting for Twisted Minds to get into an attacking position, because right now they're on the roof. They're still taking their sweet time breaching this wall. They are really fighting for it. We saw an Examic Q bear being tossed on out. That's going to slow them down even further. I think they got the Mars to clear it. But this does feel like a little bit of a toothless attack for Twisted Mind standards, no? We're talking Nomad, Gridlock, Grim, Thatcher. If they jump in the window and get injured, solo bolo, no follow-up, they just... Oh, I guess it's frozen. But it's fine. The second C4 gets tossed out, and that one will get the job done.
Flashbang away!
Frozen AK EMP'd, I guess. That's a start to a round. And a half.
Love a bit of a chaotic start. Love a bit of aggression.
I say they have no teeth, and then Hashim's just in the window. He's just flying in the building with no follow-up, and he's dead. It's a very Hashim thing to do in a very Twisted Minds, kind of like, they're not going to expect it, we're going to do it. This is GK. They're very clearly ready to swing when you enter the building, and that's why nobody else has been allowed in, really. They're in connector, they're trying to pressure the back portion, but they also have 2 members here in Garage Door and Garage Window who seem low-key stuck outside the building still. Oh, the timing! No.
Oh, as you say that, J-Lad makes his way immediately up the stairs and Trix pushes in through IT, taking advantage of that chaos and confusion. As the American wants to make a swing. See you later, Dove. Big kill. However, Uport quickly taken down. Now it's just the 2 imports on GK. And unfortunately, P9 has the number for Yoga. It's Ask trying to get back in the side. Nice shot with the SMG-11.
1 HP.
1v2 is so winnable here. He has a Nitro cell, and Trix is very low. Out comes the Nitro. That's a big throw! Massive!
9 bullets.
Trix goes down. J-Lad now has to clutch up Ask on 1 HP, but he wins it anyway! Big 1v3 for the Brazilian to get GK their first round.
And what did Leo say right before this game? When you're an import player, there's that added pressure on you because they got your visa covered, they're flying you out, you're living in a foreign country, and they're financing the whole thing. Leo himself, Alfma, felt that pressure when he was an import in North America and in Asia. But he said players like Yogg and players like Ask, that he believes that they can actually thrive in that pressure and they can be those star players. Very first round, Ask is in an impossible position to win. 1 HP, 9 bullets with the SMG-11, and yet he finds a round victory. He played the positional game perfectly. He hit the shot, got the C4 in, somehow got it right in between the 2 softballs and gets the kill, and then it's just thriving in the chaos. The enemy didn't know where he was. If he had been back to Aqua Hallway or was pouring on the ground, so he gets that final kill for free. Twisted Minds a great push there and Cat with Raptors, taking down Grubby on the Asami. It was so effortlessly done. But then this happened. The C4, thread the needle.
And here's the final kill as well. I mean, prone.
Nice.
Let's go!
I just hear say
moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Oh man, it does not matter what region in the world you're watching, whether it's APAC, Europe, North America, or Latin America. You always got Brazilians. There are Brazilians in North American League, right? Surely there are at least a few. I mean, Kano for one.
Yeah, well.
So we have Brazilians in every single league except CNL.
I mean,
And we
it's
have
only a matter of time.
well, we have coaches there, so
Yeah.
I love that. I just love how pervasive Brazilians are in Rainbow Six. You cannot get rid of them.
It's one of those things where like the region started doing so well that everyone else started importing them, and let's say Brazil as a region of its own, let's say they fell off a cliff and they stopped winning any events for the next 5 years. You would probably still have so many Brazilian import players in other regions that would probably still be doing well or winning in those import spots. Like, we're not gonna get rid of them, and I'm so for it because they built a great story being, you know, once upon a time the new kids in the block, to being the most aggressive region in the world, to being the least structured, etc., to now just being the world beaters. Like, they keep making super team after super team. They win. The longevity of a team like FaZe Clan, for example, the new kids in the block like WCMS/Furia, it's been a great story to follow. But here in EML, it's GK Twisted Minds battling it out, and no one is taking any real damage. But as I say it, P9 gets swung by Grubby, who goes big for 1 and 2.
Oh. Love to see that. Might be a slow rate of fire, but that UMP packs a punch if you land those shots, and Grubby does not miss. 2 big kills, and what a great set of ops to take down early. Grubby might bite off a little bit more than... No, never going. He finds a 3rd one. See you later. And Jalad goes down. 3 kills, finally put to rest by Trix with the R4C. It's just him and Dovakin left. Almost finds a nice angle. This is a really hard angle to fight. He's not likely to get the angle here. I don't think he's going to win this. I have a bad feeling for him. He's going up against us, man. Have you seen what that guy can do?
He's going to stick the corner now. He's been chilling C4 tossing out. He's going to stay his Skylar, I think, in the high area. Yep, he's not going to give it up. So he can like fight for the breach, he can fight for the vert. They're just like not giving them anything for free. So Dove has to be the playmaker instead, drops down the hatch, has to find the pick.
30 seconds. Oh, bit of damage. Didn't even see where that went from exactly. They're both on that bulletproof camera. They don't realize it, but there's only one player in the bomb site right now, and it's Ask, and he claims both of the final 2 kills. Keeping his momentum from the first round. Ask is cold in the second. GK 2 rounds straight. And Twisted Minds, probably twisting in their chairs right now.
They need some changes. I mean, when I think of this roster, I think of chaos. I want to see the Solid Snake. I want to see a Shield Operator. I want to see some pace and some momentum in the server because they're playing for execute. They're playing step 1, 2, 3, and they're doing it very, very safely for the most part. Quite slow. Like 1 minute 37, they only entered lobby, and then they lose a player outside the building right after on the window. Like, they don't have adequate map control. They don't have operators that can, like, take these fights very convincingly. Sure, they have Pin on the demos, but he took a fight without using the gadget to Grubby and just died. So you don't find any value. So like I said, a shield, Solid Snake, some pace, some good guns. You need to fight GK right now on the server 1-to-1. It's not going to be about can you breach the wall correctly in the perfect spot. It's not going to be about can you get the perfect flank drone. It's going to be about your entry. It's going to be about that initial foothold in the building and getting a kill during so.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, TM cannot afford to take a while to warm up into this game. Pengu, they really need the full 3 points out of this one. Like we've said before, currently in 3rd last place. You need to get top 6 to make it into the playoffs. And right now you've got Shifters, Rebels, and GK all above them, gatekeeping them out of those spots. And if Twisted Minds don't win today, their chances of making it to the playoffs are almost 0. The only universe where TM lose this game and still make top 6 is a really unlucky scenario for Rebels and Shifters where they lose both their games today, and then when they play each other next week, Shifters win in overtime, and even then, Twisted Minds has to win next week against Heretics. So realistically, like, you cannot afford to lose this game for TM. They have to win here, and 0-2 down at the start is not off to a good start, so they need to kick into gear.
Yeah, it's a matter of keeping your own fate in your own hands and control versus relying on external factors to get you that final bit of distance. They've gotten a solid snake, by the way, but they're still missing the shield operator. GK did target ban the Monty and the Blitz, but I'm just thinking to myself, there is a Blackbeard, there is a Fuse if you're feeling keen, but they're not really happy to play it just yet. Maybe trying to stay off the Blackbeard for the first 3 rounds to save it for the last half of attack, but when you're down 0-2, it just feels like it's a bit risky. This is tertiary attack though, it's gonna be statistically easier for them now than ever. But I gotta work the verticality because Yog's in the basement. They got leash mines on the side that can play a human on the window, jumping for information as well. And there hasn't been an opening pick. There hasn't been a ton of map control gained either. Twisted Minds, 3 attackers still outside the building, but Yog turned his back to a breach, I guess, and now they're planning and they got the pick.
Oh, this is huge.
Yeah, I think
Where's
it's
the
free.
info here for GK to deny that plan? The plan is going down. It's confirmed. GK took way too much time trying to hold on to that position. Twisted Minds just cleaned it up. Nice idea here from Upor to keep the barriers and try and solidify his position in IT, but just look at where TM have gone outside the building. Ask back on his feet. Now, technically, there are numbers in the advantage for GK, but Hasham has certainly got something to say about that. You've got players above and players below the bomb site. Player on rappel. Grubby goes flying. Ask is just going to have to desperately try and make this work, and he's going to get spotted by Jalad on the window. The DMR coming in handy to deal with that keeper barrier. Nice play from Upor. It's not going to land, and the time will tick away.
Beautiful.
And so Twisted Minds will finally get onto the board.
I mean, they literally get 1 kill on the server, Yog in the basement, and then the round is completely over. It's a phenomenal post plant. He banned in the basement, Flores DMR, upside down rappel in the window as well. There's no way to lose that unless you let go of your mouse and keyboard, frankly. I don't know if Yog didn't realize that Hibana had breached the wall behind him. He was looking up the vert 2 floors above him for IT breach, and he just gets shot in the back. And, you know, this moment he impacts the floor and he's exposing his own location by holding that angle. He's showing, hey, I'm down here, I'm a Solis, you're gonna wanna kill me before you're going for a bomb site execute, and he just didn't really pay attention to that. So very, very small thing there that falls apart for GK. Operator bans have gone out, it's gonna be a Grim and a Mira. So a big focus here for Twisted Minds to make sure the walls all get opened up. And I think also maybe there's a world here where they were fearing the possibility of a thermite ban, because that's just gonna make it, you know, again, just like we saw in the previous game with Fnatic and Secret, so much harder to breach. With the mirror being banned away, Bandit and the Kite, you can play Thermite on a, you know, half the rounds. Just slap it on IT breach, pop it open, you're happy as ever, if that's what you want to go for. Because with that mirror window potential, it stops it.
Interestingly, Twisted Minds actually only picks the Thermite for basement. They played Hibana and Tin Can openers on the other side, but the Grim was how they were getting Tin Can openers into their lineup. So now that that's gone, they'll go for a Capitao instead, which I think is just as good. Like, I don't know, I know Grim is great, and people love Grim. I've just never been super onto the Grim train. I've never seen him as powerful as a lot of these other power-ups, and I think Capitao is still kind of underutilized by teams that maybe haven't just figured out the best places to put the Capitao fires. I feel like Tricks playing the Capitao here instead of that Grim, that's not a huge loss here for Twisted Minds.
That could be a buff. As Grim is about getting information, and Capitao can kind of just like get you a kill or force movement, which in turn can get you map control. I'm very much admire that Capitao is like one of the most flexible operators in the game. He now has DMR, he's got Heartbeat, he's got the fire,
Resilient.
yeah, he's, you know, from the best place in the world to Siege, what's on above, an air jab, a flashbang, a fight downstairs, Grubby again successful, shots on Jill at bottom of Garage.
Aggro Nomad's a cool play. Attempting getting some info. Disrupting Dove there from Grubby. Here comes the
What is this?
Mask. This is cheeky. Just waiting for the push to come through. Here comes that Nitro.
Beautiful.
Lot of damage. Wow. It does clear out the keeper barrier, but it doesn't matter because Grubby quickly replaces it with another one, and Dove has actually been injured. They actually could reinforce this over if they want. It would be, oh my god, it's a swing quickly. Grubby finds the injured player, but does get traded back. I'd say that's not the end of the world here for Twisted Minds, but they are still fighting from behind.
And the wall is still not reinforced out, but they're gonna just play the long lines of fight, I guess. They got the Nari lasers, got a shotgun up close, they have a Warden for any potential smoker from the camp outside. They got all the right tools with GK. Just gotta maintain crossfire, gotta maintain that discipline. If you overswing now and just die to your DMR, that is how you lose the round.
Big out of the swinging Sarks wants something, and indeed he does die to a DMR. You called it. But meanwhile, Ask also found his pick, and so Hashom and P9 are now pretty awkwardly trying to pick this round back up, get it back on its feet. But the diffuser has been lost on the mezzanine, and now Ask is playing up close and personal. Yogg with Hashom into a 1v3 position. DMR, or rather the F90 in close range, up against the shotgun. It's not going to come up. No, the Brazilian is continuing to tear Twisted Minds apart. GK have really found their footing now. It's a 3-1 lead, and Twisted Minds cannot afford to lose any more attacks.
I really love just watching how Grubby is floating on the map at the current minute and how Ask is supporting him. Grubby has had a great couple of play days now. We saw in the analyst test before this match started showing some of the highlight reels, the 4K, etc. He's very clearly just feeling himself, right? He's taking the fight, he's playing the strong positions on rafters, he's playing the Asami. He is a playmaker. And then usually you have Ask right behind him, and he's there to say, if they 2v1 you, I'll make it a 2v2. If you die, I'll swing off your contact. When they start flashing you because we don't have a Jaeger or my, I'll throw out my C4 in a trade, because either I'm gonna stop the push or I'm gonna delay the push so that you can see again and you're no longer flashbanged. It's how they play that catwalk Raptors position. So Ask can play off the contact of Grubby. Grubby has the confidence to just make play after play, and they are quite literally 2v5 or 2v3 stopping the main push. So Twisted Minds, despite, except the one-round victory, they never have gotten the initial foothold. They've never gotten the main push to be worked out. It's always been stopped dead in its tracks. And that's thanks to Ask and Grubby single-handedly. The rest of the team, they're there. Sax has 1 kill, Yogg has 2, you first 2, but they're only needed when Grubby and Ask eventually fall. Which, Ask has died a single time so far. He's always there to pick up kills.
7-1, by the way. 7-1. He's a farmer. He knows how to get the job done.
10 seconds
Also,
to go.
can I say, running bulletproof camera on Goyo, that's a team player right there. I would
seconds
never.
left before
I'd be running
insertion.
impacts every day of the week.
Attackers are moving
saying.
out to locate
It's
a
always
bomb
about
and
value,
defuse
right? This is a long-term talking point that I've always been a fan of. Passive versus active value. Like, you can play impacts. You can die with them in pocket. They'll do nothing for you. You can play barbed wire, a BP, beep boops, as we call them, motion detectors. You get passive value knowing that staircase is clear, knowing they can't go for a rush in that area, knowing you have some sort of information. Reloading! Impacts and C4s don't give you that. They can get you a kill, they can get you a leverage somewhere on the map in the middle of the round, but they don't guarantee to do it every single time. I'm a barbed wire believer.
Knock, knock.
I love Bob. Can't fault a little bit of spaghetti. Yeah, don't you call barbed wire spaghetti?
No.
No, have you never done that?
No,
You've never been like,
I call them barbed wire.
hey Nick, sorry, can you clear this spaghetti for me? You've got nades.
We got
You've never done that before.
bubbles. That's Maestro's evil eye. That's a bubble. Can openers is the secondary hobby gadget, right? There are those kind. I've not had spaghetti before, no.
You gotta be like, hey mate, can you clear my spaghetti? No, sorry, I got can openers. And it's like, mate, what are we doing? Is this a cooking show or?
I keep on wondering what's the need of this, but it's about like streamlining communication and making long words short or whatnot, and making things just like very relevant and unique. A lot of different teams in different regions will have.
And also just for the vibes, like, so if
The
someone,
vibes.
like, for example, the C4 call out, like pre-play C4. I know some people say boom. I say mango. More fun, better vibe.
We use cat or dog depending on like if we have 1 or 2 C4s. Like different ways of doing it.
Oh, nice.
Resort Mine stops the
Love the
push.
play here.
You can try and
Yeah,
bait it
Resort
out, but it's
Mine.
hard.
Yeah, it puts Trix in a very difficult position now. However,
done for.
may not realize he's playing.
He's so done
against two
for.
people here. Forward out. Oh, what a great shot!
They traded.
And he somehow manages to melee trade as well. Surely he's gonna kill Trix. And it looks like the Italian needs no spaghetti. All he's got is a scorpion, and it packs a punch. Hashom now 1v5 as he finds the first kill onto Yogg. Desperate times, though, called for desperate measures as his final flashbang goes out. He needs to waltz straight into this crossfire and find every single kill. Upor on the other side with a DMR at the ready will finish him off, and GK find a 4th round. Twisted Minds are struggling as this round and this game starts to run away from them.
Oh, it's a tag timeout into what should just be Sarks dying for free. It's a 2v1 Blackbeard Ram. You have grenades and soft destruction. You have a shield. Sarks is like 30 HP. And then he gets not just the 1 kill, he trades against the Blackbeard gadget, wins the second melee because that's how priority works now. Defenders are being favored, and then gets both kills and gets out.
Nice, bro. Nice.
That summarizes this game. Whoa, that summarizes this game very well. Like, you should just be winning that if you're Twisted Minds. Like, you cannot afford to lose it like that and lose it like that every single round almost.
I love it. I love it. GK are really feeling on top of the world right now. A lot of individual moments, a lot of fire. It's funny, there's talk about teams that have had a lot of roster changes, right? GK have gone through all kinds
10
of
seconds
changes
remaining.
over the last couple of months. They're almost unrecognizable from the team that you played with last year in the Tier 2 finals, and the team
don't get
that got
started.
and the team that got so deep in the 6 Invitational qualifiers. Of course, we've got a few familiar faces for the SI quals because of Grubby and Upor, who played for that old Project Zero Team Heretics roster that ended up going and competing in 6 Invitational in Paris in February. Unfortunately not doing incredibly well, but look, they had their moments.
Dude, the fact that they qualified was just like, that was the main story right there.
Well, yeah, because well, a lot of people were saying that GK were probably the favorite team. Who was the other one? It was probably the current Heretics, the old Matchco roster that was.
It might have been, I don't remember.
Right? I mean, let alone the fact that there were a lot of Tier 1 teams.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. They're beating those guys.
Yeah.
Breach charge deployed.
But GK, I don't know about you, but I saw all the changes that happened. You know, teams like Secret, Fnatic, and GK that have had a ton of roster changes. Most of the time, it's like these kind of mid to bottom tier teams where their good players get poached, like what's happened with Secret. You expect the results to be similar to what happened with Secret. The fact that Fnatic and GK, after such a long period of doing poorly, are finally leveling up, it's a surprise and a very welcome one.
It's time for Twisted Minds to get in the driver's seat just for one more round. Get that 2-4 half. Don't fall too far behind. A Blackbeard DMR is not every day we get to see it, but Trix is bringing it out. I think for the second time, I could be wrong. Gonna take a lot of damage though vertically. That's the problem here. The soft floor beneath you with the Valcam, the impact grenades, and there's just so much explosive damage in the round. They're taking it nice and slow. They find the Valcam. They kind of sense that was a problem, but they're losing so many drones. They have almost no intel left, except for just like face check and angles. They're breaching the Aqua hallway wall upstairs for roam clear. And guess what? They're not cutting off the crosses, so GK can just fall back down the staircase, just keep peeling back the layers. They can play in the basement staircase. They can play on the bomb side. There's only 60 seconds left to go. Twisted Minds don't have the same kind of map control they did previously when they did win their first round.
They need a pick and they need it soon. Still 5v5 so late into the round. And it's so hard to execute onto this tertiary bomb site when there's no map control. I mean, look at the defenders, right?
They don't have any
Dogs in basement. You got 3 players on the ground floor actually in the bomb side, and Ask above still in connector, ready to flank into IT and deny that plan. We need picks and we need to be able to brute force onto the side, but Twisted Minds just do not have a way in.
Buffer injured, Grubby no more toxic babes. The push come very soon here. They get 2 kills. Confirm and Grubby. That means they get side access, but as strikes back upstairs, he's retaken top floor control and IT. They're going for a plan. Can they stop it?
We know that Ask can single-handedly bring rounds back for GK, but now he's on the floor. It calls upon Sarks to make a play, but Dove covers it perfectly. Yogg in a 1v5. 1v4, he quickly takes 1 down. Jalad finished off, but Dovahkiin holds down the line. The Twisted Minds, a much-needed round. They fight back once again.
Dude, it's one of those cases. So, Desk, friends, what do you think so far? Good game?
It is an entertaining game for sure, and I agree with what they were saying. A much needed round there for Twisted Minds because, let's be honest, they were making mistakes earlier on, but it was GK there to punish them for these mistakes.
Yeah, in every critical moment, I think it starts in round 1 already with the clutch that they lose to Ask, and in that 1v1, Ask is like super low HP, by the way. Like he's in a 2v1, he just gets the C4 and then just waited there 14 seconds to play for, and we see the guy just running, not even aiming, you know. And then even here, like they're trying to kill this player in 90. Okay, first player gets caught off, but the second one looked like, and then the third one comes in. Like it's 3 different 1v1 for UMP. And now they try to clear the Ela. They're like, she's completely isolated. She's got a nade at her foot, and she wins the 2v1. Like it makes no sense.
Yeah, it just really hasn't been a good performance really from Twisted Minds whatsoever. I think, you know, we see Grubby, worst gun in the game again, making it happen.
Yeah.
And even when they've tried to play together, they've got it wrong, as you saw in the Ella clip. I think realistically, this could have been a 6-0 half, but for the fact that Twisted Minds could attack the storage control twice and play for a plant, basically, on more or less predetermined set play. If they didn't get that, or if GK had an answer for that, this could have been a 6-0 half quite comfortably. GK have been very, very strong. However, I would like to reintroduce the fact that the last time GK defended Nighthaven Labs, they got a 5-1 defensive half. It all went wrong on their attacks specifically. We're in similar territory here. They've got a strong defensive half, but what I want to see from them is, can they now play to their strengths on the attacks? When we saw them play the attacks last time on Nighthaven, it was a similar style. It was a lot of lurking, it was a lot of split across the map everywhere at once, but it wasn't at once, and that was the big problem. They were getting picked off. If they do it at once, they can find success, but this is also a difficult team to go against because Twisted Minds do take a lot of risks with their individual play as well.
So it goes back to, is Twisted Minds confident enough to take those risks and win those gunfights? Because realistically, that's the main issue of their attacks. If you look at most of these roam clears or these initial engagements, it's the fact that they're freezing, the fact that they're slow, super slow to, in that first round, trying 2v1 the first guy, in that round on 90, try to 3v1 the guy instead of going for 1v1s, and especially on that round where they're trying to problem solve the Ela. It's the Blackbird freezing, unable to nade the guy and then follow up on it, and it's the guy behind him just waiting way too long. So we need that confidence back on their side if they want to play here.
Absolutely loving the bans from Twisted Minds here. That being said, the Snake and the Dokkaebi, especially with how GK play, especially strong because it's so individual. With the Dokkaebi, you can initiate any operator. With the Snake, you can clear half the map, just pulling the gadget out. And then just very quickly on the Twisted Mind side of things, an overtime win or an overtime loss, 1.2 points is really going to stretch the limits of whether they can make playoffs or not. This has to be a generational comeback if they want a serious run at playoffs.
Ooh, you're putting pressure on their shoulders, but the question is, do GK have the key, what it takes to win these attacking rounds on the board, or will we see a closer game? The second half starts now.
It's a good question, and hopefully we're going to find out an answer. For me, the question that keeps bringing to my mind is what is going on with Twisted Minds and how do they get themselves out of this rut that they have been in for the entire stage?
10 seconds.
Because it may well be too late. If they lose today, it will definitely be too late. Unless if an absolute miracle happens, they won't make playoffs if they do not come back and beat GK here. So no second chances. We need to see the Saudis get back on their bike and find a little bit more favor on their defensive side.
There's two ways to do it, and Leo kind of spoke about one of them, right? Like individual players lashing out and going for kills and win their fights, which they were failing to do so on the attack. The other one is just like playing the crosses. Like we saw from GK, have like one player be the one moving around and then have a second player supporting him. Like we saw from Grubby and Ask, playing on counter rafters. You have a main guy taking the attention, but the second guy actually making the play. Twisted Minds for now, they have a Sean roaming with the Solids, giving information on where the drones are coming from, saying, guys, there's a bit of backstab pressure on meeting hallway. J-Lag can look for that drone. He's actively kite tricking as well. And it's a bit of a mini game, right? You have a kite claw, then you get the impede, you toss a second kite claw, and then because you're doubled down, you also got a 2-brow freeze. And you're stalling a lot of time, you're exchanging utility. If you're successful to the highest degree, you will stop them from reaching this wall, force them to take the hallway control first, and then fight you. And because of this is happening in the middle of the round, now you see, oh, snap, GK now have to react to this. And they do have a Maverick, but look at the IT wall, that's only just been sliced open by Grubby. So does he have time to go on the rooftop and over and breach the other external wall? Or is he needed to drone Garrett's catwalk to fight the main, etc. because time is ticking away? Half the round is burnt. They've not even broken the first wall properly until this very moment.
Yeah, and for people who say, why do we see so many Bandit Kaid bans and so many other good defenders? It's for this reason. Yeah, if you pair up either the Bandit or the Kaid with the Super, you can do so much damage. It can be alleviated though, that pressure, if GK are now very quick. And look at how aggressively they get into the building. They could, at the drop of a hat, make a play.
That's a big thing here. Because the backside of Wall of Meeting is kite trick, it means that they know the attack is going to be Catwalk Rafters and Aqua. So they know where the attack is coming from because the walls are closed off, and they're triggering the internal one now on Catwalk as well. 1-for-1 trade, Hashom gets a kill, so they Grubby. But now they have Rafters control. They're fighting a singular breach and Aqua hallway. That's the only pressure points here for GK. And Twisted Minds, they know it because they still know which walls are closed and which ones are open.
Yeah, you're right. Gillad has just absolutely killed this round.
Yeah.
With that Electric Claw especially.
Nade kill?
Hashom's gone down. I don't know how a nade kill has managed to land. Gillad's in a very awkward spot, but he might catch the timing.
It's big.
The Thorn Trap enables him to get the info for the swing onto Sarks. 3v3, and it's GK again forced to make a move. But they do have multiple facets of pressure at once. However, it does come sometimes down to a 1v1 or a couple. Unfortunately for Yogg, that's not a good shot there with the nade. Ask makes his way inside. Don't count him out.
This could work.
This could very much work. The cover is good from Yogg. As long as Gillad doesn't win this fight, it will have to be a thread of the needle. Swinging in quickly, both players find kills. A much needed round for Twisted Minds.
Beautiful swing there at the end. Again, he's just jiggle peeking from the Aqua double door, saying he's gonna be either Catwalk Rafters or IT on the small pixel angle. So I'm jiggling for intel. Once he shoots back, then the other team will push from the pillar position and they do a 3-2-1. Either you kill the guy planting or you kill the guy covering, and then your teammate, in case you die, can win the round from a strong position. So it's really well done there. Good problem solving skills. But it comes down to the Kaid and the Tuberau. The fact that they knew they tricked the meeting walls. They knew that there's going to be only 2 areas of attack. That top floor bomb site is all about having a spearhead of 3 points. You're going to have the Aqua, that's happening right here. Catwalk Rafters, we saw the round end right here. Ideally, you also get a bit of that meeting connector pressure. If you get all 3, you have a really high chance of winning. It's that, or you get a Bok below or a Deimos below to work the verticality to again distract the defenders and force them to move around. Then you can kill them from IT, garage, etc. The fact that meeting walls are closed and they have the default cam up, it's like they knew that there couldn't be any attackers there. So they can send all defenders looking in only 2 directions, knowing that their back is safe. That's a big deal in that round. And it starts off strong here for Twisted Minds.
5 seconds remaining.
Throwing an F-Knot. Jammer ready to activate.
New camera feed up and running.
Can they keep that up now as we make a little bit of a tour around the map and do some different bomb sites? Basement plays very differently to that top floor. And of course, you can't always just one trick over a specific win condition. For Twisted Minds on the top floor, it was largely about the hard breach denial. Look at the lineup now, Nick. No Kaid, no Tuberau, no Bandit. It's not at all about hard breach denial. Instead, it's about roam clearing and information. Right, we got info on the Valk, info on the Solars, we got info denial on the Mute, and then 2 traps, Fenrir and the Legion. So it really comes down to how can GK take map control and go for the Twisted Minds. Losing an early player in Dove, and it's the regenerating util of the Legion. That's a tough loss. And GK have 2 vert operators to spare as well with 3. I didn't even notice the Sledge, Buck, and Ram. The win condition for TM here has to be winning the run.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, they want to fight, and GK getting that opening pick, and as you said, tripling down on vert, it means, hey, because we have Sledge, Buck, and the Ram, we can all risk taking a fight, because if I die, my teammate's schedule will do my job for me. And that allows them to be more aggressive and take more space quicker. Done a great job here, cutting off rotation of Kako with a DMR, a double swing coming through. This can win you or lose you the round because Zephyrbot's a freebie and Jed's half HP. So they're just losing people to nothing right now on the server. Meanwhile, they have pre-placed drones inside the building to spot the Solars as well, and they can just break apart the map from above or just go straight ahead. They don't need the vert games. They're gonna run them over horizontally.
Yeah, round over. This is it. Throw in the towel for Twisted Minds. Hashom.
Next round.
1v5. Out comes the Deagle, the Nitro Cell. But the patience here from GK as they go in deep for it. He finds 1 kill with the Dig, but quickly traded back by Upor. A round does not get much better than that from GK. They didn't have to get even close to the site. Grubby, doing what they call in North America, just sitting as a mailbox outside the bomb site. Watching his rotation, he found so much value, and GK have really burnt through Twisted Minds now. 5 rounds on the board. Twisted Minds have to be flawless from here, Nick, if they are to take away 3 points out of this game.
So I'm the best.
Used by attackers.
I love the voice comms we get. But just to put this into perspective again, Twisted Minds in 8th place on the standings on 7 points. GK and Rebels in the playoffs spots in 5th and 6th are 12 points and 8 points. If TM are to make it into the top 6 and continue fighting for a spot at EWC, they need 3 points here. If they don't get 3 points, their chances of making it to the playoffs are almost 0.
10 seconds
They need
remaining.
every single round, 4 in a row.
That previous round, I feel like if you want to simplify it as much as possible, it more or less gets defined in the very opening pick, right? Sarks took down, I think it was Dove and the Legion on Aqua Stairs. If Sarks dies, they have a loose roamer on top floor. They shut down the only entry player from the Aqua side of the map, and it kind of like keeps the link of the roamers alive in Twisted Minds. Because that Aqua Staircase is more or less the middle of the building. It leads to kitchen, it leads to cargo, it is the network of the roam game. One gunfight can determine so much if you take that gunfight in a certain area of the map. So it's a matter of, again, for Twisted Minds, the right player in the right location taking a fight, that's like their low-risk, consistent play. Or what Leo spoke about during the halftime vibe check, Twisted Minds' playstyle and how these individuals they work, they thrive in high-risk engagements. But we just saw in that previous round, maybe the sole reason why they lost it so one-sidedly, where a lot of players wouldn't maybe take that gunfight at all, and then have a chance of playing it out over the next 3 minutes. Ooh. Now we see Gillette with another high-risky play, right? He jumped out the cargo window. Obviously, he's a Solus. He did notice that there was no drones in the nearby location. But if he just gets shot down by another player watching the angle, or if Yogg just hears the vault sound, he'll be a freebie. Instead, they trade blows, they both have HP, and GK are aware that hey, Twisted Minds, they're between desperate guys, they're going for swings. So guns up, watch the angles, they're gonna be coming for you.
Yeah, I really do think that GK have read into this well. They know that if they just post up and wait, hold angles, expect the aggression, they'll likely find free kills, or at the very least free damage.
No way.
And here's one. Great usage of the Ram to enable a kill onto P9. They've been waiting for these jump outs, as you say, and Twisted Minds are playing perfectly into GK's hands.
It's a free plant, no?
Yeah, I mean, they have the bomb site. Where's the plant denial here from Twisted Minds? We need a big retake.
There isn't any. They're losing the thighs, there's no C4, they're trying to retake above, but they're not planting there, they're planting on the other bomb site. So it's free.
Here's the cut from Grubby as well.
It's free.
And it finds Tricks. It's Hasham in a 1v5. How many times have we seen Twisted Minds forced into a 5v1 and a flawless round for GK? They're up 6-3. Match point is theirs, and it is utter devastation for Twisted Minds. Grubby's going for a walk. I think Scrub's done. It's not over yet. One more round. And you guys have just made it 5 wins in a row in EML. What an achievement for GK.
They're just walking over them right now, literally. Grubby's still standing to talk through the operator ban selection. I was gonna say that Grim could be a good ban. We saw it in the previous round on the IT breach, using it on Catwalk to just make sure that they don't get swung rather while they fight the verticality. And I think Ask as an individual has just had a ridiculously consistent game. He's always finding value. In that previous round, he's playing Thermite. And he's breaching, he's covering, he's trading, he's planting. He's always in a position where if something goes wrong, he can go from like full support player to the hero of the round. Because the round went flawlessly, he doesn't need to be enabled, he doesn't really do much in terms of like the fragging, but he does everything else perfectly and still plays the backup factor. Twisted Minds, they're so desperate in the rounds, they don't have a clear win condition. You said in that 3 versus 5, we gotta get, you know, a retake top floor, we gotta see plant denial. Well, they had no C4, they had no basement pressure. They are retaking the wrong area of top floor because unironically, they had Aqua in command and control. They could have denied the plant vertically if they knew the plant was going down, or if they had shotgun holes for it, or if they had a C4, or an impact grenade, or anything else, but they don't. They're just an operator with a gun in their hands, and they're walking into a fight basically blind. And the only thing they really have going for them so far in defense was their phenomenal first round attempt of top floor, where they play the Kai Tuber out and they win on utility. And they make the round easier by knowing where the attack is coming from. Ever since the rounds have been opened up on the other bomb sides, they have been getting destroyed.
Yeah. And it starts to become a bit of a pattern, doesn't it? Twisted Minds won 2 out of their first 3 games. And they even pushed Falcons very close, 12 rounds. And then they versed VP, they lost the Secret, they lost the G2, they lost the Fnatic, and now they are about to lose a 5th game in a row. This time the GK, who are on the verge of locking themselves into stage finals.
So I think it was Gillette that jumped out the window last time, no? And then it's Hashom this time. This could be one of those cases where you didn't communicate the mini play that you made before. Because they weren't just ready for it. They were literally ADS onto the window expecting that jump out to happen. It's the Solas again who knew there's no Jones, there's no Claymore, it must be free. And now they're just, again, they're holding these complete rat angles because they know Twisted Minds will do something silly. So it's like, again, they're desperate, now they're giga desperate. And the only way Twisted Minds can win this round realistically is to hit some nasty shots because from an execute perspective, GK are stronger. They have man advantage. They got the EMPs now for the kite counter, and they got Twitch drones as well. Flores, they can clear the Goyo canisters. They're just peeling back all the win conditions and layers, but it's a one-tap trade on both sides.
Yeah. Twisted Minds just have no discipline today. The Thorn Trap does down Yogg. 2v3 while he is on the floor. The Dove and P9 make the move. Dove wants to swing outside, but Ask is watching for it. Yogg finished off, but P9 and Dove are both under the pressure here for Twisted Minds. Big kill though for Dovahkiin. Low HP. It's a flashbang. Briefly blinds P9. A smoke quickly to follow. Upor and Ask are so separated. And Ask is deep into the bomb site. He's got the revolver out. He might find a kill. No, never mind. P9 spotted him quickly, traded back. Upor just needs to land a single bullet as Dove tries to keep Twisted Minds in contention for stage finals. But Upor has snuck into the bomb site and he's about to find that diffuser as well. Goes and grabs it from Yogg's body. And he can make his way into the bomb site. This is a safe plan. On the hard reinforced wall, no C4 available. Dove tries to edge his way forward. Both players one bullet away from death. Upor has to go deep. He can't afford to plant now. Out comes a revolver. And it's a sigh of relief. And one final chance for Twisted Minds.
The heartbreak on the player cams, though, it's a huge moment. Your teammate clutches the round, yet the player cam's still a different story. It's like, yeah, you know, that's a round victory, but we're fighting so hard, we're not getting very far, and we gotta do this again and again and again, and the rounds are so difficult from a mental perspective right now if you Twisted Minds. Because as I said, your win conditions are just vanishing. You go for a hero play, you get shut down. You play utility, now they got Twitch, Flores, and EMPs. You wanna try and go for a double trade? Well, they somehow win the gunfight anyway. It is Dove and P9 fighting so hard for so long in that round, and still it comes down to this. Literally one bullet from either side will be a round victory. U4 couldn't find the pre-fires because Dove was just dancing around the pillar, really leveraging the positioning.
I'm not sure whether these teams have run the numbers on exactly each situation, but I'm fairly certain that by just guaranteeing overtime, I'm pretty confident that GK on 13 points, they are guaranteed for playoffs now. Because the only way they could get caught and pushed into 7th is if either Shifters or Twisted Minds end up on 13 points or more. And that's just not possible now. There's maybe a world where even if, let's say GK lose this in overtime, they end up on 13 points, they lose their next game, Shifters win both games, both teams will be on 13 points, and it comes down to round difference. But that is a really outside chance. If GK know the situation, that they should be pretty confident they've all but confirmed playoffs here. Twisted Minds on the flip side, if they're aware of the situation, they'll know that even by dropping any points from this game, their chance of making it to the top 6 are almost over. They need to win every single round here. And then they need to hope that the Rebels and Shifters game goes against them next week. And the Twisted Minds can also beat Heretics in their next game. Like you said, it's such an uphill mental battle. And we saw that on Hashom's face cam as well after that win reaction. It's not a celebration when your teammate clutches. No, it's just a, okay, Deep breaths. You need to do that twice more and then win in overtime.
He's got to recompose. I think they've been punished now on their individual, like, greedy, attempts of a play. I think if you're Twisted Minds now, maybe you do the opposite. You don't give GK that free kill. You don't seek the fight 1 versus 1. I'm saying that, but I'm seeing, Dove and JLad looking for that play, and Dove will go for 1 for a trade. JLad, though, gets 1 for free and can either fall back or stick around. He's got the solar scanner, can tell if there's any drones coming his way, so he's gonna overstay his welcome, but they're getting kills across the map right now. This is Twisted Minds looking for that 5th round and closing the gap.
Yeah, it's all over the place. Ooh, nice idea with the C4 there. I'm not sure whether there was specific info for Hasham to blow that nitro. Boar's taking out P9. Hold the phone. 2v3 is very winnable here for GK.
All about this gunfight. The risky swing. Yeah, this is how you lose them, right? But it's the mindset. It's the playstyle to mind. Stay confident. That's a freebie.
Ask has gone deep. 12
They got
kills.
the case. They got the side. They're both above.
You pause deep. Problem is, JLad can't deny this plan vertically. He can get so much info onto that position. He has impact.
You don't lose this ever.
He doesn't know. He's not in position. He can't deny the plans. The plan will go down. He gets it in the post into the 1v1. But guess who? It's Ask, ready to clutch up big time. They know exactly where he is because of that bulletproof camera. He quickly takes it down. He could go above, and he can actually cover it with his IQ scanner as well. He also has a breaching charge for Vert in the late round. So many options here for the Brazilian. As Jalad gets on the defuse, hits it once. Does he stick it? Going deep! Ask has asked the question, and a response is not given. Twisted Minds are all but finished in EML for this stage, as GK have locked in their playoffs position.
Beautiful play there in the 2v2 as well. They could have planted by the pillar, James, but instead they planted in the middle of the openness, knowing that if the plant went down, they can win the post from far away. That the Force have to set Ask up for the clutch. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back after a quick break.
Well, that was a whole different GK we got to see there on the attacks on Nighthaven Labs. And that means that we have hopefully a very happy Groovy standing by. As Groovy, we get to congratulate you with making it to playoffs. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Yeah, hello again. Well, I'm feeling good. Yeah, nothing much to say. The game was easy. To be fair, so...
Nothing much to say, Groovy. I mean, he was going up against an opponent that finished top 4 at Salt Lake City. He was going up against a playstyle that's difficult, a player that's pretty difficult in Hasham as well.
The game was easy.
Then you saying the game was easy?
3 clutches, Groovy. What do you mean?
No. Like, I think overall, to play against teams like this, you have to understand a bit of their play style. And I had to face this team a lot in Tier 2, for example, like last year.
Yeah.
So basically, we knew everything they're gonna do, you know? Like, we knew how Hasham will play. He's gonna play for this jump out, hide in meeting, go, like, do this C4, hide there. So basically, I don't think there was a play where we would like be surprised from, you know, we knew about the C4 from E-Box, so we actually came to the game very prepped. And I think, no, I mean, they're a good team. Like, don't get me wrong, I think they can fight for like big tournaments, but I think the way they play the game, sometimes it's way too easy to predict, you know. And I think that's what like made the game easy for us, you know. As you said, we had 3 clutches, but I think we also trolled a few rounds, you know. Like, we trolled the first defense, for example, like the attack 4v2 on basement or storage, was it? So yeah, we trolled a bit, but I think, yeah, I mean, the game wasn't like really hard to predict what they're gonna do. I think it was mostly us not being surprised and just realizing like that is our game plan that we have to follow, and we made it work again, you know. And I only said it easy because Hasham always trash talk mid ranked, and I took my revenge in EML. He beat me ranked, said go to sleep, and I beat him in EML, you know. So I'm happy.
I guess Elo, yeah, playoffs, you know.
No, I care more about the Elo. I need
I think the balance between Elo and playoffs is kind of unbalanced. I think you will take the playoff spot any day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, I would, but I would take Elo as well. You know, I need the champ. It's too hard.
Maybe we can team up, because we actually need it as well. We've been grinding ranked as well, and we're stuck in emeralds. So you know what? We're kind of far away.
Yeah, I can hop on some ranks here for sure.
Grubby, I want to talk to you about one of your teammates, and it's a player that came all the way from Brazil, that struggled hard his first few weeks in Europe, at kickoff, and that obviously is Ask. And I want you to tell me a little bit more about how he's thriving in this roster, how different it is for him thriving in this roster compared to kickoff, because he seems to be an entirely different player now that he's on this roster.
Yeah, I agree with you. Well, Ask, for first thing, like as soon as I joined the team, Ask was struggling a lot with the playstyle in EU. Like, he said he cannot like really understand how the teams are playing, and basically, like, when I joined Geek, I explained to him that sometimes in EU you don't have to think, you know, because the way teams are playing, it's a way you cannot explain. You just have to feel it, and you just have to play the game, right? And I was helping a lot with Ask to understand that. And we also changed the roles with Ask. Ask is now more free, you know, like, of course I'm on the IGL role now, so I speak more than Ask. Ask has more freedom to play the game, and I think it's the confidence that he got as well, you know. I think like he has a lot of confidence, and when he's feeling the game and he understands the playstyle, I don't think there is much that can stop him, you know. I think he understands the game very well. All it takes is just adaptations, you know. If you know how to adapt to the playstyle of every team, how G2 plays, how Twisted Minds plays, how VP plays, it's easier for you to get the kills and open the game for your teammates, right? And make plays like this. And like the clutch like just proves that he's experienced player, you know. Like, he knows how to clutch situations, he knows how to handle the pressure very well, and well, he's just a really good player, you know. So he deserves that, I guess.
Yeah, I think we've seen that in his game vision on the last round especially. He's the one that sees that if the 2 guys are cargo, he can just drop the hatch and take side for free. He's the one that leads there, and he's the one that gets the kill and then eventually the clutch. And I think we can see the value he brings to the team.
Yeah, of course. I mean, he was the first one to even say that, guys. There's 3 cargo. I'm gonna drop side. For example, follow me, you know. Like he said, because he spotted a pattern, for example, and he went for it, made it work. And like, as I said, like, the game is all about the confidence and about the plays you make, you know. If you believe that the play will work, it's gonna work, you know. Because like it's hard to counter like a lot of plays in Siege, you know, because the game is so fast paced and like it's just annoying, you know.
All right, quickly before we let you go, Groovy, you already talked about players that you played against in Tier 2. Tomorrow you're playing against the players that you played with in Tier 2. Playing against Oscar and Flexi, how are you feeling about that one?
Well, it's gonna be a good game. Well, I have nothing much to say about them. I think they're both really good players. I guess, like, I think they're overall like a really good team, but I think for them it was like maybe they, like, it's a too short time for them to perform that well, but I think overall, like, I rate Oscar highly, Semi Flexi. I think they're both like really good players, and I was enjoying my time with them. You know, we made a side together, we made it out of groups, and yeah, we played well. You know, it's gonna be an amazing game from tomorrow. Like, playing against your friends is always nice, especially the people that you actually like and you spend a lot of time with, you know, even outside of the server, so it's gonna be a decent game.
All right, awesome. Good memories to hopefully turn into a good game tomorrow. Once again, Gruby, congratulations on making it to playoffs, and good luck with your last game tomorrow.
Yeah, see you. Good night. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Oh, I respect it there. I respect how he stands on business when it comes to the enemy team, talking smack, but for his former teammates, nothing but love.
And do you know what? He stood on business last week because he said every single time last week, I'll see you tomorrow, I'll see you tomorrow. And we kept speaking to him in the interviews. Maybe he's the lucky charm. But yeah, he stands on business. And I think the whole team for GK did today. You said, yeah, couple of close rounds, couple of clutches that came out, couple of clutches that they also lost there as well, you know. Dov gets one. They got the 2v2 retake for Twisted Minds. But I think overall, especially on the attacks, that was the one thing I was looking for. I expected them, maybe I didn't expect them to win this game. I expected them to improve on their attacks. That's exactly what they did. They get the full 3 points victory. They confirm themselves to playoffs. And also, especially that game against Secret, who are bottom of the league, they put themselves in prime position to finish top 4 as well inside of this league.
Yeah, and it's a 5-win streak now for GK. It's a beautiful comeback from these guys on the back of Ask, also on the back of Grubby one more time. Involved here in the entry department, 4-0 in the entries. He was the one really putting GK in the right position to win most of these rounds as well. It's great to see the resurgence of so many experienced players on that roster. I'm just hoping that we have now a clear hierarchy with Grubby as an IGL, and then the other ones really able to shot call.
Yeah, now that we've confirmed yet another team for playoffs, it is time we move on to our big match of the evening. Two teams that have already found their way into playoffs. We talk about G2 and Virtus Pro. The reason why this game is so big is because both these teams have not lost a single game yet so far in Stage 1. In fact, the last time we had a team not lose a single game in a stage was in 2021. BDS, that's how long it's been since we had such a dominant team inside our league. They're on a collision course now because one of these two teams is going to lose their big win streak. And there's even the potential for Virtus Pro to go flawless in the stage. Not lose a single point, and we've never had that happen before.
Yeah, that would be crazy. It's literally, out of 9 single play days, you go and you get 27 points. Like that's just absolute perfection. And I think if there is one roster that was not expecting to come up and do that, that was VP. I do think that they were doing really well at kickoff. I do think that they did have a good presence at Salt Lake City. However, Jack, I did not think they would be in a position to go undefeated. And that is because, yes, there are 2 play days left, but it's against G2 and it's against Falcons.
Yeah, they've had the quote-unquote easy games. They've now got the hard games in and around the other top 3 teams. This will be a real judgment week for them, because let's not forget that it's not just this week. If they happen to win both of these games, they'll be going into next week with a load of confidence. If they happen to lose them, that mental kind of confidence, resilience, it will all get tested heading into playoffs. So as much as VP are already confirmed top 2 regardless what happens, they actually do need, I think, for their mentality to put in some good performances here. And it starts today against G2. Now, a team going completely flawless is unheard of. A team just going flawless is scarce even. So I think, they're on the precipice of really putting their mark on this league table, but they are doing it this week against some formidable opponents.
Yeah, it is. And we talked about G2 so much. Star player, star roster, this and that. But something that we do see on this roster is a big bromance as well. In fact, last week when we spoke to the Supreme Leader about it as well, as the G2 fans like to call him, he had so much to say about the current situation in the team.
I mean, the impact that Benja has on the team is like way more than just his individual performance. I mean, he's really close friends to me and Doki from like ages ago. So I think that brings, I don't know, like, I think there's a French caster who said the Falcons would beat us, and he mentioned like the team of friendship. I guess that's actually what we needed in the team. We actually you needed more friendship in the team. And now with Benja, we have that. We have like a very good mood, and friendship wins games.
Friendship, sunshine, vibes. Is that enough to go without undefeated undefeated in Stage 1?
No.
Okay, no.
I wouldn't say the team of friendships is enough to go and
it is when the friends are world champion, then VP easily.
Yeah, and Fresh and Friends would be an SI winner if that was the case. The reality is,
if I had Benja on my team, maybe.
You need a quality team. You need a team that works hard together. Yes. Strategy, tactical depth, and then you need a friendship.
Okay, I don't want to delay this game any longer, but there is still one more thing we have to discuss before we dive into it, and that is the map selected for this matchup, which will we see between these two teams. Ooh, a default clubhouse.
Wasn't expecting it. I think it doesn't necessarily fit the fiber of being in terms of the way that G2 will play, who will be sat in the attack. Clubhouse, you force yourself into a lot of breaches, a lot of shields. G2 like to play spread, so the map fundamentally doesn't necessarily fit their style, but they do play it, they do like it. It's kind of middle preference. I think for VP, I think it's a map that they love. They absolutely demolished Fnatic on it all the way back in Playday 1 of this league stage. However, the one thing that I do love about Clubhouse, it tests which team's got the best fundamentals. So if I'm looking at my top 2 teams, both of them 7-0 in the league, I want to see who's got the best fundamentals. I don't want the winning on cheese. I don't want the winning on clutches. I want the fundamentals to win. Clubhouse is perfect for that.
Well, we said it was our biggest game of the night. Both these teams undefeated. But for one of these, that will end here. G2 and Virtus.pro on Clubhouse.
This is your game of tonight, and maybe the game of the stage here in EML. Could we see one of our teams in this league remain undefeated for the entirety of the group stage and potentially the entirety of the stage itself? G2 and VP are both already locked into the playoffs, but who will remain at the very top of the standings? Who will remain unblemished? Pengu, we're about to find out. It's your old team up against your old arch nemesis. It's G2 going against Virtus.pro.
A lot of history in these two organizations, and sadly not that many of the players. You know, there's no Kasheka, there's no joystick in the
Hey, there's Dan.
I was gonna say Dan is the man right now. If you go far enough
Dan
back,
beat you on a mage. You know, major
all right,
stage.
relax. All right, relax. Stay in the present here, okay? It's about the current. No, Dan is the GOAT. I think Pasha actually one of my favorite right now. Whenever I see him at LAN events, it's always a joy to talk to. He's one of those players that very much lives and breathes Rainbow Six Siege, but it's not too hard on himself and his teammates where like every loss is like the end of the world. He's saying, guys, we qualified for LAN, we got some experience, let's enjoy that. Whereas a player like Joystick, who was like, you know, the top dog for a long time, is like, oh man, we suck and that's awful and we didn't even go to finals. It was such a huge
That old
contrast.
Team Empire team was very humble and lacked a bit of youthfulness. Now this server does not yet lack at all for youthfulness on both sides. Obviously we've got the two young Frenchmen, Skies and Nako, who have been phenomenal. Virtus.pro have just been given a new look, a new life ever since Dark came in to coach the roster and completely rebuilt the team from the ground up, only retaining Pasha and Dan. Post 6 Invitational, VP were phenomenal in stage 1, but that was just a taste tester. Now, as the desk of the studio said, 7-0-0-0. That's where VP sit on the standings at the moment. They have 7 wins in regulation. Only one of their matches has even gone to 12 rounds so far, and that was against Team Secret, funnily enough. Every other team they've beaten 7-4 or better. Of course, they do have their 2 hardest games of the stage today and next matchup. That's going to be G2 and Falcons. And G2, they're certainly hungry to take down VP.
Bit of a slow start here, as we just kind of settle into the match. G2, they banned the banning Khalib when I get through those walls. Virtus.pro did a bit of a this and that, the ace rather, and hard destruction with the Monty being removed. I really like the Monty ban because it's often ends up being like a mid-game crutch for G2, where if they have a slow couple of attacking rounds or can't break the roam clear, for example, LML hops on the Monty, it solves their problems and they can keep going forward. VP says you're not gonna get that possibility at all.
Activate.
G2 doing a great job. Okay. Yeah, just like that. A C-Phone's LML perfectly placed in time, takes down the Blackbeard. And speaking of shields and that roam clear, that's gonna slow them down significantly. They've been struggling with those mid jammers that was pre-placed upstairs in Master Bedroom and Connector. Now they know the top floor is clear. And with Shaiko also tracking in Dan, seeing him in the basement before sends that mid jammer, says, hey, there should be no more people except in the basement portion. There's gonna be a 4 versus 5. G2 can now set up. They can do all their hot destruction, do a little bit of the Skeleton Kitchen in the hallway, hopefully. Just like with secondary Bailiff, basically C4 just tossed an up shot midair. Both Shaq and Benji working together. Now we see that VP fell back to that main staircase. G2 not fully sure of it just yet. Using the Grimbies and holding down the double door. VP is saying, hey, we're gonna keep peeling back the layers. We're not gonna give you any kills for free.
Breach charge ready. Breach.
Nice. Barna to clear the mirror window. I don't think there's any realistic way to clear off all of those pellets. Now, VP are looking very vulnerable on the bomb site. Thankfully, the Kiba barrier can come and plug that hole a little bit, but look, G2 might be fighting from behind here, Pengu, but they do have the ingredients to make this execute work.
Deimos Strikers, grenades, the last piece being spent, and capital fire. What needs an entry, and Stompin finds it. Striker jumping down to pit. The bench is low on health as a backstepper. With the diffuser, it's going to be a split ticket from G2, so they're playing for kills rather than planned.
That's right, this is going to be classic split execute here. With no plant intention, it's all about the frags. Shaiko needs to have a big impact, takes down Dan. Stompin has supported as well, and Pasha's good for a trade. Stompin through the smoke, it makes it 3 kills for the American. Nako now quickly shuts him down. The young prodigy finished off, and the Frenchman finds a second. Doki shut down, big clutch up. And VP stealing the first round.
That's ridiculous, man. That is such a good first round to start off this banger of a series, or this game. I mean, it was such a good execute from G2 to start things off. I actually think they played that better than VP. They had Benjamaster, who's like a 1 health Grim with the diffuser and Moto. And instead of making him the backstabber who might get a kill, he actually initiates the push. He goes first, taking the attention, leaving players like your Shaiko and your Stompin with full HP to get the kills when Virtus Pro are looking the wrong way. So Stompin works down from the kitchen hatch, Shaiko walks down the blue hallway, and they find all those kills. But at the end of the day, those one-shot headshots, SMG-11, high-fire weapon, it can win you around incredibly quickly. Nako did that. So it's a clutch win for VP, but G2, I would say, in that 4v5, they had the better strategy and execution.
Yeah, credit to them. I mean, it's a big change when you lose your Blackbeard, right? You're one shield operator, you've got plenty of other tools to work with, and credit to G2, they might have lost their main way of dropping down the kitchen hatch and going for an execute, but they still had Capitao, Grim, Deimos, and Hibana. That is a lot of miscellaneous different ingredients, and G2 are a very smart team. They're very good at identifying the win conditions, identifying the obstacles, and coming up with quick solutions. For example, the mirror window. I really want to give Stompin the credit. He very quickly dealt with that position. And then he knew that his value was in being a gun. Benji used the Grim Beast to take ground. Doki and Shaiko used their util for good as well. It's a nice idea, but VP,
As my friend would say,
the first laugh.
I gotta switch it up. The mirror, the clash, they're slowing down the tempo. They got the Warden in there in case of any trickery with the smokes or the flashbangs. So there's no easy fights here again for G2. A C4 tossed out, goes wide, doesn't find anything. Dancing Cash, stuck, but saved by a Sonic barrier on the window and the door, which means, again, they can peel back that layer. Normally, I would say I'm a huge fan of this, but look at the time, James. 60 seconds into live action. There's 2 full minutes, and VP have surrendered all the map control except for just the bomb site and maybe what's right below it, you know, kitchen, bar, etc. Which isn't super influential because there's only 1 C4 left for the entire defense. So you see these players are very much stuck together in Master. You can play a player in gym, a player here in the mattress, a player in bathroom, and a player in office. You're very close together, and I haven't mentioned the 5th defender. Where is he gonna play? Either you're stacking up next to a teammate in a very small space, or you're gonna play downstairs off the bomb site, where it could be a free kill for any of the attackers.
You give G2 the space to work out and execute, and you may well pay for it.
They're about
It's
to.
time to go fishing now for G2.
They clear it.
Clear out the bubble shield ideally. Rorik though is in a good position with this clash shield. Doki has 1 concussion left to try and put some pressure on that clash in the late round, but the Kiba barriers here from Nako are also misses things very hard. Yes, super risky, super aggro here from Rorik. The G2 try and focus up on the clash. I think they might. Doki is now nearby and could actually use the concussion. Indeed he does. They don't get a lot of damage though onto Rorik, however. The Stompin has fallen. However, taking down the Azami is a big kill. I think the G2 need to avoid the glitch here. I think they need to try and ignore him.
Here he comes. He has to win this gunfight. Yeah, he does.
Oh, massive.
So now he locks down Connector, locks down the backstep potential, saying, hey guys, they can only attack from the window jump-ins. Plus, we have Diffuser. They're going to go into cash action, start to the bomb site. They're playing
This is going to be desperate now from G2. They do not have the Diffuser. They will have to clean up on the site and then go fight Rorik afterwards. 15 seconds to play. There is no time to get this done. While the execute happens on side from Benja and Alamau, it's up to Doki on the other side to take the diffuser. Now Rorik is left in a 1v2, but Alamau hunts him down! How did G2 win that?
Oh man, I feel like Rorik got sold there. I mean, either it's the chaos of the round or the other members saying, hey, you got the case, we got the bomb side. But in my mind, if you can just play inside of office and have sort of a crossfire with Rorik playing in CCTV, fall back on main staircase, give them the site. You don't need to die in the gym hallway.
Drop down
you don't
into
need to die
bar
the
from main
bedroom.
stairs.
Exactly,
Like,
give
just
them
get the hell out of there.
But they stuck around. They had Pasha here behind Rorik on a single point of health, so he died right as a second last player. But look where he is. He's in the rotate in office. He could have played deep office, he could have hidden office, he could have gone to cash with the clash. Very well done there again. G2, they thrive in the chaos. They have 5 phenomenally talented individual players to problem solve that round. But it still feels like Rorik just needs a little bit more help there and go on the same page. Are you playing for the side or are you playing for the case? And splitting that decision down the middle and doing a bit of both, it low-key cost them the round.
5 seconds.
Yeah, sometimes all it takes is a couple of players being slightly misaligned for a period of 5 seconds. And if your opponents are on the money, then you lose the round, and that's exactly what happened there with VP. This is why I was really excited to see Clubhouse Pengu. This is such a good map to figure out truly how proficient these teams are. Clubhouse has been done to death, and yet there are still new things that we see. It's such a phenomenal test of fundamentals as well as a test of your strategy.
I'm curious if VP are going to change up the approach.
Was that going to be a rush kill?
Maybe.
I saw the player reinforcing. Yeah.
Well, did Benja win for it, yeah.
So clever there from Benja.
Good old Benja, the gap finder. He has that game sense with the drone information as well. He's going to always land that kill. Now he's looking up the vert. Has the advantage. I was going to say has the advantage, but not against Pasha. I guess again that SMG11. It can just win you any battle, even if the odds are against you. Now Eyes and Skies, 5 becomes on fire. The glass in the smoke grenade, but there's a gap. He's staying alive, and the Kiba is granting him protection.
But Doki's going deep for it. He knows he's still trapped in that corner.
They could have smoked for him.
The smoke actually helps out. He does find one, but dies to the Goyo fire in the corner. That's still worth it for Doki. He has gotten his value in guaranteeing that they take control. Shaiko, guess that diffuser takes a bit of damage for the trouble.
You see what happened here as Doki walked up the staircase, Shaiko used a couple of smoke in the middle of that fight to shroud him, but then Dan tossed an impact grenade into the smoke, popping the Goyo fire. So it was a great adaptation from Shaiko helping out Doki, who didn't have smokes himself anymore, and then a great counter to that from Dan himself with this single impact grenade in pocket, trading his own life one for one utility. It's put G2 in a winnable spot here, but not guaranteed. There's 3 toxic babes from Pasha, but no C4 from Neko. The flash are gonna come out. Will they push with it?
Yeah, but have a look at this. We have a pivot from Alamau. It's going to be a split push. He finds the backstab onto not 1, but 2 players. Neko also falls to Alamau. What a beautiful backstab from G2's captain. And a perfect execute, perfect pivot in the 3v3 to take the lead on Clubhouse.
Alamau's been so good this stage. I don't know what it is. I haven't seen all of G2's games down to like every detail, but I've seen the stats, I've seen the clips, and this guy's farming right now. It's been a long time since
Number 1
individually...
rated.
Oh, there it is. It's been a long time.
1.71 KD, 70 kills to 40 deaths coming into this game. The highest rated player in EML right now, 122 EPS. And then Benja is behind him on 119 in second place. Then it's Rorik, and then Robbie, and then Pasha. That's your top 5 right now. And number 1 and number 2 both sit and play for G2.
Hey, 4 of those top 5 in the serial right now, with Pasha and Rorik maybe mentioned as well. But no, this feels like a classic Alamau round here in stage 1, and it brings you back to like Mexico Major days, when him and Lagunas would like 2v5 against the old G2 roster and make that whole lower bracket run. They fight CAG for the tiebreaker and they somehow win the whole shebang. Like, craziness of an event. Alamau is going back to like the individual performance.
Can I continue to back that up with more stats?
Yeah, keep going.
To look through, and Alamau absolutely kills it in almost every single category. So he's got the best KD, 1.71. He's got almost the best KPR. He's slightly behind Benja on 0.92. That's almost 1 kill guaranteed every round. And then he's got the highest entry percentage, by the way, Alamau does. 11 entry kills to only 2 entry deaths. That's 85% of the times he's involved in the opening gunfight. He wins it. He also has the highest clutch percentage, tied with Skies and Rorik at 33% of clutches won. Imagine that. Every time you get into a clutch scenario, you win a third of them.
But he's not planting, so like, how good is he actually? You know what I mean? Like, a good player does it all in games.
Okay, here we go. Guess who has the most plants in the league? You're gonna guess this one. It's an obvious one.
In the whole league?
The whole league, most plants.
I'm actually not gonna get it. I'm not gonna.
You're gonna kick yourself if you don't get it.
I'm not gonna
Think
guess.
like, who's the Goga of 2026?
Like Bride.
Yeah,
It's Bride.
Oh, yeah.
9 plants. The next highest is on 6, by the way. But funnily enough, Alamau's still in the top 5.
Oh, wait, but he is okay, so yes or no
got
question.
4
Is,
plants.
is Alamau the top planter in D2? He's not, right?
Yeah, he is.
Oh, he is? Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
4
that's
plants
it.
compared to Doki and Stompin with 3.
Oh, okay, so
I can do it all.
I thought Doku was going to be the most planter, but yeah. No, he's actually phenomenal right now. And while, mind you, he's also IGLing on top of that, so he's putting in a lot of work. Maybe earning his paycheck for once rather than trolling. And I'm not sure you saw, but Bitcoin dropped quite a bit recently. So I'm pretty sure that's the cause for this. Like, he's down on stocks, right? So this is him earning his paycheck, actually doing his job.
Yeah, also, you know, they dropped the other Brazilians, so he's got to step up.
There's a good
He's got to now
canister
represent his country.
on the softball behind them, and Alamau just broke in right behind them. So he broke the right. See, he broke to the right side of it. It was gonna pop and do a ton of damage, maybe even kill him, but he stays alive because he missed it.
Lucky boy.
Yeah,
Very lucky boy.
he's that good.
All right. Hold off on the glaze, mate. Hold off on the glaze.
I lock in. Dan took a bit of damage to Dokubi call. They got both Benji and Dokubi Shaiko and Deimos tracking players. That Nako's better in the individual fight, taking down the Deimos of Shaiko. For G2, they reset. They need to recompose and figure out, can they find an isolated kill? The answer is probably not. All 4 defenders are in the basement. And all they gotta do now, right? Very simple. Play the cross, watch the hatches, or do this, get caught off guard. Stomp is the king of kitchen, and that hatch is his. He's got all 4 kills in this position so far. Rorik will find Benja though, making it tougher again for G2.
Yeah, well, this is such a chaotic round. Thankfully, G2 are pretty happy to play separated like this, happy to try and find gaps and opportunities, but Alamau a little bit too ambitious on the ADS. Now stomping in a 1v3. There's one, almost a second. Nako refrags with the pistol, and VP are back on 2 rounds.
Nako wants to, he just wants to win by his own doing. He is taking every fight, swinging every engagement. When Alamau tossed the grenade from dirt door to third box, 2 different defenders would swing him. Right side of the tall box, and of course the blue door to the left. They're not gonna give G2 anything for free right now. And it went from them falling back, and playing that layers game and then losing to the execute of G2, to them saying, we're just gonna beat them at their own game. Nako go kill. He took the fight to Shaiko early, took him down on a yellow stairs garage area, and then fights Alamau in dirt tunnel right after. Like, he wants blood.
Adding some protection from grenades.
This is the game that I've been waiting for, Nick. It's funny, like sometimes, you know, we get really hyped to see Fortress, new maps, or we get to see hyped to see new operators or up-and-coming teams, but this is just such peak Siege. Both of these teams are in the best form we've seen from them in quite some time.
Yeah.
VP, I mean, that's a no-brainer. When was the last time VP was a serious contender? I'm going to say SI 24.
Attackers objective is to
Remember
locate
that?
a bomb and
Remember that?
defuse
It was
it.
the best non-Brazilian team. They made it, I think it was a lower bracket final. I think it was. Fantastic game. They ended up losing the W7M. Well, that's the last time. It's been 2 years since we've seen VP be a competitive team, right? G2, it feels like it's been a little while as well. I mean, let's be honest here. The last couple events for them have been a bit of a disappointment.
Reloading.
It's always be finally their moment.
Difficult conversation about
Time to ring
performance
some
and
ears.
placements, right? Because like G2 have always such high expectations. Like not making it to a semi-final is like not doing good enough. You know, getting out in top 8 is not good enough. For some teams, qualifying is good enough. So it's just like different stakes, different expectations. If Benja had that 6th sense, he would have gotten a free kill, but he's lost that right now because Rorik was right there, back turned to him. He's watching the other Adult Master, expecting that to be the point of contact instead. Those going to thermite duty. I mean, we're all getting older. But Animal again, opening kill, as you said, so successful so far. Takes down Passionate Mind, that regenerative gadgetry, lose a ton of value. I feel it's going to be down to the same story here of how good can Rorik be in the clash, and can he change the tide of this round? He's such a rat.
Yes, a lot of ratting. That's what happens with these players. Ooh, this is very risky from Skies, as if he gets away with his life, but no, not for much longer. Benja quickly on the cut. That's the problem there with those Kiba barriers when you leave a gap. Ooh, hello. This is an aggressive play from Alamau. Shaiko has gotten active. Dan, though, holding down inside a bathroom. Rorik is essentially trapped here on the wrong side of Connector. He's being cut off by Shaiko, but if he wins this gunfight, it might not matter. Shaiko will swing him. Perfect timing as Stompin jumps in the window. That is a very convincing round for G2.
I mean, they've changed the entire playstyle, right? They just play for the cuts and the rotations, and they say, hey, they gotta make a move somewhere because, like before in Gym, they're stuck on the bomb side. They have 5 defenders or 4 defenders. They can only play again in Master, Connector, and Office. And if you just have one guy bench on a window, you're bound to get a kill eventually, because only Rorik with the Clash Shield can avoid these lines of sight. And I mean, when you keep off the window as well, you're thinking it's a safe shelter for me, but when it's a small gap in the bottom,
Good job, boys. Good round, guys.
you become the freebie. It's another good round. Now, final round in the first half, and VP are going to CCTV. It's again one of those bomb sites where it feels kind of unplayable, especially if an operator like Capital is on the board. Because, and as I said, Shaiko will pick it, right? Because we all know, CCTV, you're gonna have the possibility of attacking Catwalk Rafters, especially if you don't see Mai/Jaeger. Because that's how you often make your decision. If they play Asami, Jaeger, or Mai, and they're heavily playing for Catwalk, you might think, let's let them waste all the utility, let's attack Master Bedroom, Connector, and go for an A bomb site plan. But if you don't have anything but the Asami for Catwalk Rafters, and you have Capital, or a Glass, or a Munti, like something that can really simplify it, you should just breach the main wall step 1, attack Garrett step 2, and then you win the round. It is that easy if you can consistently execute it.
It's a problem with this bomb side, isn't it? There's just so few ways to defend it now.
Yeah.
Because the attack is so powerful. Yeah, I mean, look, even with Bandit Kaiden, I just feel like the attack has so many ways to nullify that. All it does is burn time at the end of the day. I would be very surprised if I saw a pro team fail to open up a wall. You can always pick Maverick.
Yeah, Sophia downstairs, like, you have tons of options.
100 ways you can do it. Playing Vert is very dangerous, though. Like, I very rarely see people counter the Tubarão Kaid Bandit with Vert exclusively, because then you're vulnerable to getting flanked from Bar or Secret or Red Stairs or just the Vert itself.
And it's free. No smoke needed. There was a smoke in the Garrett's door. He walked past it, just found the pixel, takes down Skies for free. And now, there's a Goyo fire in the rafters, they've reinforced the wall, but guys, in 2026, Thermite has 3 exothermic charges, not 2. So you can pop Connector wall, CC wall, and the double wall upstairs as well, leading towards the bomb side. Also, small note there, I feel like you just breach. I guess they're not gonna Thermite it, actually. I was gonna say, I think you really want the Thermite. Side. Yeah, and then like the thermic charge will pop the Goyo canister as well, and you can kind of just wait the 20 seconds. So I think you really want Stompin in here, get left side peek angle, far right side a walk-in angle, and it's a best of both worlds. Stompin is rotating right now, but it's important that you change one person to go on that bomb site rappel outside and change the positions. So he was waiting for Alamau to get onto the rappel outside, so then someone can leave that angle and go breach the wall. So the wall will get popped, it's gonna open up the Goyo fire, we're gonna AFK for 20 seconds, and then G2 will hit the bomb site execute. There is one point of failure here. There are 2 toxic babes in pocket of Pasha. If G2 are gonna be too slow, it could be a round loss on time. But now they have those free 20 seconds to do nothing but coordinate what the next step is gonna be. So time shouldn't realistically be a problem.
G2 have the manpower to send players as well. Throw bodies. Rorik,
they baited first.
Like he's on for a potential flank. He could always jump out the window, go for a spray. There's backup smokes here as well.
The BP.
They've gone 6. There's a bulletproof camera they need to target. I think that Shaiko might have got it there. Hopefully he did. A deep smoke. That should be covering. The Fenrir is making things very challenging though for G2, but they can throw bodies. Pasha eventually traded back. Out comes the Bearing Knight. Right on the other side of Doki is Mako through the smoke. They go past each other like ships in the night, and Doki eventually finds him. Shaiko's on the floor, it's a 1v1. Doki v Rorik, he's got the info, knows where he is on red stairs, could go for the revive. It's risky though, instead takes an aggressive angle. This is the confidence of a man who backs himself in. Shaiko can try and scout for info, and so he does. Plays ahead, goes for the big Doki, always on the front foot for G2. Massive round from them, and they split the difference at the half. 4 rounds at the end of their attack.
The clutches, the back and forth, Pasha giving it 110% in that round, but it wasn't enough. It's a close game as expected, but honestly, it's been more of a dance than I thought it was gonna be. What do you think, Desk? Is it living up to the hype?
Oh, it is. The way we were hyping up this game, I think it is absolutely delivering so far in regards to the quality. But speaking of the win condition for both these teams, because it seems to be different on either side.
Well, you've got one team, you've got G2, who are playing very much for that late round in their individual moments, we talk about it all the time, and VP who are playing very much for the strategy, and it's currently G2 that are winning out. If we roll the clip from the second round, what you're going to see here is actually Virtus.pro, they're playing Jim, they back off. Look at the use of this utility for the mute to get away. One keep barrier on the door, one keep barrier on the window, away. Everybody is back to site. It's great team play. They're playing into the fundamentals of the round, Leo. They're getting the clash back to site. They've got the mirror window. They've got the mute. G2 then actually have to basically go through and they have to problem solve it. It makes it very, very difficult, actually. There's so much utility.
And they don't problem solve it so far.
Yeah, and exactly, that's the big problem. The clash pushes back in, re-aggresses into construction, even finds another kill to get VP into the man count. But this, Leo, this is where G2 come into their own, right at the end of the game, where they find a gap. If you give them 1 inch, they take a mile. They will sniff it out and they'll find a way to win.
One single gap, Jim wasn't being covered. That gets Alemão into the building. He gets the first kill on the anchor players. And then look at this. They will, with Bencha, actually go aggressive on the rest of the anchors who were completely targeted. That was a 2v1. Bencha managed to go in office, gets the other pick. This should have been a round win for VP. Because of what? Because of the bans. Bandit and Kite banned, they can play Clash and everything. Look at Alemão now, finds another gap, and boom, that's a triple kill on his side. Gets a double and onto Cash, and then a third one onto red stairs. And so it's a consistent thing of like VP playing for the strategy, playing as a turtle. So many times we see them have layers and layers. That's the Azami, that's the Clash, that's the mirror window. Then play as a turtle close to side, trying to force G2 to problem solve. However, G2, they excel at finding one gap, and when they do so, they're absolutely amazing. And on that last round, finally we see an adaptation, a clear problem-solving situation.
And I think the problem is, if you let G2 find that gap in the first round, the second round, they really will start getting hungry for it.
They have the momentum.
That's they get the momentum, and that's why we saw them kick on, and they got all the way through to the last round, like you say, on CCTV Cash, where they do the full clear, they get the plan down, and they play for an execute.
As somebody who likes, records and first-time things, for Virtus.pro to go flawless with their points is looking a little bit worrying, or isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna thrive in here. If I look at the two sides, right? G2, they thrive in attack. VP, they thrive in defense. On their strong side, G2 have marked all of the points here. And I think that now, VP, they're gonna struggle a little bit more on the attack side. I think G2 have everything they need with a very different playstyle to defend Clubhouse.
Yeah, I think where it's gonna come down to, realistically, is there's one guy for Virtus.pro that can do it all, that can win it all. That, in my opinion, is gonna be Naquo. Can he actually play those shields well? Can he lead his team around the park? Because they are gonna have to, if they want to do it flawlessly, win 5 attacks on Clubhouse.
Virtus.pro have not lost a single point so far at this stage. Will G2 be the first team to take points away from them? Let's find out.
Some really great points from the studio, and the stakes are really set here. VP, if they are to be completely perfect, flawless, not drop a single point, they're going to need to win 5. They cannot afford to drop 2 rounds here.
5 seconds remaining.
And I can see a lot of the arguments that the studio is putting forth about G2's form and their playstyle on defense, presenting a lot of issues to VP. But Pengu, something sticks in my mind, like this little feeling, this hunch I've got. And it's this. The better Siege is being played, the better the teams are, the more attacker-sided the game tends to be. At a lower level, yeah, teams don't know what they're doing on attack as much. They don't know how to abuse these meta operators. The defense is more comfortable. You don't have to make the first move. At the top level, it's the opposite. G2 were really good on the attack. I would not at all be surprised if VP can mirror that as well.
I think it really comes down to how much disruptive play G2 can do. And that's where I'm looking at your players like Benji Master and Doki, where they can just make a play. Whether it's going to be a C4 from Benji Master, a nasty headshot, Doki using Scopo Shield to go for a backstep later on. They have that potential playmaking. Because if you let Virtus Pro get to the bomb site in a 5v5, as G2 were doing very often when they were attacking, they're going to be a scary opponent. They got EMP to catch any plant denial. They got a Ying to create the chaos. A Doki because of a Blitz that can push you away and just take space. You're going to want to get a kill early if you're G2. It's either fishing a bar, you're a fishing kitchen. I think Doki does his Scopo Shield inside of Strip Room as well, or Strip Club rather. Yeah, he does. So they're just kind of seeing, a kind of like attacking is, where's the gap? Where's the area in which we can punish VP? And right now there hasn't been one, so they're just slowly peeling back the layers as well. They fall back at hatch, they start making the last few lines of sight on the bomb side, and they're reshaping the map for the late stage of the round. Because they weren't sure if they needed it earlier, and they needed that extra time to start deeper in the map.
Oh, Doki's in stock. Oh, they know about it now. He's now fallen back, and he's TP'd back to site. Oh, no, sorry, he dropped down the hatch, rather.
The hatch, I guess.
Still has his... Oh, never mind. He does no longer have his inactive shell. Good spot there from Dan. Doki's just a gun for hire.
Here's the final C4 for the round. Again, as I said, VP, they have a Thatcher, so these C4s later on for planting, probably not going to hit your bunch, but right there, you might get almost 2 kills. Dan and Nako, both, they tank the hit, they both stay alive somehow. But with 45 seconds left, they still got to do some destructive work above, work the vert, set up for execute. It's not going to be an easy round for VP. When they go, they got to go and hit it at the same time at full force.
Yeah, that Nitro is still valuable even though it didn't get a kill because that's a lot of damage onto Nako. 1 or 2 bullets to his feet and that's it. I like the Tubarão mute combo here, really making things challenging for Skies to open up the wall. This round is going to hinge on whether the execute can be fast, can be vicious, and can be effective for VP. Stomping here with the Tubarão canisters, keeping the deep defense locked up. Down, Pasha erupts down into blue.
5 seconds.
2 big kills. There's no much time. Benja is just up around the corner, but Dan spots him! Alamau 1v3 has to take the first fight at the bottom of the stairs. Dan is low HP. But now into the post, they know exactly where he is. And Pasha has reloaded and rejuvenated for Virtus Pro.
Ridiculous. Benja was hiding in that corner by the minibar the entire round. He never swung behind Stompin. He never gave away his location. He was waiting for that perfect moment to strike and to lash out. And he was just waiting down those first 3 seconds. They're planting. It takes 7, 2, 3 seconds goes by. He's going to slowly creep up, crouching instead of sprinting because he knows if he gets that kill, they will win on time since Edelmau was hiding in the back of the B-bomb site. But he gets shot down on the final second before saving the round. That was Nako planting with like 20, 30 health on a blitz. It was a freebie for the taken. But VP, they clutch it right back, just like how the game started.
Yeah, big execute from Pasha, by the way. And I noticed he's actually favoring the Reaper, even over the shotgun. He wants that quick ability to just quick ADS. A little bit faster as well, running with that compared to the LMG or the shotgun. Well played from Pasha. So close for G2 though. VP, they got a bit of fire on these attacks. It might be a very different flavor of attack to G2's, but you're right, Pengu. As long as VP don't get too disrupted in the early round by G2's aggression, their executes are ever so deadly.
Are they picking the Thatcher time and time again here, just in case of a Kaid because they can't find the 5th defender, or is it just
I just think Thatcher is versatile.
I mean,
Look at the way they used it last round to counter the mute.
That's what I'm saying, like, it's good flavor. You can stop, like, the thorn traps from popping, you can stop the mute jammers, you can enable other operators if you want to play, like, Deimos or whatever else, even Solid Snake. You can interact with a lot of different gadgetry, but it's almost a case of like passive versus raw value, right? Often we see teams pick Thatcher for a very specific purpose, and it's often planted out like a C4, a smoke, hitting a Warden or a Solus to disable their gadgetry. It seems like Roar's like, we'll bring it for something, and we'll figure out what that obstacle will be. And so far, they haven't used any of those CMPs. It hasn't been necessary. They've been waiting for the walls to pop open due to Benja Master being on the Tubarão. It's been slowing out for a little bit of time. but it's again VP being very heavy on execute. Again, the Glass, the Thatcher, the Solid Snake. While Solid Snake is a roam clear operator, technically speaking, you can see where all the defenders are on the side itself, and they have this yellow-pink sort of angle. It's not quite on the mark.
So close.
It's such a maybe freebie, but maybe not freebie. Yeah.
Nice idea. The lineup was just slightly off, and they really didn't want to give away their position by re-droning it or droning through that drone hole. Nice idea.
I mean, that was, what, 15 seconds, 3 different people trying to navigate it together, and there are 5 people on the roof of the building. They haven't even gotten into CCTV. They haven't gotten garage control. They have great drone work in terms of, like, they know what's clear and what isn't. But if they don't have foot in the building, G2 also knows that there's no threat anywhere. They know they're working the windows, they know they're working for, you know, fishing for kills. And G2 can either just sit back and wait and put down the timer, or they can try and lash out somewhere. Here comes Glass with the smokes. And Danny get a kill.
DMR makes short work of the keyword barriers. C4 makes short work of Pasha. Oh, hello and goodbye. It's whack-a-mole with Shaiko. Dan goes down. 2 players fallen for VP with no response as their advantage is quickly dwindling. G2 are locking up this site.
I'm not sold on this. What's the purpose of Thatcher? What's the purpose of the Ash? Don't know and I don't care because they're all dying right now. Nako went down. There's just Rorik and Skies both outside the building with 10 seconds to go. And they're gonna die to a gas pipe in the crossfire, leaving just Rorik outside gym fighting Shaiko and the whole damn world.
Of course, Benja runs out for it. That is the only round that VP can afford to lose in order to retain their perfect streak. G2 up to 5 rounds now. They've created a good amount of headway, and they could remain undefeated here if they continue with this tenacity on their defense. They're quite patient, Pengu. That's the thing. They're not just like Twisted Minds were earlier today, jumping out of windows out of desperation. They make a play when they see an opportunity, but they also know when to sit back and wait for VP to twiddle their thumbs, waste their own time.
It's just about understanding the win conditions and when are you needed to make a play and when do you need to do nothing at all. And that's why I'm looking at VP's attack and lineup, like even in the operator selection phase. Last round, Ash and Thatcher. What was the purpose of their pick? I never saw it. And secondly, they used 2 out of 6 EMPs. They used 1 out of 2 Ash breaching charges. So they didn't even do much with the gadgetry. And then 5 people outside the building, mostly on the roof. As I said, didn't take CCTV, didn't take bar below the bomb side, didn't take garage. So they had no map control. And then they only play a single like bomb site rush operator, which is a Glass who's outside peeking through a smoke grenade, and the Glass, the guy next to him, just dies. I'm not buying it. I'm not seeing the vision from VP. It just felt like a nothing burger of a round. So I want to see a bit more coordination now, showing us a sign of executed. An idea that was thought out that actually might work.
Sadly, when you go and play against G2, even if you have an amazing idea, it's hard like a nothing burger because of the way that G2 plays such disruptive defenses. I think this is really what the studio was cluing into during that halftime break. We know the way that G2 like to play, and it can very much counter these methodical play styles. G2 have really racked up a lot of resources in defending that Garage Rafters position. VP have a hell of a lot of problem solving to do.
Dude, Shaiko is playing Take Your Son to Work Day. He's playing Cower Rafters and taking Doki with him and saying, just give me magnets. Make me take these fights with more confidence. They're just gonna make a fortress here in the Rafters together. And they're fighting the world. They're fighting the breach, they're fighting the door, they're fighting beneath them. The Stomping goes down early, losing a valuable DMR for these long-range engagements. Shaiko gets injured and unlikely to be saved here. Doki could try and make his way on over. Oh, he's good for 1.
Doki's happy to just find kills anyway. Shaiko doesn't need to be finished off here by the fire. They need to prioritize getting that fire onto Doki, but Doki takes down Pasha.
Oh,
that's the Glass. He will fry alive, but somehow survive. Might even go for the revive here. Can he risk it? Rorik on 1 HP, finished off by Alamau, running out the breach. Alana finally taken down. Shaiko's on the floor. Doki 1 HP. Benja is the only one who's looking healthy right now for G2. But Shaiko's been picked up. Doki has regained control of the rafters, and now Nako is in a 1v4. Yes, one's on the ground, but the round is over. VP no longer unbesmirched. G2 have put a blemish on their perfect record.
At the very least, guaranteeing OT, of course, looking for a relegation victory of their own. And the way in which they're playing these rounds, you know, on gym defense, they do nothing because they recognize that VP, they have to make the first move. Then they go to CCTV and Stompin looking for a play early on goes down. Shaiko Doki keep making a play on counter rafters. Benji gets to the mix. Animal runs out the breach. They're just fighting back and just saying, VP, we're gonna take you down before we get to the bomb side. So they're switching the win condition, they're playing proactive, then they're playing static. And it's making it so hard if you're this pro because what do you prepare for? If they're adapting perfectly to what your attack is gonna be every single time before you do it, how do you choose your attack with confidence? Because if you go fast and they stop you, that's a problem. If you go slow and they just don't do anything and you just like stalk outside the building, like you're also not getting anywhere. So it must be so difficult as the IGLs and the strategic minds right now on the server are saying, this is going to be the plan. These are going to be the operators. This is how we're going to attack. Because nothing's really worked so far. And it's not for one reason. It's for many small different reasons. And it speaks to the depth right now of G2. Something that I myself, and I think many others, maybe put a bit of a question mark at when this roster came together. Will this be a roster that has depth? Because on the outside looking in, they have incredibly talented players. And they could easily pull a Twisted Minds where they'll just ego challenge every gunfight. And they'll be way too aggressive and they'll not play super deep siege and they'll not have great fundamentals. But this stage, and this game in particular, they have shown depth, adaptation, still have that clutch gene of course, individual heroics. They've shown us like the full spectrum if you will. And opening kill.
Yeah, I think G2 have 5 players who you would say, at least at one point in their life, were no-brain Ashe mains. And now they have so much maturity and depth, right? And now Benja is the only no-brain Ashe main.
Okay.
Everyone else has a brain, at least.
Well, this is a classic G2 round, right? Now they just bring everything, just win the gunfights.
Yeah, sure. It's like, well, we can praise them as much as you want, but what I was going to praise them not just for their ability to win gunfights, but also, you said depth. One way they're so deep is their strat book. Obviously, they played the Scopos roam last time on the basement. Oh, Dan's about to die. Benja's just playing ranked. I've seen him do this on his YouTube before. It's just, yeah. This is going to be it. It's the end. It was going to be the most hyped up game of the day. 2 teams who have been undefeated and looked impeccable thus far. And now there's Nako desperately trying to win a 1v1 against Benja. He gets nothing! G2 are running rings around Virtus Pro and they remain undefeated in the EML.
The final round is a 1v5 where Blitz gets the close-by flashbang to full effect and is expecting a second player to swing and come to his rescue, but there's no one there. Complete mind games on Benja. This might have been the most hyped up game and it's over, but don't go anywhere. We got more games to come.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the code, breaking it right to the door. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Give me the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
Our biggest game of the day, and it absolutely delivered. G2 take 3 points, though. That means they are now the only team that is undefeated, and therefore we get to speak to the winners. We have Stompen on the line to ask him a few questions. Good evening, Stompen, and congratulations. You are the only team in this stage that is undefeated. How does that make you feel?
It feels good, but you know, we still got one more game tomorrow, so definitely got to be locked in for that one to end undefeated. So, yeah.
Speaking of today, Stompen on Clubhouse, I saw that you guys banned the wall denial, so Bandit, Kite Gun, and you were left to play against Mira, Clash, Azami. I think a lot of teams would struggle against that, and despite that, you went 4-2 in attack. So what do you think is the main reason you were able to pull some of these rounds in a situation where realistically, most of the time, VP was also in the control?
I think we were playing a lot of like split positions, so like even if they had the clash, we wouldn't like just push him and like try to counter them. We kind of just went around it and avoided like their strat, and we played good every round on attack. Honestly, we could have won 5, so our playstyle was working. Like last time we played them, I think we lost 5 attacks. This time we won 4, so we definitely made a lot of improvements since the last game and learned a lot about how they play on this map, and we just adapted. So
I think one of the main strengths that we've seen so far is the ability for you to find gaps in a situation where, like, I think of like Alemao jumping in on construction on the cash bomb site and getting a triple kill. I think of the gym bomb site where you guys jump in gym and somehow backstab the entirety of the team. Is that always going to be like the kind of playstyle that you're going for in attack when you're struggling to find a win condition and a few guys will poke around and try to find a gap to exploit?
I'm doing the interview.
Oh.
Doki, what are you doing, man?
Doki cameo, bring him in.
He can like he's taking over all of the interviews when Alemo is not there, and then when you're finally jumping on the interview, he has to distract us.
Yeah, I actually wanted to do an interview. Doki's trying to, you know, interview still, so. But with what you were saying, it kind of depends, because like in that situation where like Alemao jumped in Con, we knew we couldn't play for plant because they had like smokes and C4s, so he made the call. He was like, I'm gonna go push Con, make noise, I'm gonna flash red, and Shaiko, I think with Shaiko alive, he like smoked or flamed something, and they were like fully baited on me and Shaiko, and he just walked in and destroyed all 3 of them. So depends on the situation, but most of the time, yeah, it does result in stuff like that, splitting.
Stompen, we've not spoken to you on EML like we just said. It's been a lot of Doki interviews and a lot of Alemao interviews. How have you been finding, I suppose, from the last major, you know, in terms of the roster changes and all that, in terms of the last 3, 4, 5, 6 months, the new players into the roster? How does this G2 feel versus the first G2 roster that you joined?
Oh, I'm loving it a lot. I mean, not just like because how good we are in game, but like just like the team, you know, like we all like get along really good. We play ranked every day, you know, stream together. So it's definitely a lot better than, no offense, but a lot better than the other roster, like both in and out of game. So I think it helps us play better a lot.
Do you think it comes through in the games as well? You know, when you're in those tense scenarios, the fact that you trust each other more, and the fact that you know, you've got that friendship and that kind of synergy?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, it helps a lot.
Awesome. We see how the vibes are working out. I mean, you two, you are at least a top-tier team here with a big advantage going into playoffs. There's still a lot more spot for playoffs, and I'd like to get your opinion on it. We have Rebels, Shifters, Twisted Minds, and Heretics. Who do you think is going to take that final spot?
I think it'll be Shifters.
Why?
Oh wait, hold on. Who are their 2 last games? I played Falcons today, and who else? Did anyone know that?
And then, Shifters play, was it GK? No.
They
Rebels. They play Rebels.
I'm fact-checking myself.
I'm fairly sure they play Rebels.
So it will be like a battle.
I'm going to check, but I think they play Rebels.
If I had to guess, I would say Shifters.
Yeah, they play Rebels.
I would say Shifters would be the last playoff spot.
Okay. Despite having to go up against Falcons today,
the Rebels game will be the decider.
A shootout,
It will be rough. But Stompen, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you answering our questions here, and good luck with your final game.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
What a great run for G2 so far. Of course, Stompen talk about like staying undefeated so far, but they got to lock in for one more game to do it against a team that has not lost a single point so far. Though is a clear statement.
I think it was a statement in the sense that there seemed to be no ceiling for VP looking at them playing throughout the stage. However, the first thing we noted in this pregame was they played only against, on paper, weaker teams that went through roster changes, teams that went through loss of form or slumps. When it came to VP, they didn't have that. They had that consistency. But here is my problem, and the label that we found here. I felt that consistency found a ceiling, and that ceiling is when they meet top tier players that won 6 invitationals, that are the very, very best individual players in the world, they sometimes get outclassed. And I don't think it's going to be something that they cannot remedy, Jack.
Yeah.
But I do think that in a BO1 format, when you lose a couple of rounds that you should have won strategically, it gets in your head. And at this point, you start losing all of the critical gunfights.
Especially with how decisive that victory was. I think the big picture for VP and G2 march on. And I think we kind of expect that G2 march on. But I think for VP, just sticking with them for a second, it makes tomorrow's game going up against Falcons very, very decisive. Because let's say Falcons win the next game. It's going to be VP and Falcons probably second and third. That means they'll play each other for a spot at EWC, which means that BO1 tomorrow could be decisive. Now, if VP lose that, they'll have lost to G2. And then potentially Falcons going into playoffs to play for an EWC spot against that same opponent, which it can mess with all kinds of mental, no matter how successful they've been in those first 7 best of ones.
You know, sometimes we get to the final playday and so much is decided and we're kind of just playing the games to play them out. But with the way that you guys are talking about it, it seems like we still have so much to go for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about what Jack just said, right? When we're going to qualify these top 4 teams into playoffs, they're going to be in the upper bracket, right? The team that takes the first seed will play against the 4th one.
Yes.
And the 2nd and 3rd will play each other. Why is that important? Because we're in EML where 3 teams are at the top. That's G2, that's Falcons, and that's VP. That means that G2, if they win all the way on our first, they're going to avoid playing VP or Falcons for the EWC spot. That's how big it is to become the first seed at the end of the stage.
And it's very likely a Geeky and or a Fnatic, which you would back G2 to win that.
Obviously, anyone would take Geeky or Fnatic versus taking VP or Falcons on the BO3, especially for an EWC spot.
We can get a good vibe check though from Falcons and how they are feeling and how they're doing in regards to that fight for the top 2 or top 3 spot rather in this competition here, as they're playing against Shifters in our next match here for Shifters. This really is a do or die, right? We talked about them, you know, if we have to believe Stompen, they will still make it to playoffs, but as of right now, it is still looking rough. They were one of those teams that could make it all the way from, like, you know, was it 3rd in the group to 10th or something in regards to their position? That's crazy.
Yeah, I think so. I think Shifters have, and that is representative of what Shifters have shown us.
Yeah.
They've got the potential to be really good. They've got the potential to be really bad. And actually, if we take a look at their stats, we can see that the stats really aren't supporting their ambitions. It's the fact that they are 33% in their attack win rate, 56% in their defense win rate. A lot of 7th and 9th places in the stats leaderboards shows their current problems that they've got going on, Leo.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we've seen that across a couple of games, Jack. And especially the last game we saw on Consulate was a game where I felt like there were so many issues where they were hesitating, they struggled to attack. And so I think we should take an example of one of these.
We've got a round, realistically, that they should win. Let's roll the clip, because what you're going to see is they're attacking Piano and Exhibition. They get a first kill onto a Warden. They get a second kill onto a Solace here perfectly with Grim and the Deimos track. So that's perfect. You set them up, you've got a 5 versus 3 scenario, Leo, and this is brilliant because they also know that Skies and Nako are both top floor. They want to do a full clear. They can clear it out.
Yeah, at this point, the main thing is you want to pay attention to the win condition here. You've just taken 2 kills, and you have all of top 4 control and only 2 players to forget. So now, Nave can take his gunfight onto Nako. You have 2 players that can push into from top spiral and take that gunfight, preventing these guys to drop off. Freck, he can maybe hold the flank, and Blaz, he can go and triple up on all of these guys. Jack, we need a decision. There's 1 minute left in the round. 5v3, they need to clear the top floor.
And that's exactly what they don't do ultimately. Nave manages to throw the incandelas, but Nako has already fallen away. He gets away. And then Skies gets Deimos tracks. This is great, but actually nobody's pushing through. Skies decides, actually, I'm going to jump out the cons window. Perfect. Okay, so now the win condition, in my opinion, changes. You've got to then clear the guy on site and then hold the retakes. And that's exactly what they don't do, Leo. They don't hold the retake of Spiral. They have a drone there. The Denari gets all the way to the top floor.
And the main thing is, at this point, you might think, what have they been doing all this time? 0-30. Look at this. 20 seconds left, and they're still trying to find a way to go into the bomb site. Look at these guys. They're still up top, Jack. No one has fallen down. No one has went down the stairs.
And even then, if they're pressuring the Legion, they hold the retake of the smoke that they know is yellow. They hold the spiral retake, and then they hit site and clear the Legion. What don't they do? They don't hold yellow, and the smoke manages to push in, gets a double kill for free. They don't hold the guy, top spiral. He manages to get a kill, and then from there, it's panic stations on the side of Shifters, kills the guy playing the hatch, and then kills the guy bottom spiral. What's the Legion doing in all this? Well, he's just absolutely chilling. He's just absolutely chilling. Nothing's happening. He's unbothered. And realistically, that's the problem with Shifters, is they get great control, but then they didn't do much with it. That's the type of round that you want to be closing out if you want to be a team that aspires for playoffs.
The main thing is, when they drop down, you see that they want to hit side, right? One player is on display window, the other one dropped the hatch, one was bottom spiral, one was still up top. None of them doubled up. Yeah. They're in a 5v3. The only thing you have to do is stay close to each other and trade. And that's the main thing with Shifters. The first part, it's really well done, really well coordinated, but they're lacking the last part.
Now, they can't allow themselves to make these kind of mistakes today because they're going up against Falcons. And for Falcons' sake, you know, this is a roster that we see continuously be one of the very first two teams to qualify as the top two, or even as the first two teams to qualify to playoffs since 2023. And this is the first time that they're not doing it. What seems to be going on with this roster?
I think they've been a little bit inconsistent. I think they've been a little bit hit or miss. And I think the big problem for Falcons is that they're still adapting to a new playstyle, I think they are.
Yeah, I think they have a huge depth in the sense that when adding Zoom, they have a lot of more flexibility, and they have a lot more flexibility in their roles. The idea is a little bit like Liquid did in Brazil, to try and hit the reset button with one huge roster change. On the side of Liquid, they remove Hurt. On the side of Falcons, they remove Shaiko.
Yep.
Huge, big names, a core of their identity. They take in an amazing player. Maya for Liquid, Zoom for Falcons. And both of them actually have to live through a huge slump in the last few months because they're trying to basically find back the identity. It's an investment that's going to cost them in the short term, but hopefully will pay off in the long term.
It's one step backwards for two steps forwards. And in my opinion, there's one player who's really important for Falcons right now, and that player is going to be Solotov. And the reason is, Leakyfax said it in the last week in the interview, when he is putting in the same energy as today, this was in the game against Heretics, we are not losing a single match. And I think Zolotov's got big shoes to fill. He's got to be the front guy. He's got to play the difficult positions that Shaiko played. Yes, it's sort of slightly changed with Doom, but he's got to be the guy that steps up. This graph shows whenever Zolotov's having a good day and bringing that energy, Falcons win. They win every single game. Whenever he drops below 100 EPS, Falcons either have a close game or lose the game.
All right, well, the pressure is on for both these teams. We see all the players in the lobby as well. There's still one more thing we have to discuss before we can dive into this game, and that is the map between these two teams. As we said, you know, pressure is on, more so on the shoulders of Shifters. So for Shifters' perspective, going into Clubhouse, how fair is that?
I am struggling.
Oh, I see your expression.
I'll be honest, I'm about to say, if I was a Shifters fan, I'd be pooping my pants right now.
Isn't it a classic Shifters to go on an opponent's strong map to try and counter-strat them?
But I once called this Falcons roster, when they were BDS, the best clubhouse team in the world. I still believe they are one of the best clubhouse teams in the world. In fact, the only team they've lost it to in the last year is the best team in the world in FaZe.
Yeah. And Shifters, they lost it as well.
To Twisted Minds,
yeah. So like we're looking at a team that has no win rate on it as a team so far, and a team that has a 5-1 record in recent history on the map. So obviously, not only are they the favorites, they're also the favorites on this map. But that's always the story with Shifters. Every time they take a top contender, they will go to one of the best map and think, hey, we can take you down. And
keep them comfortable.
Yeah, more often than not, that doesn't work out. They make the game very close, but they usually cannot push it throughout the end. So two things I want to see from Shifters today. Obviously, do or die. 7 points left. They need to top things in the standings. So I need things like decision making. I need things like Nath is the IGL, he can make a call, but I need other voices to join him in that roster and make the calls for him. He cannot see everything in that team. And that hesitation that we've just witnessed on that round on Consulate is something that was missing hard because there was no decision. We need players like this on your screen. Blaz, Robbie, Blaz, player with experience, making decisions.
I feel a little bit nervous for Shifters, but the objective is clear for them. Leo just said what they need to do as well to stay alive for the players. Let's go to Clubhouse to find out how well they can do.
Thank you very much. Yes, the stakes could not be higher here for Shifters. On the outside looking in 7th place at the moment on the standings, but still a chance that they can make it to the playoffs. They will have to give it everything they've got though, Pengu, and Falcons ain't gonna make it easy. Falcons have struggled so far. They're outside on the looking in on the top 4. At the moment, they're in 5th place behind even Fnatic and GK, but a win here will rocket them up into 3rd place and give them a chance at skipping that lower bracket, going into the top 4 seeded in playoffs, which means that they will be just one best of 3 away from EWC. Now, I can't imagine there are many teams that feel more pressure to compete at and perform well at EWC than an organization like Falcons.
And with the player's history as well, back when they were also known as BDS, right? The whole minus Shaiko plus Doom, it felt like a pretty fair deal. You know, it shouldn't make Falcons much weaker. It'll give them maybe more consistency and playstyle and whatnot. Shaiko's happier in G2. Everybody wins. There's a big question mark about Falcons' current skill level. I actually think it's an excellent position for them to be in, to struggle a little bit and not just have like an easy time storming through the EML and then going to international ground and then maybe getting destroyed internationally. I think having some struggle early, working through those struggles is going to improve you much more as a team and expose those weaknesses of yours much earlier than, as I said, wait until international ground. So I think long-term wise, this is like perfect battleground for Falcons. And I feel like they're scaling and like peaking at the right moment so far in domestic play. And I think this is one of their final challenges. Like I said, rocking them into a playoffs position conversation, taking on Shifters convincingly here on a strong map of Clubhouse of theirs. That would be like, okay, they've been getting better and better and better, and then now they're the real deal. So can they get it done? Starting in basement, we've seen the bans come out, and to nobody's surprise, we're seeing a ton of Bandit Kaid ban today, and we have all stage long. It's going to continue to be that way because breaching is that important, and getting stopped by those two operators sucks. Meanwhile, Falcons, they stopped the objective taker of the Munty, and of course the hard destruction of the Thermite, so nothing too out of the norm here.
Keen to see what Shifters will cook in the late round, though, with these execute ops. Might not get a chance to play late round if Falcons have their way with it. Wow, Doom Suppressor on the Scopos.
Gotta stay stealthy, man. Also,
I mean, yeah, cool. Like the idea, but...
Are we officially, like, over the Dokkaebi fever? First year play days, constantly played, right? And then now? Boom, boom, boom.
I mean, you just have to keep things spicy. I think Dokkaebi is great in certain situations, but let's not over-obsess with it. You know, she's not a one-size-fits-all operator. You have so many good attackers, don't tunnel vision on one. For example, Robbie using the Glaz here to go in deep from Dirt Tunnel, leverage his position.
Get in there.
Wow. What? Bride, did he detonate his own Vulcan canister? I'm not exactly sure. The double shield, though, might work out here for Shifters if Lasmo can close the gap. However, there is a backup for Solotov. It's Leakafat coming back from the hallway, helping him out in blue.
Oh, that could be good.
Crystal could be big here. That could surely kill Lasmo indeed. Solotov finishes him off. Wow! The air jab pushes him back and Solotov finished off. Greg needs to win this second fight as well as Leakafat gets back to safety. Robbie's found 2 kills now on the Glaz. Shifters have the numbers.
No more smoke in it though, so Glaz is the DMR gun and uses with a sharp shot. Leakafat is following just Nave on the blitz now. Forced to wait this and take the fights.
Into a crossfire as well, close range. Good shot to Leakafat. He's got the flash, recharge, ready to take the fight against users. I think it might have missed. He's got it, knocks him down, wins the 1v2 for Nafe. And Shifters to steal the first round.
That's cold. So in that particular instance, I actually think he played it perfectly because he's up against an SMG-11 shotgun player and he knew that Leakafat spent most of his bullets getting a kill just seconds prior. So he's expecting a shotgun swing. So he just takes the fight pre-ADS thinking there's a high chance I can win this gunfight, and he also knows Leakafat should be very low on HP. So you'll see in a second, Nave brute forces it, says crossfire is not going to exist for a second or two if I can get the timing. So right here against the shotty. Then has to close the gap, just using terrain to his advantage. Look at his health bar. He is literally 1 point of health because 1 bullet hit his toes.
And see the way that Nafe as well played really carefully in that final 1v1. After he got the flash, he didn't immediately sprint and go for an ADS because, like you said, he was low. A blind fire could have meant that his feet cop a bullet. Even while his opponent can't see, he can still die. So he made sure to tank the first couple bullets, crouch, and then get the knockdown before confirming the kill. Really well played there for Nafe. And also I want to give some credit to Robbie. On the Glaz, it's very hard. I know that it's a classic position. I mean, back in 2018, people were doing it. 2017 even. The Glaz in Dirt Tunnel. It's about as old as this game, almost as old as Glaz's scope. But it's hard to do because you're walking into a three-way crossfire between AK's Deep Arsenal and Blue with tons of cover. Even with the cover of smoke, it's hard to win those fights. So credit to him for finding 2 kills, and to Shifters for finding the first attack round. We saw earlier today from VP, not easy to attack on Clubhouse.
Activated.
It's not easy unless you either get an opening by your enemy just having a small mistake happening or getting caught off guard, or if you force the issue. And I like the use of force here. Double shield, Glass the first round, double shield, Deimos here the second. Frank will have an early leave from this round though, being the ace of the hot destruction. So it's gonna make the round a little bit harder again for Shifters, losing a member early. But I would say, all things considered, you're losing one of the least valuable members. You still got, you know, as I said, double shield with Deimos that can make anything happen once you get in there. D4 is not good enough, sadly, as Nate just sprint straight past him. The freeze is excellent though.
Oh, perfectly paired up as well with the impact. Lasmo, though, does catch users on the retreat. Good work from Shifters to take control of top red before pushing that final incision onto Cash. It meant they caught the players rotating back towards the bomb site. Surprised that Falcons weren't aware of that.
The double shield is so gnarly here. They're just peeking the windows for intel and they can't really die themselves. So it's not a matter of like, Nave is never gonna get a kill here realistically, but he's saying, hey, there's one guy in bathroom, one guy in gym. Now they start understand that, hey, connector is clear. Can we work into office maybe? There's a pre-placed Goya canister for default. There's a player downstairs at pool table. So gym is gonna be a trap. I feel like in a perfect world, you try and force office maybe. I'm not a big fan of this window play, but they're gonna go for it. They're all stacked up.
Wow, they're gonna go deep. Nafe, though, falls to the Goyo fire. Robbie finds his pick. Brede also responds. Falcons are doing well to not overcomplicate things. I like that Goyo fire. It prevents Shifters from going for that default plant position. Great shot from Brede. Sharpshooter today with the MP5. Lasmo 1v3. And yeah, he isn't going to find that. Good push from Falcons to retake, recompose a little bit, find their footing, and some smiles on their faces, which is lovely to see. A team that has a reputation for being a little bit too serious. They are the other side of the coin where G2 sits as the friends team, the Larrikins. Falcons equally potent, but a little bit more serious. It's nice to see them crack a smile every now and then.
A little bit surprised about the attack though. They saw the Goyo canisters on inside of gym, inside of master bedroom mattress, and they still said, let's full send it. It feels like one of those moments where, you know, going back to the pre-death second, when we saw the Cleveland Consulate play out, they were lacking a decision, so they lost essentially on time. Now we saw a decision happen, I would say maybe too quickly, where had they thought it a little bit further, or that grenade that they spent on the office rotation, that nade could have been tossed in, cleared the Goyo canister, you wait that 20 seconds, and then you go again. So I felt like they were rushing into the decision, into a poor execute, if you will, and it just fell apart immediately. Nave died to Goyo fire, I believe. Last was stuck between 2 separate fires, and then Banshee slowing him down. It was just like a really tough spot to be in. Falcons happy with it though. They're gonna go through their bomb site rotations, go to CCTV, where they got that good old Jaeger castle set up. That often means either gonna have, you know, the master bedroom extension of the castle barricades, we see a ping right now happening, or you actually often play lounge, you close off like stock, main door, etc., and try and help the guy playing catwalk. But instead, they're gonna cancel for the extension of master gym, and they have the ADS is probably for catwalk to help Juma of Asami playing there. So they're kind of double dipping, doing both things at the same time with this operator lineup.
Shifters though, likely to just push with the shield to try and take as much ground as possible. I like the lurk from Robbie as well down below. Yeah, which is very rare. I mean, these days teams mostly go for catwalk takes, but no, instead it's a map clear from Jim across, and they're going to have to deal with players like Solotov and Leakafak who are on this extension.
And that's why it's smart, right? When you play the Jaeger Asami, a lot of teams are not going to go catwalk because that's a lot of utility, so you go for master. And that's where they have users in castle that are fortifying that position. Plus, they got the extension with the reinforcements, both inside and on the exterior wall. So this is Falcon saying, there's not going to be a gap. You got to fight us one way or another. Solid's taking a fair bit of damage, and the Solid Snake scanning all 5 defenders right now from outside the building. This is going to be a tough round for Falcons. They're going to stick around because they're not going to fall back.
Yeah, Robbie could be helping here on the vert. It looks like he will finally... No, he's tracking Leakified. I guess he is one of the players in bedroom. Might be able to find some vert shots off. We need someone playing the cut, though. And that's Freck's job. He actually gets a good read onto users before he plays the cut. About to get swung by Leakified. Perfect position for a Solid Snake to be playing, by the way, on the windows where he can get so much info. Now, Brede is the one that gets targeted. He's not really a very valuable target for Robbie as he's on hard floor. The real target here is Doom and Leakified holding inside of Con. Shifters, though, continue their reign of terror on this attacking side. Doom deleted. 4v2 now as Leakified and Brede get desperate.
Doom must have thought that was a Blackbeard. He was going from a head level down to the feet angles. Probably assuming that that was going to be a shield player, but it wasn't. It was Deimos, so he loses the gunfight. Brede, the clock's got though, that final Toxic in the pocket. He can choose when to cut off one of the attacking push angles. It could be red staircase, could be the window, could be con door, either way. A lot of pressure being applied here. They're going to jump in the windows and take control.
Oh, this is perfect. Great way to play it for Shifters. The confidence descended. Freck, be careful. That's your teammate. Hold the phone. The clutch god is in the building. 1v2 now. The gas David pocket, does he have the info? The castle is going to stop him from getting the vert angle. However, he's got info on the other player. Red pings come out onto Freck. But he can't go for the vert fight. He double thinks about it. Back underneath again. Hoping to get some info. That might get the kill. Freck takes a bit of damage, but no. Nothing as of yet. The gas keeps him at bay, but no. Freck, watching the vertical line of sight, will take him down. And another round on the board for Shifters, up 2-1 over Falcons.
A little bit of a nice shot there. Freck taking both enemies down and a teammate with him with a nice little one-tap on top red stairs. And it's a decisive push this time. I think we just saw the most ridiculous value from Solid Snake. Every single use of the gadget found at least 3 defenders. He found all 5, he found 4, and he found 3 back to back to back. That means you have perfect information for the majority of the round of where the defenders are playing from. You also had a shield that can push in and take control and take the fight. You had Deimos Tracker, who was chasing people vertically, while you had Freck cutting off the rotations while getting all that free intel. Absurd amount of value in that particular round. And it's just giving you different issues if you're Falcons. Do you gotta start worrying about playing the mute? Do you gotta stop worrying about peeking the windows? Like, here, it looks like Doom was fighting a shield player, so he flicked it down when he's actually fighting a Deimos. Like, there's all these small things Falcons are struggling with. Brede almost clutched it. It was a nice try, but the castle barricade made it impossible to get the plant denial.
Let's be honest, he neatly clutched it. He found 1 kill in a 1v4, and his opponent's killed.
Had the castle barricade not been there, because he had the information,
Bro, he
right?
didn't have
and
no, he didn't.
Okay. He had half info because there's a BP that was red ping, so he knew he was playing planting green box. Had he gone through the door and done his magic and hit that shotgun on the guy planting, then it's a 1v1, but it's still the BP alive. That's almost clutch.
Yeah. If my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bike.
5 seconds to go.
Or a motorcycle, or a car, or a tractor. Depends what kind of bike it is, you know, what kind of wheels it are.
You know. Look, I just want to know what's going on with Falcons. Look, credit to Shifters. They're playing some pretty damn good Siege right now, and I don't want to take anything away from them, but let's be honest. You know, they've only won 2 games so far this stage. Their next match is against Rebels. Such an important game because Rebels are currently in 6th place. That's the final playoffs position. And that's exactly the place that Shifters want to be. They need to steal that back. So Shifters getting a big win here makes it so much easier to then get that win over Rebels next week. It makes it so much more likely they will be able to guarantee top 6. But, you know, they only 2 games that Shifters have won this stage out of the 7 they've played against Heretics and Secret. They've lost to everybody else. Team Falcons, on the other hand, they've had some disappointing results. Wow, that's a disappointing start to the round for Leakified. But do you remember we casted on Playday number 1? Team Falcons lost to Rebels.
Yep.
Rebels, another mid-pack team that Falcons should be taking down pretty easily. Obviously, Falcons lose to your G2s. Strangely, they lost to GK, but they beat everybody else. Yeah, a loss here would be very surprising for Falcons.
Going back to my opening point, it's a similar story, right? Like, this should be Falcons peaking and taking down Shifters convincingly and having some good moments in the round. Instead, it's been a bit of a struggle early. Devs,
potatoes kind of game.
Yeah.
This is one of your games that you're like, yeah, okay, let's get some reps in. Shifters are a good team. They're not a bottom feeder team, but they're a good team. But we are better.
Like, they're challenging Falcons on a map that they're great at, and they're beating them so far on it. Of course, things can change, but also big praise to Shifters. They are making more decisions, they're getting more into the fighting, and I think last one, the shields have been excellent, and just simply staying alive and progressing throughout the round. They've been abusing, if you will, in a positive way, all the power-ups. The Ying, the double shield, the Deimos, the Dokkaebi, the Grim, like they've really been going through it and showing depth in their orbital lineup and flexibility. Falcons got a bit of a util setup. They got a mirror in the bottom main. They got some Castle Barricades protecting it inside a Moto, making that a kill box. And time is on Falcons' side. They got 3 Toxic Babes, got a C4. They're talking about 35 seconds on the clock roughly. But Shifters, when they want to be explosive, they're just gonna go crazy with it.
Good call onto users with the Dokkaebi as well. Mace taking a hell of a lot of damage though. Good shots though from Falcons.
Oh, no, again?
Brine, another team kill. This time it's for Falcons, and it might cost them the round. 2v3 now. Lasmo on the shield can get into the bomb site. It's a Nitro for Brine, but he's not in position to use it. Joom is the one who's in position to try and use the Nitro cell. Brine will try and toss it over, but Blaz is watching. Some French on French action. Joom 1v3 now. As the German lands a gnarly shot. Finishes off Blaz. Lasmo's low. Freck needs to rotate, and you're right. Trying to clutch up against the Dokkaebi and a Blitz. There's nothing worse than that feeling. Shifters triple down another round on the attacking side, and Falcons are left flightless.
Such another struggle of a round. They did the team kill, Ligifact dying early, the C4 disappears with it. Like, there are so many, again, small mistakes or small gaps here on the side of Falcons where they're just not doing enough in the server. Meanwhile, Shifters, that was a really messy execute, right? Nave almost died solely to the Toxic Babe while he's trying to throw out his Candelas. He gets shot immediately when he sees the first enemy, but then everybody else, they full committed. A decision was made saying, guys, we're going right now, and we're going despite the Toxic Babes in Moto, and despite the Toxic Babe bottom main. It's now or never. And because they full committed, it actually worked. So there's a tag timeout for Falcons, and I don't think this is going to be a very nice one. It's going to be, guys, we got to do better. We know we can do better. We've been doing better. Now we have to actually do it.
Yeah, a chance for Julia to talk to the boys. They need to be whipped into shape. This is not the Falcons that we know and love. We talked a lot about Clubhouse. This is, firstly, obviously, the most default staple map, like we've talked about many times. This is where you get your reps in. This is just classic Siege. In 2026, you need to be good at Clubhouse. But what's more than that, Falcons historically have really loved this map. That said, in recent history, we've seen far less of it from them. Pengu, this is the first time we're seeing Falcons play Clubhouse in Stage 1. They've played a hell of a lot of Border, a little bit of Consulate, and one-time Cafe. That's all they've played so far in Stage 1. If you look back at the Salt Lake City Major, they played a bunch of different maps. They played a little bit of Club. They beat CAG, Shopify Rebellion, and NIP on that map. They did lose it to FaZe eventually, but they haven't had any reps on this map since that event. This is their first time back into it. They're against a mid-pack team, solid team in EML, but not one vying for the championship. Shifters are very honestly unlikely to make it to EWC. I think at this current moment, people are looking at Fnatic to probably be that fourth team to join G2, Falcons, and VP. But yeah, I mean, if Falcons drop another game to a team that they shouldn't be losing to, that's 3 times in one stage after the loss to Rebels and GK. That starts to sound like a bit of a warning sign. And of course, it doesn't get any easier next week. Falcons go up against Virtus Pro. They can't beat Shifters. I don't think they can beat VP.
Ligifact almost dying early again inside of construction, probably by the window or something like that. I think last one the roof had an angle. Also, just talk about the operator band selection here for a second. Monty into Thermite into Ace. Is this like double Heartbreach ban against Shifters playstyles? I think it's very puzzling.
Yeah. I like the idea of double Heartbreach, but you look at like they're playing dumb shields. Like They're playing Shields, they're playing Dokkaebi, they're playing Deimos. Don't worry about the hard breach is not the win condition here.
My air jab is deployed.
There's a bit of misinput. Let's see if they can make a count though, because this is going to be about those reinforced walls. Now, as the Hibana on the board spent most of their Kairos, then you got the can openers on Blast and the Striker, and they're getting the con single wall, they're taking the exterior CC wall, and with that cutoff happening on the single, they're gonna fall back, like we saw from VP just, last game against T2 on the very same bomb site. But the difference is, Falcons, they have actually stalled for a lot more time. They're halfway through the round. We're seeing that shifters don't have a ton of time to work with, and they're almost out of hard utility. Thankfully, I think they've broken every wall that they need to win this. I'll get a kill again. Just early in the round, Blast on the Solotov. But again,
how does Solotov make that mistake? Yeah, standing too close to a gas pump. I don't know which one it was. Perhaps the one in con. Unusual. Wow, Jim.
Main stair.
How is Jim in kitchen hallway? This is a very late rotate. Blast is outside the building. Jim will trade him back, but that just calls on shifters to exit into the side. Lasmo's found a big two. Jim will trade him on back, but quickly Freck is there to respond. Shifters saw the gap as soon as there were too many players of Falcons flying around downstairs, and they pounced on the bomb site. Great attack. That makes 4 rounds on the attacking side for Shifters, and one final opportunity for Falcons to redeem themselves in this half.
I'm starting to get a little bit concerned here. I'm not gonna lie to you, James. This is not the outcome that I was expecting. You spoke earlier about how if you're like at a really high level, Clubhouse gets more and more attacker favored. I don't really feel like this is the case. I think Shifters are doing great at the things they gotta be doing, and the Falcons are falling short. That was after a technical timeout where Julio was chiming in, they had a bit of a breather, they could recompose, and they still lose a player early. They're dying on main staircase trying to retake the bomb side. Mind you, 30 seconds before that, they had 3 people in CCTV cash for the extension, and they scored the clash back when the hard breaching happened on Conwall. So did they all go back to the site? Did they then go down the hatch or down the staircase just to go back up 2 seconds later? Like, I don't understand exactly what's happening right now.
10 seconds left before insertion.
This could be Falcons trying to do something different. It could be Shifters just playing in a very unexpected way. Falcons not prepared for it. Either way, Shifters are going to keep doing it. Again, the Shield, the Deimos, the Grim, and now they're doubling down with a Finger to further boost Lasmo. Like, they're doing a great job of just cycling through the power-ups and attacking slightly differently every single time, saying, now I gotta worry about the game flashes, now I gotta worry about the Deimos track, and I gotta worry about the Shield. It's really taken Falcons a bit of a spin here.
Yeah. They've also been lurking a hell of a lot. I don't know how Shifters managed to have so many players who are on the front foot of the push with the shields, and at the same time they always have Robbie going for a bit of a lurk. I mean, even just now we saw him using his shotgun on Deimos to open up an avenue into Dirt Tunnel at the start of the round. Now he's droning himself in. He's just going to lurk straight into the map early. Freck is there too. This is a very lurk-heavy round for Shifters. What is the end goal?
Gotta field out on the server, I suppose. They might know that there's a Valkyrie on the board, so they're thinking vertically there's gotta be a guy creeping a bar or something like that. Maybe we get a freebie up the blue staircase. He hears him in lounge, had a shotgun. The door is barricaded, but mind you, if anybody steps close to that door, Robert will make quick work of it with a shotgun or the secondary pistol. But League Effect's gonna hide bottom garage, hop on his cams. They have a cam in master bedroom, and garage, and lounge. So they don't know about Robert's position, but his door being barricaded does make the push kind of difficult.
Can't sit around and lurk forever. Big Attack knows exactly where Freck is. That was a little bit of a mistake.
That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there from Freck.
Robbie left because it wasn't playable, and Freck said, no, it's playable, trust me, watch this. And he dies. C4 toss
unfortunately. Doesn't land though. Thankfully for Lasmo, however, Solotov's found a nice angle with the DMR. This is a good chance for Falcons to redeem themselves. A 2-4 here is not the end of the world, certainly not great. The Shifters are looking a little desperate now. Look at the fact that we're seeing Lasmo contest that angle. It's not ideal. Robbie might be on for a kill here with the shotgun. But League of Fact is hunting him down, and League of Fact is absolutely favored, I would say, in this situation. Now, Blaz has been finished off. Lasmo is desperately trying to take fights on the site with the Blackbeard, and he's now left all alone. 1v4, and there's just no universe where he wins this.
Swing will be swung. It's a standoff. Who's gonna get impatient first? Who's allowed to troll and try and go for the 1-for-1? That's what's proning. It's June. It was always gonna be June, James.
Of course. Good run out as well. Yeah, take a big swig, Solotov. That was a tough half, but Falcons at the end of it do at least find a path back into it. 2 rounds. It might not be enough, but it's a start.
It seems like Falcons are taking a bit of a hydration break there. June drinking from 2 different bottles, by the way, at the same time.
And don't forget to buy the new esports skins from Falcon.
Yeah, no. But this first half so far, good, resilience from Falcons there in the late last round. Sorry, couldn't even think there anymore. But for Shifters, we have to compliment their late rounds. Contrary to what we're seeing on the telestrator earlier, they're making it work.
Do you know what, Anne? I hate Shifters. They're really annoying. They're really annoying. You think they're going good, and then they produce the rounds that we showed on the telestrator in the pregame, and then you think, okay, they're really struggling with these late rounds.
That's the pro team that fixes their issues.
And they come out against Falcons, and we can roll the clips, because they come out against Falcons, and it starts on the very first round, when they nearly do it again, by the way. They nearly do it again, because that was a 3 versus 2, but they come out against Falcons, and they manage to find success in the late rounds. When we challenged them, and we said, we need to be seeing Shifters winning the rounds that they should win in the late round and not finding the opportunity. They did win that one. This one, again, they did win. Team kill, dies, but they get the 2v1, they get the plant. And that's been the most impressive thing, Leo. And I think that's the reason, actually, that they're 4-2 up coming into this half. They've been successful, they've had their stuff together, they've managed to find a win condition, and they've executed it well.
And even here, like that basement execute was a perfect 3v2. They gain the right advantage, they kill the blue player, they go for the plant, they have a double cover, like, that's good. The late round composure is there. Most importantly, how do they get to that point? And that's a second good thing. They've retained what made them strong early on. We've seen it on that illustration, right? Their ability to win the opening kill, their ability to gain the zone control that they need. What they lacked before was the late round, not getting exploited and actually making the right call. And I think that Nave has been really good with this, taking the right decision, everyone following him, and then making the right moves. That's why they go in attack and they take 4 rounds. Now they should be in a driving seat to take this map away, and I don't think anyone would have bet on Shifters creating an upset today.
Now, big picture, context picture, playoffs picture, Shifters, the result of this game arguably doesn't matter because it looks like they're going to have a straight shootout with Rebels tomorrow regardless for the 6th playoff spot. Falcons are confirmed for playoffs, but should they lose this in regulation, it really throws doubt into whether they will actually make the top 4 at all, which really could shake things up with, GK Fnatic. They will be very happy at this result so far.
Shifters, though, to make it a direct shutout between them and Rebels tomorrow, they do still need to win here. Because the realistic thing is, they are playing Falcons, but Rebels after this are playing Heretics. So there's a very decent chance that Heretics lose, so that Rebels, they're on 8 points, they take 3 points, they're on 11. If Shifters don't take points here, they're on 7.
Actually,
it's already done. So they have the pressure here, they do need to win.
They need the full 3 points?
I think it would really help them to stay close to Rebels because there is a realistic reason to think that Rebels are going to take 3 points against.
You don't believe in Heretics?
I don't believe in Heretics.
Okay.
Alright, well, Shifters are in the driver's seat, like you said, on the defense now as the second half of this game starts.
Well, Leo, you might not believe in Heretics, but I'm going to have some faith here in Falcons at least and hope that they can get there and make it a competitive stage 1 for themselves and for qualification purposes and going to playoffs. I'm gonna ride the Falcons train all the way here. I think that the way Shifters were attacking was great. They fixed the late round like we saw here and the Dead spoke about both before the matchup and here in the halftime live check. Now that you swap sides, it's much more about every defender of Shifters calling the shots and what they see, rather than one person going on a shield operator and kind of just walking forward and saying, this is what's gonna happen now. You have less intel to work with, you don't have your Dokkaebi Demos, Solid Snake, your shield operators, like I said before, to give you that kind of knowledge. So for Falcons, if they can really solve their problems now and just streamline these attacks, so step 1, go for this. Okay, that's accomplished. Now we go for step 2 and honestly play it nice and tight. I think this could very quickly turn into a 4-4 in just the following 2 rounds.
Yeah, for sure. Look, we said something very similar in the VPG2 game earlier today, and we were quite wrong about that. So I do want to reserve judgment at least a little bit here and give some credit to Shifters for what they did in that first half. But you're right, Falcons are a fantastic team and they are very capable of bringing this back on the attacking side. Big thing for me, for Shifters, I want to see active defenses here. Take a leaf out of the G2 playbook. Don't just sit back and wait for Falcons to do their job. Even if it is a 5 on site, as it appears to be right now, I want to see off-pace aggression. I want to see them really punish Falcons here force them to solve problems, and that's why I like what I'm seeing out of Blaz. Great Nitro, gets caught, but funnily enough, it actually saves his own life because it gives him the time to get back to site without Leakerfack watching that vert.
It's actually quite nice. It just buys you, again, so much space, and I'm not sure if that's Leakerfack respecting the position or fearing the position, but he wasn't willing to take the risk of the gamble of, you know, the 50-50 gunfight or the C4. So he plays it safe, as he should, like I said, step 1, step 2, step 3. But Shifters are playing some old school Siege. They're impact tricking the kitchen hatch. Thankfully, Falcons brought Hibana, so 2 pellets impact, 2 pellets impact, the C4 pops. Eventually, the hatch will get opened up. But this is going to be one of those annoying things. If you're wasting time, you are limiting the hard breaching destructive ability rather. You have a ton of denier lasers in the motor hatch, so that's a no-go. Can't go in that direction. That means it's going to be dirt, blue, and hatch drops. I thought he was swinging for a second there.
No. The mirror window is still closed. Smacked but closed. That's a good nade though onto Freck. He's already taken a bit of damage when his phone exploded. Good opening from Doom. However, the fire from Nave will keep at bay. The second player looking to push in. Solotov will still find a kill regardless. Leakerfack dropping down the hatch will lose his life, and Falcons suddenly feel their advantage slip away. They need a hero, and Doom wants to be that man. On the Blackbeard now, deep into AKs, but Solotov is isolated, separated. Doom finding another one, 11 kills. He's doing everything he can to keep Falcons in the game. No Nitro cells left for Shifters to use to try and take the fight against Doom. They can keep on trying to smack it.
Use the
try and find the kill. Doom needs to dash down, needs to find it. 1 HP, but Doom aims down sight and claims his kill. First round of attack for Falcons.
Doom might not be a shield player, but he is that guy. He was solo in the bomb site 1v3 while Solotov was waiting for the Goyo fire to disappear, which takes 20 seconds. While that's happening, Doom was fighting a player AKs, Chassis, a guy in church, somehow finds 2 kills, is melee battling the mirror for way too long, and somehow still managed to stay alive throughout the entirety of that. There was 2 seconds left on the clock, by the way, and the diffuser was in mode to a bottom main. You see the silhouette here about the Chassis. It's so far away. So Doom gets 1, Soldier gets 1. They made the call. We have to go for our individual kills.
Oh my fucking god, I can't breathe, bro, I can't breathe.
Oh man, I think that's the most I've ever heard Jim speak.
He's a quiet guy, he really is.
He's a very quiet guy. I love to hear him animated like that. He can't breathe. Guy has not got any time to breathe. He's spending all his time getting kills. Look at him go. 12 kills. He's got as many as Leakerfack, Solotov, and users combined.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
This is Doom doing Doom things. But it does.
This is why you picked this guy up.
It is, but the rest of the squad, you know, building around him, it's been hard on the entries. It's been hard in the opening kill department. It's been hard kind of finding success around Doom. Even that round, I mean, they get into blue, they get the challenging kill at the opening of the attack, and then it falls apart, right? They just got falling apart in third, they get shot in blue. Doom probably only lived because he was playing a shield operator, or he was going to be in a very tough spot when his teammates died behind him, or next to him. But a round win is a round win, and from the momentum side and the mentality speaking, that is a very well-needed victory for Falcons. Because if you lose it on a timer go to 0 with Doom keep getting melee, for example, and Soldier can't get both kills, it's gonna suck losing a round like that.
Oh, huge.
That's a cheeky wallbang there. The soft on the pellet at a side angle.
It's actually very hard to breach now for Solotov.
Yep.
I actually think your best bet is using 2 sets of pellets, one at the bottom and one at the Is that exactly what he's going to do?
I just fall in the bottom, you know.
He's just going to make a weird looking... what is that?
It's cursed, is what it is.
He still needs one more single.
He can shoot this
where's
one,
the
he's gonna
bottom?
Oh, no.
Bro, what am I watching?
Gonna make a hole.
Dude, you just need 2 at the top, and it will break that. But now he's
No. He's doing 2 at the bottom. He's gonna.
No.
It's gonna work. Watch, it's gonna work. It's a vault hole in a second here.
Barely.
Is that vaultable? I don't think so. I think the top part is getting it. All right, they get it vertically.
What it is.
No, it's fine. Okay, they got the mirror rental vertically. Job done.
Does not look fine. I'm done inside.
Solotov is distracting Blast for a very long time here.
You cannot vault through that. There's no.
I don't think so either. I think it's got to go.
Nice bit of fire though. Solotov does find a kill as well through his cooked little breach.
He's gonna go back.
But unfortunately, because he fell off, it meant that Blaz was allowed to escape out of the fire from the Capitao. By the way, Solotov still has more. He could breach. Yeah, now he's finally getting rid of that bit at the top. Is Nave going to shoot it off? I think Nave just shot it off.
No. He got it. Trust me. Trust me. He can now walk in the breach, okay? New door unlocked. Oh yeah, that's a vault hole. Now Blast on a lot of fire, literally speaking.
Nice.
Injured confirmed by users. Squeeze of utility there. 35 seconds, Falcons. This is the shifter's position late game. You gotta make a decision. It's gotta be the right one. You gotta work together.
Stun grenade.
You said that Falcons could very well bring it back to 4-4. And Solotov going big is certainly making his case for it. Correct now, 1v5. In what universe is this winnable? Absolutely none. Brede polishes him off. Flawless round for Falcons. Still, Brede is looking pretty stressed, I can't deny it, but the scoreline is tied.
I like to believe that what happened there is Solotov got so pissed off about the Hibana X Kairos, he said, screw it, walks in, just takes 2 clean headshots and says, guys, just win the round, please get it over the line. Because he was fighting against Blaz in bathroom, denying like 6 X Kairo pellets for like half the round. It's ridiculous. But hey, the Capitao Fires did great work. They found a kill eventually, and with this final 2 rounds going the way of Falcons, it's been a tactical timeout called here from Shifters to settle how to play these upcoming defensive rounds, because it's hard on Clubhouse right now if you're defender.
Yeah, I'm starting to think, like, is this just attacker-sided Clubhouse? So we've seen 2 games today where the attack is looking really good. You do think so, hey?
Yeah, so I have always been a believer, like you said, like the higher level of siege you play at, the more the game becomes like attacker favorite, or it becomes less defender favorite, maybe I should say. I think Clubhouse is a map where, because it's so fundamentally oriented and strategically picking things apart, you've always been able to like 4-2, 5-1, 6-0 weaker teams in the attack, because you can just pick apart any problem, right? Defenders have a lot of toys to work with and ways to shape the bomb side and do whatever, but attackers always have a clear win condition, which is execute and plant, because this is more of a late round map. So with the perfect attack strategy, you can win.
This is why the best teams, when they get to that high level, know that you can't just sit back and have a good setup on Clubhouse. You have to do exactly what G2 did. You have a good setup, but you also just fight them every step of the way. You go basement.
It's hard to fight Clubhouse, you know?
It is. It is. Maybe your fighting on Clubhouse is you pick up someone like Benja who can just find kills out of nowhere.
Yeah, okay.
And you just really have to lean into
Benja, Alamau, Doki, and that young guy was
literally though, like it gets to that point where you just have to have people that will win 40-60 gunfights when they shouldn't. Or you play to shoot drones and fall back, or you invest heavily on the roam, you know, do a hybrid SSG roam.
Yeah, C4 vertically, like there's stuff you can do before.
You have to combo it. Ooh.
But I'm also like, if you know they're going for a heavy roam, right? You play like Deimos, Doki, Solid Snake, okay? Then you know they're bunkering. You play Ying, Glass Shield, like Clubhouse has all these heavily attacker favorite operators that can just like alter what the win con is gonna be. And with the current ban system, you can ban maybe a power operator, but all the shields are open. Ban shields, now the power-ups are open. Maybe you ban a mixture of both, and now you got all the heart breaches open, which heart breaching Clubhouse, like probably one of the most important heart breaching maps of all time. It's just one of those I don't think you can win.
Is it a troll here banning the ace from Shift?
I
Grim I get, but
I do think so a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'm not a high breach person. Like, we saw a Thermite ban earlier today that was questionable. We've seen an ace ban that was questionable. I, of course, am no longer an active pro player, but I feel like when you have all these super strong meta operators, it feels so hard in my mind to ever go to a high breach ban, because you're fighting the world if you do that.
I get ace Hibana bans in combo. Yeah. Because then you know, well, even on this map, like you know, if Mirror is in, for example, you ban both of those,
then they play
and you yeah, sure. Wow, that's a hell of a lot of damage on a Doom, but Leakafak able to quickly punish Blaz. Doom, though, who was the savior last time Falcons attacked this bomb site on the Blackbeard, is going to be far more vulnerable from now on. There's still 2 impacts on Nath and 1 Nitro from Robbie, even a lick of damage, and he goes down.
Hey, hear me out. You Twitch drone sap Doom and you revive him with more health. Hold up. That's a thought.
Is 20 HP worth it?
You know, back in the day, it was 50 health. It was a super viable strat. But 20,
remember.
it's all
We
the
did all
same,
the time.
man. But it was so funny if you did it for the memes. Just with the throwback meme, you know?
Sure. I
I would
saw
play
so many team kills back in the day because people didn't know how to do
They
this.
take the pistol up as the magnet. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, exactly. Nice couple of kills. Funnily enough, Nafe does end up killing Doom with the Pokeball, and Lasmo gets aggressive as well on the clash. Shield already placed down. He's now in a 1v3. Spots out the first one. Leak of Fact with the F2. You just can't count him out. That's Falcons taking the lead 4 rounds in a row.
League of Fact really stepping into his entry fracking role. I mean, Doom was struggling the main staircase and he was like peeling back as he was getting impacted. League of Fact sprints in front of Doom, takes down the player bottom main, saves his teammate, gets the kill, and opens up the round like that. Arbiter bans here. It could be a BB ban, could be a Deimos ban if I had to take any guesses. On the flip side, I have no idea. It's gonna be Mirror 3 ban. I'm completely wrong. Never mind. So double Heartbreach ban and a Mirror. Mirror is, this has been the case a lot today, right? Bending height into Mirror, super common because now you cannot do any tricking around the walls, which is excellent. But it does, again, give me some fear that we're seeing a double Heartbreach ban, the Thermite and the Ace. And you can argue the case where, like, you know, CCTV, jacuzzi walls with the Thermite, they get popped instantly. When your basement roam clear, or basement, they bombs on your roaming top floor, same exact story. Thermite has 3x of Thermite charge, he's a secondary shotgun, he has smoke and he has a flash, but like, he does bring a lot of value, yes. But I gotta say one more time, right? Are we gonna talk about Capital, the shields, or the Deimos, or like whatever else, like the glass, the Ying? It just feels like you can't. You're leaving so much open for the taking, and now you're gonna play CCTV and they have Capital. I don't want to play this bomb set against Capital.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, ready.
It just feels hard. And I look at the second lineup.
To defuse a bomb.
Do you think they would even pick Thermite if it was open? I mean, honestly, possibly. But Striker gets nades and hard destruction. Capital gets hard destruction. Deimos gets hard destruction, while the Thermite Breach is nice. Yes, and look at their gadgets. They have Deimos, Capital, Glass. They have tons of hard breach.
Again, the only hard breach bans I really see you getting look, and if you really want to open the wall fully, get Maverick. You can do it.
Yeah, you could.
You want a big hole, right?
Well,
the only value I see in hard breach bans in this particular game would be if you lead into the mirror and you ban the Ace and the Hibana together, and then you try to impact trick any melee range hard breach, but I don't know, I just feel like a little bit of a waste from Shifters here. And they really had to come through on their defense because of their attack being so good and Falcons being rejuvenated in the second half. I really feel like Shifters had to go deep. I would absolutely be banning that Blackbeard or something like that.
There comes the Glass shenanigans. Doom being a flex player, the BB now the Glass. Thankfully with the DMR, you can destroy those keeper barriers first, get a second smoke into action, then go again. It's also using both the smokes first, looks like. Oh, a fire. Hold up. They're cooking, they're setting it up. They canceled the Deimos tracker. They're waiting for something here. A smoke, here comes the fire. Doom can watch at the same time. Last most final covered, one more keep in pocket, and he's kind of juggling here. And he's actually gonna stay alive for now. That's both fires gone, and the last smoke from Doom's pocket being spent.
Oh wow. Barely managed to see him, but Doom still finds the kill onto Lasmo. And the air jab as well keeps at bay that aggro player at the top of red stairs. That's Nafe. I like that Shift is still leaning into this clash, but so many ingredients to deal with it here. Falcons have taken a lot of map control. The rafters now held by Solotov, but he's got to fight Freck here with the DMR in the long fight.
Yep. Got one more smoke here being spent to enable Doom, who has the diffuser on the Glass actually. It could become the planter, I guess, because there's no more smokes for him to utilize. They're worried about Lounge, which is, you know, a fair point. They have Blast locking that down, there's a C4 buff from Robbie, and time is taken away. They gotta start acting soon. They could just flood the side maybe and say, screw downstairs, we want the whole side.
Oh wow, Blast going deep. Open watch the rear side, oh my god! Robbie! He might have given Shifters a lifeline, but Users and Prede joined the fray. Now the two of them must pick up that diffuser and get it planted on the side. Robbie drops down below. Freck's still on the side. He's going to have to take down that castle barricade. He could still deny the plan in time. Out comes the shotgun. He missed it, but still gets the kill in the post plant. Uses the 1v2 out on rappel. No flashbangs, no util. And Robbie is outside garage. Might get detected. He's peeking. But Freck doesn't know exactly where Usus might be. And I don't think Robbie's position is going to help. Freck needs some more support on the bomb site. Usus can hide away, tuck, and not be exposed to Robbie running out from the garage. Freck has to get on that defuse as soon as possible. And Robbie has to go deep. Oh my god! He had to get off! It was essentially solo with Robbie outside the building, but he's clutched it up, and Shifters have finally got one back for themselves.
Oh my god, it's such a classic 2v1. We've seen this so many times throughout the history of Clubhouse, and it's such a tricky position. You can double swing the breach, you can go for defuse, try and bait it out, but we all know if you give the attacker the rappel angle, you're doomed. So they know that the only thing they can do is send the guy out the garage door and start distracting and fighting the guy on the rappel. On the flip side, Usus knows that too, so he gets off the rappel onto the balcony to use the cover so he doesn't have a 2 versus 1, but a 1 versus 1. But that means that Freck knows exactly where he is, because there's only one area on that platform you can be. That's right here. Talk on the left-hand side from Freck's point of view.
Holy shit, guys, let's go.
Robbie was sprinting into spawn, James, where the attackers start their round to get as deep of an angle as possible to take down Usus. If Freck doesn't win that gunfight, or if he had died earlier, there's no time to win the round. It's all or nothing.
10 seconds left.
Now we're at breakpoint. It's my favorite point that we get to in any game, Pengu. Next point guarantees that you take away something to put on the standings at the end of today. And for Shifters, they need every inch that they can get. It's been a tough stage for them. They are, like I've said, on the outside looking in 7th place. Only top 6 go through to playoffs. Every team in the playoffs is locked except for Rebels, who currently sit in that 6th place, but they're going to play later today. It's not going to be, well, I mean, it could be, in theory, an easier game against Heretics. They're likely to get points away from that, and then Rebels and Shifters will play next week, and by all likelihood, that game will essentially determine which of those teams goes through to the playoffs. If Shifters even just get 1 point out of this game, give them one more leg up against Rebels.
Freck's doing a great job of just holding on for his team, honestly. Sometimes he plays the backstabber, sometimes he's in the frontal of fight. Sometimes he's last alive. Feels like he's everywhere. A small niche trick over here. Last mode tank in the Dokkaebi call with the clash actually grants you the explosive resistance. So instead of taking 40 damage, you only took the 20. So it's always worth tanking the Dokkaebi call if you're the clash player. As long as you have the shield obviously in your hands, otherwise it won't work. What now? He's gonna get flashed and air jab. Now we pray. Now we pray. Wow. Time.
Oh my god, Lasmo is lucky to have survived that, but look at this deep push here from Solotov. Lasmo is surely cooked now. The air jab was a big play. Solotov backing it up with some firepower himself as he's got Lasmo on the floor. This might be where Shifters find that they are out of luck. Leakafak eventually catches Lasmo. He thought he was safe, retreating back to the side, but Falcons are playing this perfectly.
Now they're just gonna reset, restabilize, and take it one step at a time, like they have been so far on their attacks. It's all about just building that very small advantage and then just not letting go. Making sure the flank drone is there and who's watching it. We're seeing Leakafak right now having that responsibility because he spent his air jabs, his flashbangs, he's either a gun or he's flank watching. So right now he's doing the cover of watching everything behind him, and the rest of his squad can work forward. When his team is ready for it, he can enjoy the battle for maximum numbers advantage.
Oh. Solotov is just feeling so on the money right now. Goes straight in with a Type 89, claims another one. Could it be the ace? Nave's the last one left. Stuck in con. Solotov not sure about it, but now finally has the read. Joom's gone down. Nave tries to continue this 1v5. Users puts him in the dirt. Team Falcons finally back on top and within touching distance of another victory.
Slowly but surely, they're getting there. And it feels like League Effect, you know, the more intense the game gets, the more serious he gets about it as well. He had a quiet start when they were defending, then he became the intro and attack all of a sudden, then he becomes the strategist of just, you know, making sure that everything is nice and comfortable. The flank watching, then stepping forward. I like the leapfrogging here from Falcons, right? What I mean by that is at the end, we saw League Effect literally just watching cams. He was right outside the bomb site windows. When his teammates say, hey, it's time to go, he hops off the cam, joins the action. Because he knows, even if he lets go of the flank for like the next 5 or 10 seconds, they're going forward into side. The flank doesn't matter because they're going to be winning off that push.
Let's go! The David really good, by the way. I'm going
So they're just maximizing their own potential.
I always want to hear what he's saying, man.
He's so like,
I love this.
Celebrate and straight back to strategy, right?
Yeah, only 1 second of celebration, that's all you get.
I mean, I will say this, Shifters, they have done a hell of a job. Especially their attacking side, you know, there was a lot of good stuff that happened. And I generally just think that it is incredibly difficult to play on defense. Like, in every circumstance. Like, we keep saying that there are so many operators on attack that can just really shape up the round in your favor. And defenders don't get that many of those. We see a lot of the same defenders being picked around. Sometimes the mirror, sometimes the clash. If you want to do like a heavy turtle, you look at like some Castle, Wamai, Jaeger shenanigans. But generally it's going to be, you know, a Sonic playing at rafters, a guy playing a bathroom and gym defense. When you extend over, you're roaming maybe top floor here in basement and falling back step by step. You don't have as much freedom or flexibility. So it's about the small wins. You know, does the C4 get the kill? Do you get to fall back on all 5 defenders? Do you, I don't know, do the attackers get to shoot a default cam somewhere? Do you have more instant than you should have, for example? Those small things all built into your side of winning a defensive round. But for the attackers, it's much bigger. We want to breach this, we'll get it. We want to clear this util, we'll get that done too. Because you have so much util. Look at this current lineup. They have tons of hot destruction, they have EMPs, they have 3 grenades, possibility of forward solid snake, they have flashbangs in the Hibana. They have execute, they have roam clear, they have intel. They got it all.
It's one thing to have the right ingredients, it's another thing to play it in such a way it's going to put the pressure on. And I think that's the key here for Shifters. Like we said, active defense, 1 club for G2 against VP. This is good. Keep Joom at bay a little bit longer. Use those Vulcans for as long as possible. You can always rotate the Clash over in position to try and take the fight to Joom. But we know Joom is one of the most deadly things that Falcons have. Joom on Blackbeard on the basement, no less. Naif is forced back. User still on the hunt. There is a roamer at large, and it's Blaz all the way upstairs. A slow operator on the mute without the best weaponry. As Falcons continue mounting up the pressure, peeling back the layers.
This is Naif's last stand, though inside the 3rd tunnel, all the good fires popped. The Blaz is a hero, gets a kill elsewhere upstairs. That's Solotov in the grave. Falcons starting on the back foot, but like you said, they got strong operators for the job. The big question here, can they force a gap somewhere? Or can Joom just play the Blackbeard and just get the push going? No. Oh, Blast with a second.
It's desperate now from the users. 2 kills! 3! The gap's found! He teams up with Joom! Blaz is so far off start, he needs to retreat back. He might be able to drop down the hatch, but he needs to land his shot against Joom. Both of the defenders have low caliber SMGs. Hard to take the fight against the Blackbeard. Joom, once again! It's him, and always him, that steps up for Falcons. Users frags the hell out as well. And they are flying high again. It has been one hell of a stage, but Falcons are back on top where they belong.
All it needed was a side swap and just take it nice step by step, get Joom on the Blackbeard and get everybody fired up on the same page. Don't go anywhere because we're gonna have a winner's interview after we get back from the break.
Pick up the pace. Ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the gold. Breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
just before overtime was upon us. Falcons soar through and still get the 3 full points from this matchup. And that means we have users standing by to ask him a few questions about this matchup. Good evening, users. Congratulations on the 3 points. How are we doing?
Thank you. I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Good.
Good.
Pretty good, yeah. Pretty good. Josh, do you remember the last time that you lost Clubhouse as a team?
No.
One of the only times I could find you guys losing Clubhouse as a team was to FaZe Clan. So do you have any ideas why Shifters would want to take you to that map?
I didn't see the bans, to be honest. But I guess like it was just like a mixed map, like a mid map, sorry, for like both teams, I think.
To be fair, they didn't do bad. Obviously it was quite close. How come it got so close inside of the game? Because there was a few rounds where it came down to the very last second as well.
Yeah, I think our defenses were a bit knackered. Like I don't know, like I feel like they weren't doing much, and we were just like all dying for no reason. Like we were like giving them the round instead of them actually like working for it, or we didn't play together. And then our attacks, I think, I don't really know what happened on our attacks. I mean, Joom and Solotov both had like 15 kills each. So I think they were just killing everyone on the attack side.
Do you think they were the main condition of you guys fighting back into this game?
I think so.
Yeah, I guess I saw the momentum completely flip at the moment where Solotov was hitting 4Ks or aces. I'm just wondering, when you were... I'm pretty sure it was you who was standing in that 1v2 on Plat when you had one guy running out on you on garage door and then you're trying to cover the diffuser.
Yeah.
How did you feel like you should have played that one? Because I will say this, it was really hard watch for us because we're like, you could see the guy on the outline like pushing you garage door and the other was swinging you server.
No, I knew one guy was garage door because we had a drone, or like around garage. I don't know if he was like catwalk or garage, and then the other guy was like server breach. So then I was like, if I just drop off and then rappel back up, then the guy has to defuse, and then the guy, like, he defused once. I should have waited, to be honest. I just played it bad.
All right, well, use one more thing we're noticing is New Jersey for you and the guys today. There's Esports skin coming out. There's a lot of new things for Falcons.
New sponsor. And buy the skin as well, yeah, sorry, buy the skin.
W Media Trading. Well, users, thank you so much for your time, and good luck with the big match tomorrow against Virtus.pro.
Thank you.
Always good to speak to him as well and get a little bit of an outfit of the day kind of situation going on. But let's talk about the players, though, because 2 players, big saviors for Falcons inside
this round, by the way, 2 versus 2. Joom manages to find the kill, and it's Solotov as well, actually, isn't it? And they get 1 each. And then this, by the way, from Solotov. 1, 2, absolutely no problem.
Honestly, the two of them, when they're stick together, and you've said it before, right? Like, Solotov was the main win condition for most of the wins for Falcons. When he's hitting his shots, nothing can really stop them. It's just never a really good sign to rely on your big individuals to pull you out of this situation. But I think, like he said, he put it really well, right? Actually, what the fuck? What's the difference? What's the difference in EPS?
It'll be entries.
It will be entries.
It'll be entries. It'll be entries because they
75%
on exactly the same.
Milo, or graphics operator, did you get lazy and just copy and paste the statistics for the 2 players here? Actually crazy. 13 kills and 14 deaths for the 2 of them combined in one single BO1 in 12 rounds.
He would never do that.
In 12
you
rounds.
can't throw him under the bus.
No, he would never.
He would never do that. Of course, he's perfect. You're perfect.
But yeah, no, I think... Thank you. Oh, no, you're telling me that. Okay, never mind. Yep, no, that does confirm it. There's a scoreboard
right.
as well.
Okay.
And LeakFact said it, we did highlight in the pregame, when Solotov is having that energy, when he is playing well, they do so well. And I think it was quite a spirited comeback, because Shifters were looking good. Shifters were looking good, going into the half, 4-2 split, and then Falcons, they found a way. And I think, unfortunately, if we flip the focus onto Shifters here, it does mean that playoffs is almost out of reach. Because they will be, well, they are currently behind Rebels. If Rebels get a full 3-point victory, then that's done. There'll be no playoffs for Shifters, no EWC, and ultimately another failed stage. And when they've showed little pockets of promises here and there, but just not strung it together for the full thing, oh my god, he's woke. Okay, tell me.
That last game today, has everything in it. Because Rebels, if they win, from what you've just said, will be making playoffs. And why did I put them all the way at the beginning of the stage in my tier list?
Finally.
I put them in, they would need a miracle. And I would not count on beating Heretics being a miracle.
We're at that point in the day where the stopped clock is right.
Yeah, I did not.
The stop clock is right twice a day.
What is a stop clock?
A clock that doesn't
like a clock that doesn't work anymore.
Imagine like you got a hand.
Why would it be a clock if it doesn't work?
Sometimes
at some point the time's going to go around and it's going to read the correct time. Never mind. And let's move on.
I got it.
It wouldn't be an EML day without a crash out from our endless.
No,
It
it's
isn't about
alright.
the game. It's about clocks apparently
Yeah.
here. But for shifters,
Makes
so
sense.
close, but so far. They got 5 rounds, but that wasn't enough because in this final match of the day, all could be decided for the final playoff spot. As we do have Heretics and Rebels going up against each other, and in fact, these two teams are our promoted Challenger Series teams, right? The
Yeah.
teams that saw it make it into EML for this year, and so far for these teams it isn't great. Specifically focusing on Heretics, right?
Yeah,
What is going on? Like this team, they beat Secret. They don't seem competitive in many of their games. Only 1 or 3 rounds won.
Yeah, I think so. So their playoff dream is dead and gone. And then just to back up the Leo point about the Rebels and Shifters is now that Rebels have the opportunity to lock playoffs in. They're at 8 points. If they win this game and they go to 11, if they win it in regulation, they'll be on 11 points. No other team below them would be able to catch them. So for Rebels, this game is absolutely massive that they're playing up against Heretics. Heretics, honestly, they've been struggling, Leo. They've not looked good, to be honest. Their attacks, they've looked very disjointed. They haven't looked like they've managed any kind of control in the games whatsoever.
Yeah, it's been a learning process for a young team with 2 rookies coming into the league. I just feel like I've not seen the experienced players really, step up here. The reality is Akui, Dora, Lolo, like it's players that have been there for a full year and that looked worse and worse and worse and worse through 2025. If you look at stage 1 of 2025, these guys on your screen here, the ones that were experienced, that were part of that Matchco roster, were 1 game away from making EWC last year. And all the way down to last stage of 2025, they get relegated, they fight their way back into Tier 1, they get absolutely destroyed at kickoff, they get destroyed again throughout the rest of this stage. I'm struggling to see the evolution from this team. They've made it a little bit more competitive recently, they've had an overtime, but I think I need to see a little bit more from them. And going against Rebels, a team that has had their own struggles and on and off performance, if there's one way to go out the big door, like I like to say, even though it doesn't mean anything, it is by beating Rebels here, by showing that they have some kind of hope, because they've said it best. Even between kickoff and this stage, they were already thinking of roster changes.
Yes, they were. We'll speak about their opponents as well. You mentioned Heretics, the struggles they have had. There are some newer players on this roster. The same goes for the side of Rebels, right? Some players making their debut inside of Tier 1, but there are also some very experienced players on this roster. Now, that one player in particular that we're talking about is Alems, but he seems to be struggling inside the stage.
Yeah, I think we saw him playing so well at kickoff. He was such a good player, and I think we saw the huge drop of performance for that player. I think, like, if you look at kickoff or in general and you look at his performance throughout the stage, it's been quite inconsistent overall. And I think, we expected a little bit more from him overall. Like, obviously on the right side is kickoff. It's, his first performance coming into the team as the experienced player. On the left side is stage 1, his current KD, and honestly, he's one of the worst rated players on not only on the roster but also in the league. And I don't really know what happened for him to really drop the performance, but I think he's also maybe part of that inconsistency that we find in his team.
I think it's kind of symptomatic of that inconsistency. I think if we look at Rebels and how they want to play, it's big, it's bold, aggressive, but I think it relies on the players being up for it. We've seen Alems was highlighted in the head-to-head there, and we've seen him actually struggle in the stage, but we've also seen generational clips from him when Rebels have gone bad. So when it's good, it's really good. When it's bad, it's really bad. And I think that's where I just want to see Rebels kind of find that mid-ground, find that consistency. What's a baseline performance for them? I like the fact that they're trying to be aggressive. I like the fact that they're playing to the strengths of their new fraggers, of these guys that are coming into the league, that are starting to get the belief that they can go toe-to-toe with anybody, but we just need to see it on a much more consistent pattern.
And that's the biggest thing, right? When Rebels are wired in, when they feel confident, they will dominate. And they can take any team. They beat Falcons. So, like, you can see that potential there. And so what better way to do it than against Heretics, a team that has won 5 rounds in the last 3 play days. That's the biggest thing. A team that doesn't have the confidence, a team that doesn't have the momentum. There is no weaker opponent for them in this league to take them down, except maybe for Secret. It's a sinking hope on the side of Team Heretics, and that's the perfect weakened target for Rebels to secure a playoff spot.
This is rough. Like, that doesn't even seem to be competitive in some of these games here with 1 or 2 rounds in total. That seems like you're barely even making it to the scoreboard inside this matchup. Rough for these teams, and we're really putting pressure on them, right? These are our newly promoted teams, we kind of want to give them some time to ease into the league, but still, if playoff spots are on the line, there is so much to play for.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, Heretics do have a very, very outside chance, but I think realistically for them, and we say it about the new teams that come into the league, it is about growth. It's about opportunity. It's about proving your worth. And I think for Heretics, they did flatline through kickoff. They showed some very early signs in stage 1 where we thought, hey, they've got something. You know, there's a Lair game in particular, I think it was against Secret, where I'm seeing like triple retakes, big team plays, and I'm thinking, yes, there's something there. And then it's flatlined even further down than kickoff. And I think they'll take a long summer, ultimately, for Heretics in terms of working out what works best for them, how can they improve that, because it's not currently being good enough. We expected kind of both of these teams to be on the periphery of playoffs. That is ultimately where they are. But I think the performances haven't resembled the performances of some of the other tier 1 teams across the board. Winning 5 rounds in 3 games is really, you know, ultimately really poor form.
And eventually, we might be in a situation where they will look at the final roster change and maybe this time giving up Italian as a speaking, you know, language for them in the league, and maybe look towards more English-speaking players. We'll see about it. I just hope we don't get there.
No, they still have 2 more matches of Watch 1 here and today. And I want to see the map, Vita, before we dive into our final game of the day. Where are we headed to? Our diversity today has been great. We're getting now a bank as well.
Yeah, a really interesting map in the sense that both of these teams are actually really bad at that one. No, but I know it's a hard one. But it's just that realistically, if I look at the record in Tier 1, none of these teams have won more than 3 rounds on a map. Rebels have lost it twice, 7-3. Heretics have played it once against Shifters at kickoff, got 7-1.
Do you want me to give you some hope for Heretics fans? They were very dominant on the map inside of Tier 2. That was way back when. So it is a home comfort map for them. I'm trying to give some hope and some positivity here, Leo.
Honestly,
good. Balance me.
given these results from these teams, I don't know what we're in for on this final game of the day. Chaos, I hope, is what we get to see for our final match of the day. Dev and Pengu, take it away.
Thank you very much. It's time to go to the bank, Pengu. It's Heretics and Rebels, 2 teams that have really struggled, but for Rebels, there is still a very real and likely chance that they can make it to the playoffs, which would be a dream. They're currently in a playoffs position, 6th, the only playoffs position that remains up for grabs. And they are technically competing with Shifters, Twisted Minds, and Heretics for those spots. However, the chances... Oh, sorry, no, Heretics is done. There's no way Heretics are making it.
I was going to say.
Rebels, Shifters, and Twisted Minds for that spot. But realistically, the big question is what happens next week when Rebels and Shifters go head-to-head. If Rebels get a big win here, they can lock themselves in to the playoffs. So everything is on the line for them. And for Heretics, well, they've had a real rough end to their stage. It's really only one way forward, and that's to try their best to end it on a win.
Catch it up. Happy daisies. I mean, the Devs was doing a great job at having up the matchup, you know, bang, past performances, you know, the tier 2 success story of Heretics on this map. I'm just kind of hoping for like a lot of heart. You know what I mean? Like they're gonna full commit, whether it's gonna be a crazy rush or a good push or a useful setup. I just want to see them with heart and commitment and just bring their all. Whether it's gonna be a bit of creativity. I mean, I've seen Heretics play in previous times in EML. And there was once upon a time where they played Conchlet and they were just beating team after team on it and they were doing some Thatcher shotgun shenanigans. And I love that kind of different way of playing the game. That was Dora in particular who was doing that.
5 seconds left.
This is Bank. It's a map that's been around for the longest time, so it hasn't changed all that much with the small mini reworks that we've seen. But sometimes a team will do something that's a little bit out of the norm and make it work. For this one, it's gonna be pretty standard stuff in defense, some 2-bro kite trigger patches, smoke playing on the server staircase. For Rebels, they got a little bit of sense and a Maverick on the board, so they've already read into the 2-bro kite triggering. That's where the Maverick comes into play. And once they hit the bombs, they got a bit of sense, a little bit of blitz, a little bit of Doki, a little bit of chaos in that server.
Question is, how do they deal with this elevator setup? And how long the Heretics try and hold on to this defense? It's Akui at the moment. The hard breach has exposed his position. Likely the hatch will be open for him to drop down in the late round. I
It's a fast roam clear so far. Martin making quick work.
Oh, he can't drop down the hatch.
Oh, they didn't
Wait,
check.
they didn't check?
Though. Oh no, that's one
free
freebie.
kill.
2 freebies.
A second. And he's got Akwi. Surely can just slink away back into the rafters now. It's up to Rebels to hunt him down. He doesn't need to give them anything. Doesn't need to give them a chance. The goal here needs to be just to run away as much as possible. He gets a little bit too close to the blitz, but Mato does not read correctly. Akwi was too far away to get affected by the stun. And now, I mean, he's already been worth his weight in gold. If he gets Alems or Asa here, that would be huge, but Alems finally takes him down. 2v4, but into a 2v3.
Surely
Heretics, don't get too crazy.
You cannot lose this round. Akwi just stole the show. They took down the 3 most important attacking operators. You cannot throw it now here. Lems just dropped the elevator hatch. He's stuck now. And, oh no, James, it's happening. They're throwing the round inside to a 2v2.
Very, very scary here for Heretics after what Akwi gifted them. Asa and Alems have got all the ingredients they need. They don't have to go for a typical push. It's a 2v2, very different scenario now. But Lolo's taking down Asa. Alems has a cheeky little bit of Yuta with the Sen's light walls to try and make this work. He can try and isolate these fights, but Dora will take him down. Good first round on the board for Heretics.
You know, I said earlier that sometimes a team can do something out of the norm and get a bit of a spicy play. How about hiding in the elevator that no one checks? The one that you're not supposed to be in, the one where, you know, if the blitz turns around the corner, Dokkaebi calls you or a drone goes in there, you're going to be as good as dead. Well, that got them a 3K. And that is how you win the very first round on Bank. It is a frustrating way to lose it, but given the fact that it was a 0-0 scoreline, not the end of the world. But they were just so oblivious to this area because nobody ever plays it. And the fadeaway.
I still think that that's... For Rebels, they're really going to be thinking...
Oh?
I don't know if that means something different.
Yeah, I have no idea.
In Italian.
Bomb located by attackers.
Just having a look here. Bandit. Okay, so we're obviously triggering the elevator walls here. That has to happen. Because good luck triggering anything else. You can also pre-place bandit batteries and anything like the heaven walls towards skylight, but let's be honest, window rappel on the bomb side, they get shot, so surely that's not gonna even matter. And Lemsh and the Kali, a classic stable pick for this top floor bomb side of CEO. Very long range fighting, good bit of util clear. It's also excellent against potentially like, let's say a castle, or in this case a Rooney, just stuff to burn. You get 4 Kali lances in the back pocket, and then most of the window jump out. It's what's not tough here.
Love that. Bit of drone work. Make sure that you check where the Denari lasers are. It's all about lasers here for defense. Aruni and Denari. All about repels as well. I don't know how they're going to clear all those Denari lasers, to be honest. They don't have a lot of util to do so.
I mean, one good Flourish Drone, one good Kali Lens later in the round.
Those Flourish Drones are going to be used elsewhere, surely. You got barbed wire to take care of, 4 pieces of it, that's already all for
You mean spaghettis? SpaghettiOs?
Yeah, there's a lot of spaghetti to deal with. With Heretics, they are Italian. If anyone knows how to cook up some spaghetti, it's them. Fenner, though, does take down Zara. Where was that? It's a long angle, I think, from the rappel.
Yeah.
It's the problem with this top floor bomb site, it's so fickle, and look at all these repels.
So they're gonna Kali Lens off the bandit battery, breach it, and try and force the bandit to go for a trick, and then get the catch here on the ankle from Linko. But the issue is Akwi is out of bandit battery, so he can't actually trick it. But it's good, right? Either the wall gets opened up, or they would get a kill or both. So they're just doubling down, make sure that they get the right result for themselves. And Rebels are doing great job right now. They're progressing, they're getting a kill, they're getting damage, they're breaching the walls. They're not far from like execute ready. It comes down to where Ass is going to use the roly-polies from the Sense and that final Lion charge. They also have 2 more frag grenades in pocket, so if they find the defender in the corner, that could be a freebie.
Oh, wow. Big kill from Lolo. I think that was Alems trying to walk into lobby from ATMs, but there's a Spider-Man repel about to happen, and Asa, he's jumped in and he's actually dropped the defuse instead of going for the play. He's trying to bait out Dora, and he baits out a swing. Big kill, almost finds another one. Lolo on the other side, but Akwi's gone big with 2 kills. Has to get that defuse back. Mato needs to be the one to cover. He's got 2 nades, but no lion scans to work with. He's getting wall banged as well. Thankfully hasn't taken the damage. Finally gets the killing blow onto Lolo and covers perfectly. Great double from Marto. And the French respond very nicely.
Very good. Like I said, they were making good progress. They didn't get stuck in any of the pain points of clearing either the utility or a player location. They dealt with the Bandit 2 morale, which is like a big win condition for the defense. It's a good read overall. And it all starts in the operator, you know, drone phase, attacker repick phase. If you can figure out what the highlight moments are gonna be in terms of like area of the map or operator gadgets, go for counterplay. Also, DMRs, man. Okay, with these kinds of lineups, you can get 3-4 DMRs every single round. Hibana's gonna bring you one, Flora's gonna bring you one, Dokkaebi brings you one, Lion gets you one. That's 4 DMRs.
Maps like Bank DMRs are so good just because of the chip damage. Right,
Yeah.
you land 1 bullet through 1 pixel, and all you need is another teammate to do the same, and that's a kill more often than not. Especially on that top floor, really, really potent. It's funny, I can't remember. I think it was on the Down But Not Out podcast, Parker's podcast, where they were talking about. I can't remember who it was. What was one of the players that was who was on the piece, but. They were talking about how, obviously, we often categorize Border and Chalet as like the small maps because of the way that they play.
Yeah.
But funnily enough, Bank kind of become, even though Bank is a huge map, it gets involved and looped into that conversation because while it is a big map, it's a map where, as an attacking side, you can get a lot of value from being outside the building. Compare that to Fortress, you don't get a lot on Fortress from being outside the building.
Like Consulate, etc.
You don't get a lot on Consulate from being outside the building. But Bank, you do, even though it's a big map, it feels like a small map, especially when you're using a DMR. As a defender, you're like, oh, I got this 1 meter squared little corner that I can survive in. Other than that, I'm exposed.
Yeah, I mean, a map can be big and feel small. I think that's what you're getting at here, right? Because it is a huge map, and I think from a map design philosophy, I think Bank, Clubhouse, and Old Consulate is like my top 3 personal favorites. There's less rooms.
You're gonna be alone with that one.
I probably am. But it's like it's big open rooms, right? A lot of line of sight. I know the repelling's a bit of a problem, whatnot. I don't agree with that necessarily. Attackers have an easy foothold to gain. Like taking lobby is always free unless it's gonna be top floor bomb site, basically. Here in Bank, taking Skylight always free unless it's top floor bomb site, basically. Like you always have like a good foothold. Strip club on Clubhouse, always free unless it's the bad bomb side. It just feels like you can get in the building from many different avenues, and you can always get the round to start before it ends. Where in Theme Park or Villa or Skyscraper, at certain points, you couldn't even get a foot in the door. Neither can Fennel. I mean, he was in the building, but he's dead on the Blitz. Suffered a loss to a C4 vertically. And that's gonna take a lot of pushing power away from Rebels. And they actually do have an IQ on the board, but they haven't found any of the Valk cams upstairs yet. And I think he's missed one. Oh, he saw it a bit of like.
They've been trying desperately because they've been using both the IQ and the Twitch, and they've still struggled, but oh well. Time will tell. Let's see what happens now for Lolo. He's exposed. They know exactly where he is, but who knows? He could win this fight. Does he have the read on Marto? I think he does. Oh, spot that one. Great shot onto Linko. Lolo looks for a little bit more. Yeah, he is indeed chilling. Marto wants to try and find that kill, but he can continue just taking the fight onto the player on the spiral stairs. He's also got a little bit of support from Zara, and eventually he pops his head up too much, and Marto takes him down. Good response.
Yeah, a little bit loose gameplay here from Rebels, but they make it work. They just double down on a 2v1 gunfight. But that elevator, James, we've seen this elevator before. It's gonna happen again.
Bro, not again. How has Heretics gotten away with another pick from this position? I do not know. But now Marto needs to try and push deep and find that killing. Zara brings out the super shorty. 7 bullets, and yet he still wins it with the F2. Absolute killing machine. Dora well poised to clutch 1v2. Zaza has no choice but to drop down the hatch. But Marto up with the F2. The Frenchman on the French operator with the French weaponry. 2 rounds in a row, he's had a big impact. big chance for Rebels to assert themselves on this attacking side.
Oh man, if this becomes a very close affair, I think Dora's gonna be a little bit upset about that one. You know, he plays it correctly. He's holding the hatch drop first, knowing that the guy has to commit to it. And then, you know, you can prone, you can crouch, you can burn down the timer, you can pre-fire back. He was kind of just like in between two decisions, it looked like, and picked the wrong one and just eventually goes down. Mind you, his opponent had a single point of HP, so just one bullet would get the job done. But these rounds are getting awfully close. Rebels, they honestly fight throughout the entire round. You know, Fennel goes down early, goes up in C4. Then they have the very tricky fight here with Lolo in the lobby. They miss the player in the elevator again, and yet they keep fighting and they keep forcing the problem, and they actually get up victorious here. Mars is just full committing.
I love the hype from Rebels, though. Gotta give them credit where credit is due. Obviously, it's been an up and down season. For Heretics, it's been, as the desk said, it's been a tough slog. You know, once they lost that 6-8 overtime game to GK, they've only won 5 rounds in the last 3 games against VP Shifters and Falcons. On the flip side for Rebels, their first game in the stage, you and I casted it, it was hilarious. It was amazing. It was a huge game for them. They beat Falcons in overtime. And yeah, since then they've had some pretty bad moments. They got 7-0 smacked around by G2. They got smacked around by Fnatic, but they got to win over Secret. You know, it hasn't been enough wins to really take home a lot, but they just need a few more points here and they can actually guarantee playoffs today. Crazy to think a team with only 3 wins can actually guarantee playoffs today. And the way that they do that is by getting a regulation win. Full 3 points out of today, and the French will be locking up that final spot in the playoffs. Shifters and Twisted Minds will be having a pretty sad end to their night. But if Rebels get any other result, there's still a world where Shifters and Twisted Minds can overtake them.
A lot of players and teams are watching them right now, favoring one or the other to win. They're not really fighting from actually fighting Nico on the top spiral stairs. They get early pressure constantly from Heretics, but look at this, they're gonna hit the bomb site. They're just gonna plant. No one's home, no one's there to stop it. It's a 5v5 post.
Oh my god. How often does that happen, especially when there's an echo on the board? Now it's all about the post plant, locking it down. Rebels doing a good job of that. Don't overextend here, Marto. You don't need to. Getting aggro on the side. Marto looks to try and punish the Valkyrie, and Zara goes down. Might be able to isolate these one by one. Lolo now recharge with the flash. Marto has been insane. He's gonna get 10 kills. 9 kills, and now to find his death, he needs to clutch up. Sees Dora, takes a bit of damage from the shotgun. Out comes the flash! Double digits for Marto! Big round for him yet again. We are constantly screaming his name.
This is ridiculous. Lemsh found the gap. He said, dude, just hit the bomb site. We're gonna do some distraction upstairs. If we die, it's okay. You got the post. And Marto having the blitz, right? You have 4 flashbangs in pocket, but you're fighting basically all 5 defenders. And he's got the staircase control. He can go up the server stairs, down the server stairs. The hatch is open. He can drop back down and play for the post. It's beautiful. Every flashbang was basically a kill. And he was playing it pretty good here. In a second, when he goes for the second push, he'll get the flashbang right here. Now it comes up. Like 2 seconds before the fight, the flashbang goes off cooldown. After getting this kill, he sprints upstairs, and then 2 seconds before the gunfight happens, again the flashbang gets off cooldown. He's just playing that perfect space game. Mato! Like you said, we've been screaming his name.
I love the hype. I love the hype. Dude is popping off. The rest of his team has 8 kills combined. He has 10. Let that sink in for a second.
I mean, there's also back-to-back clutches because he 1v1'd in the previous round, open area, and then he technically 1v1, but it's much more than that here in basement.
It was a 1v3, essentially, really.
Yeah, exactly that.
And like I said, the fate of Rebels and their playoff dream is in their hands. They get a 3-point win today, which they're currently well and truly stepping up to the table and looking like they might be able to do. Then they lock in playoffs, and it doesn't matter about their match next week against Shifters. Doesn't matter about Twisted Minds. But if Rebels don't get all 3, then Twisted Minds actually might be able to jump over them. It'll come down to whoever wins out of Rebels and Shifters, and then potentially if Twisted Minds beat Heretics and Rebels and Shifters go to overtime, then it could actually be Twisted Minds that sneak on through. The Rebels don't have to worry about next week. Don't have to worry about their final play day. If they win right here, that's all that matters.
Seeing the Yoga is in the open area, but they're going to be falling back down the hatches incredibly early on. 60 seconds in, and they're showing that full roam control.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a little bit earlier than the usual norm. That's not necessarily a massive issue, but it does mean that time is going to be favoring Rebels. They can either slow down the game and play even safer, ensuring that all 5 attackers are staying alive, that they get the perfect time to execute, or just say, we keep up the current pace, and we'll have more time if anything goes wrong as well. Because one thing can still go wrong, server stairs. Lolo is playing the Warden, which of course can counter the Blitz flashbangs and his smoke grenades, etc. What you can try and do here is do like a Doki call while you push with the Blitz, while you damage track him and just send everything in his direction. Yoga drone is dead to the nade.
Activating glance. That's huge. No longer supported. That was his way of killing the Blitz. Oh, C4 also gets shot, so we can't even use that for extra pressure. Gets up close and personal. The flash doesn't matter. There's a Yoko drone elsewhere. It doesn't fully guard break the shield, but it does make Marto think twice.
Activating glance!
They're just sending Blitz at him, that's it. But that's not gonna work. Like, where's the teamwork? Where's Linko? We gotta kill this guy, guys.
That's an area. Because they're worried. Oh, there you go. They're trying to bait him out.
They're all here now.
4 players. One above the hatch. Big double from Lolo. Oh my god! He claims all of them. Linko's the last one left. 1v5. Good luck, my friend. AK in hand. Tries to bait him out. Lolo could peek him at any moment, but he's still waiting with a shotgun. Akui's come around the corner, hunted him down. Great chance for Heretics to get back into the game.
A grinder, a blender, I don't know, it's something where it just all gets torn to shreds in a single instance. That was literally nobody but the Blitz fighting him. We look at Warden for a few seconds, we go back to the Blitz, everyone's behind the Blitz, and they just full send it at the same time, and it doesn't work. As I was saying, you know, there's still one obstacle, that's gonna be server stairs. I guess the GOAT here is actually gonna be Dora, because he stunned the Blitz right when the push came through, which kind of got him that kill in the injured. Bravo.
Bravo, Lolo.
Bravo, Lolo.
Bravo to Dora as well. Like you said, that Yokai would not have been possible without it. I mean, the fact that it was a Warden meant that he wasn't getting flashed, and the fact that the Yokai was there meant that he got to expose the Blitz. So, perfect combo. I think that both of these teams, if they could get a do-over of that third operator ban, they definitely would have. I think Heretics probably would have banned the Blitz.
10 seconds to insertion.
And Rebels probably would have banned, I don't know, maybe the
5
Echo?
seconds left before insertion.
Depends, yeah.
Yeah, Tuberal, honestly. They played a lot of Tuberal.
Nice.
Not this round. Final round of the half here, Pengu. If Heretics are able to go 3-3 here, that's actually quite impressive. To go toe-to-toe on the defensive side, Bank has, in recent history, been one of, and at some points, the most attacker-sided map in competitive Rainbow Six.
Yeah. And
running 3 defense would be big.
This is with Marto dropping back-to-back clutches and dropping double digits in like 4 rounds. Like, if Marto didn't have a pop-off game and win those individual moments, they should have... I mean, we're looking at a 4-1 currently, like, realistically speaking. That is insane to think about.
Quickly, the stakes flip.
Yeah.
Like we said, this win means so much more for Rebels than it does for Heretics, because this could lock in their playoffs if they win this outright. Ooh, is there a rat?
There's a little bit of a rat. Is it a rat if it's bomb site though? If you're thinking about the castle here.
I guess not. Like, I think hiding from
it's a mouse.
Rat, but maybe he was. Maybe it's another rodent, some other form of rodent.
It's got a tail. It's got legs. That's all I need to know. But what do you do about this situation here? Like, Lolo is just like Monty, but on defense. Like, you're just standing in a room, looking at the opponents and repels, and no one can do anything about it. Like, you do not jump out. I'm telling you, do not jump out.
That would be the biggest trouble.
For a second, I thought he was gonna full send it.
Hip fire. Imagine.
Imagine he got both kills to hip fire. Like, then it's like, oh my god, my good Lolo. I would never done that myself, but he's better. It's one of those switch ups. I mean, again, what are they gonna do about it? There's no Kali this time, there's no Sophia, they're gonna smoke grenade him, like, boo-hoo, I'm gonna move over here instead. They can't keep doing it.
spending a lot of time staring at Lolo on the Clash and not a lot of time doing anything about it.
But they can't. They have no interactable gadgets with the operator. Look, no flourish drones, right? They have a single summer charge, which you can't do anything with, by the way. Like, they have DMRs, great, James, but that's all they have. They have guns.
Yeah. I feel like this attack banks on finding picks. Now, thankfully, they've taken down the Clash shield. That does at least expose Lolo a little bit, but they haven't exposed the castle barricades. There's a pick, but they do lose one. In fact, more than one. It seems like every player from Rebels is dropping out of the server. And as I say that, Heretics will swiftly find themselves another round on the board. They do indeed tie us up at the end of the half. 3 rounds of bank defense. Nothing to scoff at for Heretics.
No, not at all. I mean, that's a great performance right there. And I mean, I guess that goes to show who the best analyst is, right? It's going to be Fresh because he made that final point saying, hey, I've been watching those guys back in Tier 2, and back then, they were a great team on bank.
What do you think you're saying, Nick?
I've always liked
What do you think?
I've always really liked
What?
you. Yes.
Fresh is beaming, by the way.
That came out of
whenever you
nowhere.
attack.
All right? It's only halfway through the game, by the way, and
Uh,
Heretics have struggled in
cheers.
attack for the entire stage.
Is
Cheers,
bank attacker or defender decided, Leo?
It doesn't change anything.
Thank you for kicking off a fight between these two, but I want to get to business because yes, it's even at the half, but I think the general consensus from you two is that for the majority of this, it seems like Rebel is in control, and there's one person in particular on the steering wheel of that.
The general consensus is just like from the desk, a Frenchman is carrying, and that's Marto. And if you look at the way he's been playing, he's been the main stakeholder, the main win condition for Rebels. Whether he's on the DMR with Lion, whether he's the one that's clearing the roamers here, or whether he's the one that's playing the Blitz, perfectly played by the way, which was perfectly explained by Nick, although he has really weird opinions about analysts, is just how well the Blitz is playing here, just waiting for the charge back to come after the cooldown, and just isolating every gunfight, flashing the guy at the right time, at the same time making sure, like, why is no one denying the diffuser at the same time? And by the way, on that one, Valkyrie, Echo on the board for Heretics.
Yeah.
6 gadgets with Intel.
Do you know what? That was
How
really
did they
good.
plant?
Yeah, you know, that was really, at least one Frenchman's doing well today.
Yeah,
'cause
Marto with his hammers.
Yeah, because Mowgli was, you know, pretty terrible. Shifters were pretty terrible. At least Marto's doing well. No, I'm joking. No, it's in jest. Why was that happening? Is what we need to look at. Why was that happening? Heretics were not defending their bomb site whatsoever. The 2v2 that they lost on open areas, no control over their bomb site whatsoever, and then they allowed a plant 5 versus 5, by the way, like you say, with Echo and Valkyrie. Once they wised up to that, they were able to take back control. They got rounds 5 by holding the server stairs, being aggressive, holding their bomb site. The same with round 6 as well. So I will say, at the halftime for Heretics, 3-3 is actually quite a good scoreline.
Yeah.
Now we flip it.
Yeah.
Now we get onto the side where Heretics have really struggled. So yes, 3-3 is good. It is okay. It's probably less than Rebels would have wanted, but Rebels get their stronger side and Heretics are on their weak side going into this.
Yeah, for Rebels, it's on the back of 2 things. I think it's one, they cannot problem solve even the simplest stuff. So when Heretics decided to play a turtle, they could not go and find the layers or destroy the layers. That Warden was a great example. And otherwise, when Akui gets aggressive here with his Fenrir already in the round 1, I think that was the 2-win condition, trying to disrupt the playstyle of Rebels. However, like Jack said, Heretics are not switching the attack. It's the historical huge weak side for them. Even on the attacker favored map, I think that is a large issue.
So really quickly, who's going to be taking this one home, you think?
Obviously, Rebels. I stand by my point.
Do you know what? He might be the inferior analyst, but I do also agree with him. I think.
Oh,
Rebels
come
will.
on, man. Back your words.
I do also agree with him. I think
All right.
Rebels will. They're strong on the defense.
Okay, before you two kick off yet another fight, let's see if Rebels can make that happen. Can they clear it out in the second half?
There's no way I side with Jack and I gas him up and he still goes against me at the very end to close it off, man. I love you both very dearly and you're great as well, but man, I feel like I'm fighting the world here. I was trying to find an ally in this match saying, go Heretics, go Heretics. Okay, they're playing Jackal. This is either the most cooked, cursed round of all time or they're goats, okay? There's no in between because Jackal is one of those lowest pick rate, lowest minutes attacking operators right now since the nerfs that happened quite a while back. But it's Dora, okay? And Dora, he cooks. Did you say buff?
Yeah. They did buff Jackal.
Okay, they also nerfed Jackal. Like, what do you want me to say?
Yeah, they gave him grenades, man. He's a new man.
Okay, will you meet me in the middle of... He got readjusted. It was like nerf buff. It was like readjusted. No?
I think he has been nerfed into the ground, and then they gave him like.
We felt bad for him.
They're like, here, mate, here, just have this so you can shut up.
It's like, here, we broke both your legs, but here's like a pancake. You know?
It's like when you're at work and like you ask for a pay rise, and then they just like add senior into your job title, but they don't actually give you a pay rise.
They got more work, more responsibilities, same pay. Yeah. Oh, I'm a great employee. Yes, more responsibility. Oh, please.
Well, at least he's got some help by his big brothers, Deimos and Solid Snake.
The better intel operators.
Roam clearers at the moment. However, they're dealing with a cheeky little roamer in Mato, who, as we said, 10 kills so far.
There's no way he
doesn't seem to be aware that there's a Scopos who has teleported all the way up into stock.
Oh, that's a freebie right there. If you track the Scopos, he can actually TP away, and the track's not going to do anything, basically. So Mato does have that small mini play in pocket. He hears the Deimos right on the corner. Does he get the freebie?
Maybe.
Yes, he does.
Ooh,
and you got to get right out of there, my friend, because you don't want to see what happens next. You take the 4v4 and you say, happy daisies. Play the even numbers game, and I think this is also why Lula's rushing in. We all know that he TP'd out there because you just cannot risk like sticking around.
Ooh, shot out of midair, huh?
Yeah, you be like that. You know, that used to be hard to do, and now players have gotten so much better to the point where like it's just every game. It's every.
It used to be nuts when we saw that happen. Oh, Dora!
Dora, was it Jackal?
Yeah.
It's the
There you go. Don't discount the value of the Jackal.
It's also used
like
to
he's gonna
be
be the
fair bit. He's got a shotgun. He's got a grenade in pocket. I mean, this is value, James.
To be fair, the Jackal would have actually been great at finding Mato because they would have seen the Prince go into stock. Wasn't
He's gonna plant now too. He's not at all.
Planting boy. Let's see if there's a Nitro Cell to come on out. This needs to be shot out of midair, or we could just take Lems's head clean off. Now it's up to Asa and Mato to retake. A very hard, if not impossible, retake. Mato's all the way upstairs in towers. Wants to go for a bit of a flank. Asa needs to try and time this push well, but wow, look at the way Heretics have fallen back. So passively now, one player atop square. Mato might catch him. Never mind, Dora's got him. Asa now trying to refrag, but doesn't know exactly where he's going to find that angle. Doesn't have the time for it. Going to want straight into the waiting arms of Zara. Great round from Heretics. Fourth round on the board for them. At what point do Rebels start sweating?
One of the greatest Jackal rounds of all time in recent history, I will just say right
2K,
there.
bro.
Yeah, 2K, tracked 3 times, spent both grenades, used the second shotgun for the deep server wall angles that his teammate actually got a kill and denied the C4 from, plus he planted. Like, you can't get much more value from Jackal than that. So again, I'm telling you, Dora does it all, and he leads his team into a great round victory. But this was the real, like, question mark for me. Was Fennel just kind of sitting there, like gadget active and like watching a rappel angle with his gun, or? Because, mind you, the Deimos basically walked past his teammate and himself, and no one realized what was going on there. Bit of lack of intel or sound cues, I suppose.
Yeah. I think a couple of things that went wrong there for Rebels. Roam clear, obviously, very separated between the two roamers, not really supporting each other. It was, if anything, kind of lucky that Mato found that refrag. And it was a 50-50 fight that he could have lost. Like, he got swung. He didn't have any extra info on it.
Except this Mato. Mato is not a 50-50 kind of guy today. He's like a 60-40, but default, baseball.
Maybe 70-30 at default, I think.
He might be French, but he ain't Shaco, okay? Shaco's a few people who have like a 70-30 default baseline. And he actually does. Like, he will take the most unwinnable gunfights, Shaco that is, and he will win them more often than not, which is absurd. And he's done it for so many years. That's like his talent.
A couple players like that.
Yeah, but not many.
I put Doom in that. There are some players that just don't take the unfavored fights. Like, there are much more risk-adverse players. Shaco is not necessarily one of them.
Hold up. Let the work hook. Double disable on the gate, which gets you the full value these days. Used to be a lower cooldown if you would EMP them if you burnt them, but they changed that a while back. So that's...
He EMPs them and then it burns them by default after the EMP finishes.
Oh yeah, that too. The Grim Beast for intel. The question is, can they get in the building? And can they get that pick that you said when Rebels were attacking? It's about playing that opening pick and trying to isolate one of those members. You know, it could be for the frag grenade or counter fire. Because they do have the tools, but at the current present moment, I can't tell how they're going to get this pick.
Yeah, well, I think the first step is to breach the long wall cancer. The problem is that Thatcher is not in position to do that. I don't think he's now successfully shot one of the bandit batteries off. Which is nice in theory, but you ideally want more than just these 3 pellets. You ideally want that left wall as well. If the Thatcher was closer or on the roof even, you could EMP that.
That's the last time.
Avatar seems to be the ingredient they execute. Oh, perfect. Love that. Alem's obliterated, outplayed. Fire flushing him into the line of sight. But it's not out of the woods yet for Heretics.
Neko's in the building on Banana right now, but finding a couple of different angles, a mirror window, a pre-fire through a wall, great shot. And a defender downstairs successfully flanking, actually. That's going to throw a spanner in the works for Heretics. This mirror window is also...
Gain a lot of... The problem is now, because they don't have the numbers to repel, they're sacrificing a lot of the advantages that they did have. And there are still these mirror windows to worry about. The Rebels are holding on to, but Dora has found Asa. Now can Heretics look for a plan into the 3v2? They still have a bit of time to work with. Fenno wants to try and get aggressive. Doesn't know where he might be exposed to, and Marto's been finished off. It's just the trade game for Heretics. That's 4 in a row for the Italians. They have well and truly solidified their lead, and Rebels are in all kinds of hot water.
Mind you, so like you said, right? You gotta fight that opening pick, and it actually came off just a good drone. They had a drone in lobby on one of the chandeliers that saw a limb on the mirror in the corner of the double door. And you said it, they gotta get the breach first. They did that. Then they used the drone information that they had for a long time and said, oh, he's still in that corner. Now you can watch him run away from the breach, the triple Hibana pellet, and then we could just use a last counter fire from the lobby stairs itself and get the opening. Once that happens, you walk up for free, and we just kind of saw the round play out. Rebels caught a tactical timeout, but this is the final stop for them. Like, there's no more parachutes or extra lives unless, you know, their opponents were to call one later. So they gotta talk this through, and they gotta come out with some round victories after this.
Yeah, that's right. It'll need to be 4 rounds in a row for Rebels to lock in playoffs today. Otherwise, even a win in overtime, Pengu, doesn't guarantee it, because there's a world where we could even potentially have a 3-way tie. If Rebels win in overtime, they go to 10 points after today. And then if they lose to Shifters in regulation, Shifters will also go to 10 points. And then if Twisted Minds beat Heretics in regulation, they will also be on 10 points, and we'll have to use a tiebreaker to determine which of those 3 teams goes to playoffs. Rebels won't have to worry about that at all, and they won't have any pressure in their final match of groups against Shifters if they just win in regulation. That does mean 4 in a row from here on out.
Gotta get Linko on the board here. You know, there is a little bit of firepower lagging from Rebels. 0-8, yeah. I hate to be that guy.
Also on the Ella, bro. Like, man, your Ella is usually your
He's fragging out, yeah. But I mean, it's you know, Marto had a pop-off first half, if you will. He got like 10 kills in 4 rounds, maybe 5. He's down 12.
It was 3.
9.
He had a 3K, 3K, 4K.
Okay, there you go.
10 kills in 3 rounds.
Okay, 3 rounds,
2 of those rounds are 1vx's.
And now he's gotten 2 kills further in round number 9. So he's obviously slowed down. When he starts slowing down, which of course is natural, you can't save every single round. Plus, Linko is not yet woken up. You kind of get this big disparity of a 3-3 half into a 5-3 deficit. You ideally want to get either, you know, the stardom keeps over Mato, who's now sitting on 20 kills, or Linko has gotten to like a 5-8 position and it's somewhat stable. Just from a pure numbers game. Obviously, it's not that simple, and you can win without getting kills from one player, yada, yada, yada. But in that previous round on top 4 defense, it certainly felt like a lack of firepower in the server, and that's a freebie. Dora is droning. You know, you get punished for doing the right thing sometimes, and that's one of them. Bro went on drones to help his teammate, and it died.
Spoken as a salty person who has died while droning many times, I'm sure, Pengu.
I've also fake called something being clear and then become one jumps in and dies, and then go, my bad. Or you say, nah, dude, you should have known. You should have known. Sometimes you blame the person that died.
Well, who needs drones when you've got operators like Solid Snake, which can close a little bit of distance here for Akwi? Ooh. Careful, Feno. Don't overpeak here.
Nothing on the
Don't need to give Heretics back the advantage. But he hasn't been able to retreat back as of yet. Oh, here's a big fight, though. Look, the aggression, the re-aggro from Rebels. The problem is they've got such an advantage. They don't need to go too deep on it now. 5v3. This round should be won as long as they don't allow the refrags to come through, which is exactly what Akwi has just achieved onto a Lems.
Okay, if there's any way they can... wait. He's in the bomb site. That's Riaz.
Yeah.
Like, he's literally in there.
And Defuse is at bottom square.
If they can leave Lolo top square holding the flank and then just get the diffuser case, they... No mind.
Oh. I mean, who knows? Maybe possible. This is very strange to see Rebels completely abandoning the bomb site here. And they're not even camping the defuse.
They don't know they have
to play
the case.
retake. They surely do. Feno would have seen it when he got that kill at the start of the round.
Maybe he got his eyes closed.
Very weird round. Very, very strange. But Riaz can actually get into the bomb site and plant. Everyone from Rebels is off site right now.
Feno's in.
As I say that, Feno does retake it, and the fire does make things more challenging for Riaz. And now they start dropping back to site. Here comes the retake. 1 kill for Riaz is all he gets before Rebels find the first of 4 they will need to lock in playoffs.
I'm not sure if Heretics were overthinking that. They saw the case was down on silver stairs, and it seemed like they thought that all the defenders were camping the case. Therefore, they gotta start doing the backstep play, flanking up the lobby stairs, you know, going top square. Obviously, we have the benefit of silhouettes and with the neutral perspective here. That wasn't the case at all. It literally felt like Rebels didn't know they had the diffuser, but they also weren't playing for the bomb site, so it's very strange. Sadly, Heretics couldn't get to the case and go for a plant. They ended up dying in the process, but nice try. Capital band away, big fan of this. One of those big power operators that just makes top floor and basement so much harder to defend because the few areas of safety just gets annihilated by the fire. And they are in response, as we saw, was problematic top floor to deal with. But just good individuals here from Rebels. They won their ones, they got the opening picks, and I mean, that's it. They win the round.
Can't afford to make any mistakes, though, on this defense. You have to keep going. Obviously, you've won the tertiary bomb site. Now you got to go down to basement, win that. You got to go top floor, win that. You got to go back again to your tertiary and win that. Like, how on earth do you expect to win another rotation of 3 different bomb sites when they struggled the last time they played this basement, and they struggled as well on the top floor?
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, Dora's not on the Jackal, Pengu, so maybe Heretics are throwing.
I was thinking the same thing actually, but I was just kind of processing what he was going to lock in his final operator. Grim is, you know,
throwing. Marto's on the Scopos again.
wait, why is that throwing? What do you mean? He got his one.
It's Scopos.
It was Feno. Okay, hold up. Let me just think back. We did an APL. Was it with you? What did the APL play? Where a player played Scopos every single round? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I did that.
I forgot who did it.
We saw a huge Scopos clutch recently. Was that an APL?
Yeah,
was that EU?
That was the very first play of EML, I want to say.
Yeah,
where he Scopo TP'd back onto basement of Cafe.
That was Rebels! It was Mato!
That was
It was literally Mato! He clutched up a 1v3 against Falcons, I remember that.
Yeah, that's how they caused the ups. It was the final
one
round
of the coolest clutches I've ever seen. Yeah. Alright, I take it back, Mato, after you've pulled that off on Friday one. You can play it as much as you want, man.
Yep, he's gonna try and make his main play again. He's on the main staircase. Not sure he's gonna be feeling back here. He shows a draw. Okay. Well,
wow.
Marto is not gonna do that same thing this time around. But oh, hold up. Akri started sprinting. But the thing is, Ass was in a nearby area, so now he just gets 1-for-1 traded. Lola wants to pay a piece of the action.
That's the crazy thing about like getting a kill is there's actually like 5 players in the server and you don't know if the stairs are fully clear. Nice shot though from Riaz, so it doesn't matter that Akwi got traded. Still, there's a roamer up and alive.
Individual right now on the server. Lolo gets hit on the main stairs with the shotty. We still have Lemsh loose in the roam in open area / kitchen, and he's going to be done for in a second, but Ass is coming for backup. He doesn't need it.
Oh, nice trade.
Like,
Asta
the site is
1v3.
downstairs.
Wouldn't be the first time Rebels have nobody on the bomb site. You remember last round?
And it's working. I mean, that's the case. I mean, you just play open area and just win now. This is actually winnable match. He's in a strong position for this.
1v2. There's so much util to speak of here. I'm not sure if they have any drones. I don't think they do.
Let's Reaper shot.
Very risky.
Does he not hear?
He's about to get shotgunned. He drops down the time.
Go back up the stairs. Go back up. Go back up.
Does he have info?
How do you play this if you're heretics, though? It's so tricky.
You just trade. You just refrag. Well, maybe be a little bit tighter than that. Oh my god, are you kidding me?
What?
Wow. Asa has just clutched up like... He's made Team Heretics look very silly, and Asa has so much to be thankful for in that scenario. Massive clutch for him. That round should never have been won. That was a 2v5, bro.
Wait.
He doesn't look particularly happy about it.
The whole game round was played in like open area and bottom square on a basement. It wasn't even really like a roam because everyone died on the staircase. Like 2 kills happened here in the main stairs. 1 kill happened in open area. 1 kill happened in square. Here with Imsh. 2v4.
There was 1v3. There was a drone on that position as well, man. Crazy. I mean, it was so underwhelming in a way.
They won the round, but it
does not sound like the comms of a team that just won.
I'm pretty sure he's realizing just how awfully they played that round.
I think that's...
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, look, I'll be honest, like, I didn't know how to cast. I didn't know how to describe what I was looking at, because that was such a funny round.
Different, yeah.
But I think that the player comms tell that story even better than I could have.
It's good though.
I cannot believe. I never for a second thought that he was gonna win that. Like, and then just out of nowhere, Heretics throw caution to the wind.
I'm happy because
12 kills now, by the way. Linko still doesn't have any.
It's about like I was gonna say reliability. It's about taking responsibility, right? And saying, guys, we won the round, okay, but this cannot happen again. Like, we gotta do better or change or whatever the case might be. I have no idea what this is in French, but it felt very much like a you lost but you won type scenario.
Je suis désolé, je suis désolé.
Okay. So I don't speak a word of French. Besides merci beaucoup. Oh, that's what it means. Okay. I mean, if I'm Linko, I'm saying that just once or twice. And I think it was Linko that had a visual crash on the camera, and I feel his pain. When you're the one having a hard time and the round is playing out like that, you're so frustrated because you feel like you should be doing better, and your teams who are doing better are also like trolling a little bit that round, and you win, but it's fine.
Hold on here, there might be something. You can honestly pop that fire extinguisher and look through it. Oh, here's an aggressive play trying to go up the stairs. Linko finally gets off the donut onto the baguette. 4v4 as Rebels try and hold on. It's break point here. Whoever loses this round cannot walk away with the 3 points. Rebels need it so badly, and Heretics seem to be fumbling the bag at the final hurdle. Zara, thankfully, finds a big pick onto the Clutch King from last round. Can they get in the building now and force that plant down?
And one more frag grenade here from Lolo. If he can use it to dislodge the player inside of Janitors, it's going to be Mato, the top fragger, alive on the Warden. That could change everything. That's the last nade. There are no more smokes, no more Yinkadella, so it's just down to gunfight and 2-finger boost. So Heretics desperate to strike first and get the initial pick and get numbers of entries. They got the info. That could be a pre-fire. He's right there, prone with a shotgun, waiting for the fight.
He gets up, exposes himself.
Ooh, the double down.
Zara wants to jump over. I think Linko has the read on it as well. Look at him rotate. This is giving a lot of space up to Heretics. And Alems is still just waiting patiently. Rebels do not need to make a move.
This is it. This can win you the round. Right here, the shotgun. Alems strikes first, shotgun strikes second.
And the third one, every single member of Rebels joins the fray. Heretics got so close, but no, not to be. And with that, they fumbled 3 in a row and let Rebels get back to exactly where they want to be, on the verge of locking in playoffs. One more round, Pengu, and we already have our top 6 in EML locked down.
But now this is when the pressure is highest, right? Because they probably know what the stakes are right now. They know that they need this round in regulation. It's going to be everything to them. Now, Heretics could just do something crazy right now, right? Go for whether it's going to be a rush, something crazy predictable. You know, they can also go for a good old step 1, 2, 3. I feel like if you really want to be annoying, you just force in the rush. Something extremely absurd.
Just do it, man.
Yeah, just do it. You have nothing to lose.
I'm all about it. And look, you say that Heretics have nothing to lose. They literally have nothing to lose. They're in second last place at the moment. And while they technically can go up a few places, they can't make it to playoffs no matter what. If they win this game, then maybe like get some points next week against Twisted Minds, they might be able to jump over Twisted Minds. But we're talking about a slight increase in prize money of a few thousand. Yeah, like a few $1,000s. It's nothing to write home about, nothing massive.
Hey, money's money.
Money is money, but I think for Heretics, what matters more is just the reputation, the confidence, you know. You're representing an organization, a new organization as of recently as well. You need to be taking home wins, even if you're not taking home trophies. So for Heretics, there's far less to lose than there is for Rebels, where it feels like everything is on the line.
So now we watch. A little bit nervous that first pick. Because if Rebels were to get the initial pick, I mean, that's going to increase their win rate significantly from a pure numbers level.
I remember last time Rebels played this bomb site, it was the tertiary bomb site, Nick. Remember, everyone from Rebels, after they got that initial pick, just vacated the bomb site.
I know, but I'm sure they're going to lock it in this time around. Here's Linko. He's got a Duke to nade, just barely gets alive. Master drops as well from Janitors. Low on health now on the smoke. Also used 1 Toxic Babe, so they're falling back relatively early. There's going to be a hot destruction. It's going to be low on the ramps. They can do a lot of verticality. They got Deimos Tracker. I would say Heretics are a favorite in the current position of all things. They got the right tools for the job. They even have Dora and Blackbeard, so when they want to go for an execute later on, they can just drop down a hatch or walk in any of the bomb site doors and just really look for a plant potential. But it still comes down to, as I said before, who gets that first initial pick.
This is a good cut as well from Zara. He can completely control that elevator hallway. At the very least, it's perceived pressure. At best, it might even be a kill. But it looks like Heretics want to do what is fairly default, which is exactly what you said. Have the Blackbeard drop down the hatch, look for an execute, look for a plan. I have seen this gone wrong 1,000 times. Marto's already low HP though.
They're looking to flank the main staircase the moment they drop and play for retake. There's a play on the repel, but it's about timing. He's gonna go upstairs. He's found the gap.
Oh my god. He only gets one. Gets traded back by Zara, and you're right, Dora has no cover, but he himself takes down Marto, and that's the smoke. This might be the moment where Heretics can push us deeper. The plant is all but confirmed. Asta and Linko now have to retake. Asta has had a huge clutch on this bomb site before. He's gonna have to do it again. 1v4 as he finds the first with a TCSG. Heretics know what it feels like to fumble. A moment like this, they will not give him the opportunity again. A little bit of damage on the rotate for Asta. Needs to get in position to get on that diffuser. But there are multiple players watching him, and on from the vert, Lolo from on high takes him down and sends Heretics into OT.
Oh man, they've done it. They're causing the upset round by round. They're piecing it together. Heretics, again, if they can actually get into an execute position, we've seen it now on top floor, seen it in an open area, they know what they need to do. Now, there were a couple of gaps, a couple of, potential missed timings. The person watching the flank on both the main hallway below and the top hallway above, he was flaking between on the rappel angle. And if you have bad timing, that's gonna leave just a couple of seconds where a flank could go through, and that's exactly what happened. Now, thankfully, it wasn't Dora on the Blackbeard who died. It was Deimos covering him, and then he got traded back by that player watching the flank. Dora then kills the smoke, which is going to be the plant denier, and that wins them the round. But instead of it being a super precise and calculated round, it ends up being more of a clutch one for Heretics. But they've gone to OT.
By attackers.
They're going to go on defense, Rebels on the attack, things will switch around.
Yeah, I am scared here, very scared for Rebels. They can no longer guarantee playoffs tonight, but they can put their best foot forward. Even just an extra point out of the overtime win compared to the overtime loss would be big.
5 seconds to go.
So as the standings are right now, with Rebels getting the 1 point from overtime, 1 point minimum, that puts them onto 9 points. Which means that if they are to lose in overtime to Shifters tomorrow, they will still go through. So they only need 6 points, because then they would go to 11 and Shifters would only be able to go to 9. So even if Rebels lose here, they've done themselves a favor for their match against Shifters, but they can still do even better.
Also about just closing out the game clean, you're right. We've seen the player counts from Rebels when they're winning a bad round and it's not looking too happy. So you want to finish off tonight with a victory. Go into next play day feeling a little bit more confident about it. And just take away what you can learn from this game and get better for the future. For now, it's going to be a bit of a util game. Rooney lasers on the hatches. It's going to be a Warden again on Silver Stairs, which we saw what happened previously. That can turn the round quick. You can just walk in and kill him. Martu can just walk in, hold right click, press left click, and deal with one of the most problematic positions in the game on Bank.
But so, he didn't have his glasses activated, so he would have gotten flash. You can tell when a Warden has his glasses activated because his eyes glow blue. And so I think what happened is Marta just saw that the glasses weren't active and he said, well, I guess I can just flash this guy.
That plus he's having a shotgun, plus the elevation. It's tough.
You're right, the shotgun is never going to win a fight against the Blitz.
No. Not unless you shoot the toes.
Headshot. Yeah, not going to expose the toes. Wow, big Nitro. Good trade, however, that kill will not be confirmed.
Unfortunately, because we're having a shield player on the space and bombs, means you can plant on the default wall and not get shot from the garage like long DMR angle, and that changes your entire plant position because they have another option. That combined with the EMPs here on the Lim's stature means they can catch any C4s even through a smoke if they want to smoke it up. So Rebels looking very much primed for this one, but they're actually gonna do everything the right way. Get all the hatches, get the backstab potential. They know there's a Fenrir mine, which actually got destroyed with the hatch opening up, I guess. So now they could send a player in lobby while they go for a server plant and just get that pressure from both sides with these squeezing heretics here in the final moments of the round.
Even just throwing a drone down there helps out a little bit.
Yeah.
Add that extra layer of pressure. Dora prepared his Nitro cell, but I have a feeling Rebels are going to go deep here. They're not just going to go for a shallow plant. Marto is low. A shallow plant might not work. They hear the plan start to go down. Marto will die to the C4, but the EMP catches the C4. Plant goes down. Marto will fall. Damage is done onto Heretics, and now they must retake. Linko up above. He's found a few more kills now. He's feeling confident, and he's in prime position to deny this retake from Heretics.
The player watching the flank. The Demos at the hatch. Actually, Fenrir the hatch gonna be stuck in the corner, and he goes down.
This is where Heretics get back into it. But thankfully for Alems, he's found one.
It's a rat.
There's not a lot of time. Heretics have to go up above. Linko is still waiting inside of admin office. There is no way that Heretics will be able to prevent this from above. Linko's watching. Riaz has absolutely no chances, and Rebels will find their attack, and they will find yet another opportunity to take match point.
Oh, it's so clutch. Alem's just sitting with one EMP with Thatcher against the one C4, and he catches it, and they trade. The Blitz does die, but the plant is confirmed, and we see how the post is playing out. I'm not sure exactly where Riaz was going. He was going like into a top server stairs, into the wall, looking for a flank watcher, but regardless, Heretics not able to respond fast enough. Rebels looking, dare I say, better and better as time goes on, but these kinds of engagements, they shouldn't be happening. You should never take down the Warden that effortlessly with a sole blitz with no backup, no trade of any sorts. That's like a once in a stage of anything that happens.
Yeah, if you're the Warden in that round, you're really kicking yourself.
Yeah.
Not a good moment from Lolo. Now Rebels have to do what Heretics could not and defend this basement bomb site. It's been an attacker's paradise for a lot of this game, but at the end of the day, Pengu, it has been 3-3 halves. even technically. Mostly on the back of clutches on the defensive side, but that said, you know, from Rebels, it's been clutches on the attack with Mato as well.
10 seconds.
He's had a big impact. Ass has almost caught up with him, by the way. I want to give some credit to the whole
5
Rebels
seconds
squad.
left
This hasn't
before
been a one-man show. You could say the same on the Heretic side. Look at that. Aqui's on 13. You got 3 players on 11 kills.
So again, a matter of who strikes first, you know? If you clear that, the smoke early, get a free pick on server stairs, makes a huge difference. Scope is being targeted.
Go boss again.
Yeah. It's gonna force the TP away, which actually I believe is between, is it ATM and then 11? Yeah, it is. Okay, so they found the clone. Yep, that's a nice little niche trick, and they barricaded doors as well. There is one small thing, they barricaded a single door from the inside. You can always tell which side the door is barricaded from to be reinforcements. If you wanted to really sell the bait, you need to have a teammate reinforce it from the lobby side itself so that you have no way of telling somebody was in there. But yeah, small
I think
things.
Heretics know what they're up against here with Mato and how much he plays that scope boss. Ooh. Wow. Good info from the defender watching the cam. Just calls out to Linko to go for that quick peek. Lolo goes down. That's going to be a tough hook swallow for Heretics. Losing the sledge, not the end of the world, but just losing a player in general is very rough. And still, Heretics have to deal with blue. I don't think it's going to be as easy for them as it was for Mato last round.
Oh, it shouldn't be, surely. Alemsh is one of the, well, he's like the most experienced player on the server right here, right? He's going to know how to hold it down. Even with the Damos tracker, he's good with the shotgun up close.
Reloading.
Did Acid peek the main stairs? Because he was punching the barbed wire. That's a bit of a... Maybe they're just playing a shotgun at each staircase, but yeah, Smoke should never be in a line to die early on this basement bomb side. You should send in the Goyo or the Scopos, for example. Even the Thorn, for that matter.
Any other operator.
Bees. Again.
Bees and by the Damos.
This could be trouble. He has no clue about server behind him, but he just sees the Damos track. Damos has no nades, by the way, so he can't open his pocket.
That's true. Getting peeked from below. Two players. He can't come away with any kills. It takes Heretics a while, but they do finally confirm those shots. I don't know if that plant spot's going to be crouchable. It looked like it might be
Imagine they had
vulnerable.
smoke here, man. 3 toxic babes, 40 seconds left. They only just breached the wall. That would be round over potentially. But now they gotta go for fights, and they're picking up the hatches. Oh, it's a disaster.
Careful, Linko's got to find that kill, but eventually Fenner goes down from underneath the hatch. Mato needs to have his moment. He's had so many moments like it in this game, and now a 1v4 finds the first. Do not give him an inch. He will take a mile. Heretics forcing the plant down. Out goes the impact. It might line up an angle. Almost finds it. There's a second kill. Plant goes down into the 1v2. Low HP, but don't count him out. Pistol goes forward. He doesn't know where these 2 Heretics players are. One safely above the hatch, but neither are peeking him at the moment. He will have to take 2 1v1s. Very unfavorable 1v1s. And the Bees will reveal his position if he marches too far forward. He runs straight through them. He might well get peeked now. And indeed he will. Dora to put the nail in the coffin for Rebels. And we go to a 15th round to settle this marathon of a match.
It wasn't gonna be G2 versus Pro going the distance. No, it was gonna be Team Heretics versus Rebels that are gonna go and need 15 rounds. You see from Alemsh's player cam as well, like it's, you know, they're not losing, they're not winning, but it just felt like they're not happy with the results, not happy with how these rounds are playing out, and I get it. It's been scrappy siege, it's been messy. Again, losing the smoke on the main staircase when you have operators like a Skolpos, who already lost the shell, a Thorn, with all the razor brooms pre-placed on the map.
Oh man, Heretics.
They're gonna call a tag timeout. On 7-7. They call a tag timeout to just really lock in this one final upcoming round.
Oh man, I really hope they're cooking something special for this round. It's gonna be another round of defense as well, by the way. Do they go back down to the basement, Pengu? We've played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rounds of basement. Half the rounds in this game have been played on that basement floor. And almost all of them have been won by the attacking side. There's only one defense win. And that was Asa's 1v... No, sorry, that was... I don't remember that specific round. But it was... I think that was when Marto got his pick on the Skopos off site, and then they just won it in the late round. But yeah, I mean, if Heretics decide to go back down to the basement, it just feels like a huge risk to me. But at this point, what bomb site do you pick?
Chillas Archives. In a 7-7 game of tomfoolery, you must full commit to the bid, which would mean going to the fourth and never play bomb site. It would be chaos.
To see that.
Hold. Ah,
Damn. This is still pretty good though. I like the open area pick.
I do think by like a lot of metrics, I actually rate open area over basement and top 4, unless against like specific playstyles perhaps, or teams that are unable to like go for like really set executes. Just because open area gives you like the whole map to work with. You can start top floor, drop a hatch, lurk on the basement staircases. The bomb set itself has relative good amounts of cover. You can play hatches open, hatches closed. You can reinforce the quad walls, the bottom square. You leave one open. You can do some high 2-bar tricking if those scalpers are open. You can play clash. Like, I think it has a lot of flexibility because it gives you so much to work with. It's very shapeable.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think this is one of the most versatile bomb sites, and because it is so strong to hold on the bomb site, unlike Teller's Archives, even unlike top floor, that just allows you to play so much more of the map and still fall back and deal damage. Let's see how Rebels go on the attack. Win here would be very valuable. While it wouldn't confirm them for playoffs, it would certainly put their best foot forward going into their final match against Shifters in their last playday of EML groups. Heretics, their next game is against Twisted Minds, who are also trying to fight for that group's, or rather that playoff spot as well. Heretics could play spoils to 2 different teams.
That's kind of exciting.
You, the biggest Heretics fans right now are Shifters.
Yeah. Well, they're probably watching this, just clenching, you know? They're like, come on around. You brought us a 7-7. Please don't do it for nothing. Finish it. Get the job done. Akui will tank the Dokepi call and take 40 damage. So Finno cannot call him again.
For Akui, by the way, he's caught up to Marto.
Marto's been a demon on mostly defense, right? Well, attack actually, I should say. That's why he's been shining. He's there again now with the Lion. This is Fenno with a gap, maybe. I mean, oh, they know. Never mind. If he walks up, that'll be the end of him.
Yeah, it's not a gap. Not at all. He's lucky. He might be able to isolate these ones. Oh, here comes a drop. Zara wants to go hunting. I think Fenno's got the read. He's got no flashbangs. He's elected to bring EMPs instead.
You can't fight this.
They are hunting him down. Lolo is also dropped. Out comes the target. Goes onto Dora, which is not one of the players that he's currently fighting. Marto, meanwhile, sneaks up from above and takes down Zara. Another one for Rebels as they look to flood the site. Lolo caught out of position. Same for Riaz inside of Archives. It's protected now by both the Dokkaebi call and the Lion scan. It doesn't get much worse than this for Lolo. He's being locked down from Linko up above. He takes the 40 damage. Still, Rebels are not rushing. They're not overcommitting to this. Alem's just hiding in the corner as Linko polishes off Lolo. It's Riaz doing his best, but a flawless round is one hell of a way to finish off what was anything but a flawless game from Rebels. They needed the regulation win. They could not find it. And so their fate will be determined next week between Rebels, Shifters, and Twisted Minds.
Not the cleanest of Siege, but it was Siege game. That's for damn sure. Now, Alems and the rest of Rebels, they had some frustrations, and I hope they can go back and watch this game, learn something from it, and go stronger into the future playdate. For now, let's send it back for the final time for the night to the desk.
Thank you very much, guys. What a barn burner of a final game. We said it might have some chaos between these two teams, our newly promoted teams, but that's exactly what we got as well. It seemed like Rebels were going to close it out. Heretics fought back, and then just in overtime, Rebels come away with the 2 points.
Yeah, it does feel like both teams had quite a good show of their talents as well. Like one of the big things with Heretics is I don't think that any of their players are bad whatsoever. I think that they're all really good players. They deserve to play at pro level. Lolo is perfectly able to go and get a triple kill with Blood on the blue stairs. Akui is perfectly capable of going hiding, finding one spot with his Fender and getting a multi-kill.
Yeah.
Every player on the side of Heretics, they're gifted individually. They can all hit nasty shots. But the thing is, it's the same thing for Rebel's side. It was just a game of punishing the easy mistakes from each team. And so the cool thing is, look at this, by the way. That was the Thatcher, that touched the C4 so that they could plant. Both teams were capable of these small tricks, right? And the thing is, when nobody's perfect, and then when everyone is able to pull off their own main tricks or multi-kills, it's gonna get very close. And that's why this game was so close, because everyone had the potential to win a specific round.
Rebels are going to rue the fact that they went to overtime, though. Had they have got this game done in regulation, which they could well have done, you know, they were very much in contention. They could have got it done in regulation. If they did get it done in regulation, they would have been confirmed to playoffs. As it is, we will now move to tomorrow, and that game against Shifters just becomes basically do or die. And that is probably the thing that they might be most frustrated about. Yes, they did win. Yes, it's still in their own hands, but they could have got it done, and they've ultimately failed at that first step.
And especially, I think the thing is they were leading 5-3. They were on the stronger side in the sense that Heretics always historically struggled in attack. They were the worst attacking team in the tournament, in the league, sorry. So I think they all felt like they should have won that one in regulation. Realistically, with the talent that Rebels has on the roster, with the upset that they caused in the league, with the big teams that they were able to beat in regulation, on paper, this should have been a clean regulation victory to go to playoffs with confidence. And I think that despite the win, they'll be very disappointed that they had to go all the way to the 15th round to win this.
It's needed that big clutch from Asa, right? That managed to get them the game. It's always going to be a woulda, coulda, shoulda in situations like this.
Yeah, it goes to show, like, once again, the talent on both teams. I think it was a game of everyone trying not to lose, really. It felt like it, right? A lot of hesitation, a lot of crazy moments, some risk-taking as well, some rushes. Like, honestly, this game had it all, and I think it really highlighted both the strength of each team in like certain players that go and create some crazy situations, and then the weaknesses as well, right? The moment where they hesitate, the moment where they make big mistakes, the missed drones, the gaps that were created for other players on the other side to go and create some insane multi-kills.
I think there's one player standing by that's currently listening to your feelings about this game, but we'll ask Elems how he's feeling after this game. Good evening, Elems. Congratulations on the victory. That was a pretty tense matchup, huh?
Yeah, it was closer than it should be, to be honest. But we are happy that we take the win at the end.
Lems, are you somewhat like frustrated by the fact that it went to overtime? I'm not sure if you know this, but if you'd got it done in regulation, you would have secured the playoffs. But as it is, it does move through to tomorrow's game now.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, it's still in our hands. So I think it's fine, and the most important thing is to not have lose tonight. So it's still in our hands. It's just us now.
Yep.
How do you feel in terms of confidence going into the game tomorrow? Obviously, looking at Shifters, they've been on a really bad momentum lately. Like, they've struggled hard, where you guys have been a little bit more a seesaw effect. And you have some really good games, but also some games where you're just a little bit poorer. But you've showed more, I guess, highest highs. Do you think that you have the upper hand mentally in the game against Shifters for tomorrow?
To be honest, even though the score didn't show like confidence, we were very confident. I think we did some stupid mistakes, and Eric Six played good on some moments. For tomorrow, I think we're gonna just play our game. We are calm, normal, and if we play good, if we don't do like those stupid mistakes, I think we'll win the match.
All right, well, we've already spoken about you and your experience that you really have inside this league. Technically, you teams still are our promoted teams to EML from the Challenger Series. Anything you want to say to Heretics now that they won't make it to playoffs? Anything that they maybe should focus on, or anything that keeps their spirits up going into stage 2? I see you laughing?
No, I have nothing to say. I think they are a young team with like young talent like Zarami and Riz. They are very good players. They just need to stick together and work, and that's it. Just keep going. They have a far long career ahead them, so that's it.
Well, as we spoke to you earlier about this, it worked out for you as well to keep going eventually. So thank you for your wise words, Elems, and good luck with that important matchup tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you for the interview, thank you for the casting, and thank you to all the fans at Rebels, and see you tomorrow.
Awesome. Ooh, I like the confidence there. See you tomorrow. Once again, thank you to Alems for his words there.
Yeah,
Kind words and wise words as well towards the other teams.
Yeah, and thank you for for making Pengu wrong and making us right. It's it's the important thing in the end, not
Just
really the 2 points.
Only just as well.
Yeah, just we were still right.
But we were still right. High five.
Still right. High five. And you just turn your quotes, by the way, because at the beginning you said that Heretics were going to win.
No, I'm objective. I didn't say Heretics were going to win. I said they liked the map in Challenger Series, and they would put in a decent performance and a better performance than they did previously. So I was actually right twice. Go me.
True. I actually agree with that statement. I will take that loss on my end. I will say that. I will say it once again. I think that Heretics surprised everyone by playing, I think quite better than what they hit during the stage. And I think it's also a testament of that team. And that's what I meant when I said at the beginning of this match, just in the pre-game, I don't think that they should go for such changes. I'd like to see this team move forward. I'd like to see them gel together a bit longer. They've now had they will have 9 play days behind them. So obviously, realistically, they're out of the playoffs run, but still, they've had a lot of experience now with kickoff, and we should start to see the glimpses of hope that we've seen in this game, maybe take them further in stage 2.
All right, well, it was a pretty one-sided day with how important this day was, with the exception, of course, of the final matchup. Looking at our results from our games, very much one-sided, as we say. As you know, we're getting a 7-5 or a 7-3s as well on the side there. But I like how this keeps things exciting going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it very much does. I think, there wasn't particularly any massive upsets, maybe other than the final game going into overtime. But, heading into tomorrow, we actually have some huge games. The leaderboard's going to be looking very, very tight, very compact. We confirmed 5 teams for playoffs, ultimately. And then there's one game. That stands out, and it's that second game. It's Rebels going up against Shifters. Because the top and bottom of it is, if Rebels win or achieve overtime, then they are through. If Shifters win, then they are through and into playoffs. And that's all that you basically need to worry about.
And if we look at the standings after that, I'm just trying to figure out, is there a world where Twisted Minds can take over both of them? So if we would be in a situation where you would have on one side, let's just say that Rebels wins they lose in overtime, Shifters wins in overtime. So at this point, they're tied in points. We'd have Rebels on 11 points, you'd have Shifters on 9 points, and Twisted Minds would be on 7. So Twisted Minds could still win going to 10. It would be really tight. They need Rebels to lose in regulation. Shifters should win in regulation. And then somehow Twisted Minds would need to win somewhat 7-0 to try and overpass Shifters in terms of round difference.
Yeah,
so
and then it goes to mini leagues and all sorts of stuff.
Exactly. So basically, like you said, the Rebels Shifters game tomorrow is something that you do not want to miss. That will define who will make playoffs, and will put a lot of pressure also on Twisted Minds and Heretics game, because maybe Twisted Minds still has a shot.
And bigger picture wise, playoffs important because playoffs will then qualify to EWC. And if you go on, should any of these teams go on to then go and win EWC, that's 6 invitational qualification. And that's the tournament everyone wants to be at.
And SI points. SI points will be key because you're getting a lot of them throughout the playoffs as well.
So it's going to get you a nice solid base going into stage 2 to build off and to continue that momentum kind of there. So a lot's at stake for us tomorrow. As we said, we don't always get to have a final day of groups where there's still that many teams in contention for important spots on the leaderboard, because it's not just the top 6, it's also that top 2 or top 4, whether in regards to positioning and who you're going to play against in your first match and who you'll then face once you drop down. So many implications, but I think it's time that we take some time off here so we can go calculate everything and crunch all the numbers and see what the possibilities are and what the possible scenarios are. That is it for our 1-2 final day of EML groups tomorrow, 5 p.m. per face. Any idea what we're doing this time? No drawing any...
There will be a little bit of nostalgia, I noticed, which will be really fun for any long-time esports viewers on Siege. We'll see some really funny clips, that's for sure. And then I think... Is there something with hot sauce or something? I don't remember.
No idea.
No idea?
No idea. But it definitely wouldn't be a Milo show if we didn't have some kind of trip down memory lane. So I think that's one of the things we'll be doing tomorrow. But the best thing is that it's the best thing for us. We just don't know.
We turn it, we have fun, and hopefully you do too. That's
You're not allowed to draw anything anymore. You're completely banned from drawing anything on the broadcast from drawing.
Yeah, that was questionable, but it's all right. We have a lot of different games to play. Of course, we'll be done here tomorrow with Milos at 5 p.m. CEST, so make sure to tune in for that when the stream starts early tomorrow. And then after that, of course, the all-determining important final play day of EML groups. We thank you so much for watching. We hope to see you again tomorrow. Have a good rest of your night.